What is up, everybody? Alright, let's see it. Coup o'clock. Excuse me, Herc o'clock. It's the same thing. I mean, it's Greek coup, right? That's next time. Which apparently, didn't this take like a month? Wait a minute. How long do we have until the end of the year? Because that was like a month, wasn't it? Since Saber? 6 months? Oh god, that's totally how they're doing this shit. Why must they make it so slow? And we got the anniversary in there somewhere. Yeah, this is like the best OG boss for Vandictus, in my opinion. The song Year of Stalling, absolutely. Oh yeah, they added the fruit. Playable fruit is pretty bizarre. Oh. Pretty sick. Definitely the most deserving. Well, labors, yeah. Alright. Sadly, there was no sound because it's tied to the music. Not the sound effects, which is very silly. I mean, bones are always good. I bet you when we do the final fight with him, he'll have the 12 lives. Like the purple stage you can't repeat. Which I don't know why you can't repeat it, but... Go to the shop real quick. No, I don't look shit up. I did the intro stage on my main though, so I could play the main later on the stream. So I saw the NP, but I kind of blew him up so fast he never got to do normal stuff. Let's see. I don't know why people always expect me to like watch spoilers and shit or like watch other content creators' videos. Like that's not happening. Okay. No, Da Vinci never ends. I feel so bad. They're gonna have to make an adjustment, in my opinion, because if someone starts playing FGO like a year from now, which there's not gonna be a lot of those, and you have to go through you have to do Saber, Berserker, Lancer, yada yada, and they all take capsules. It's just that's impossible. Like it's complete nonsense. I don't know what they're thinking with that. There is no reason for these stages to take capsules. Because during the event they don't, and when the event's over they do. But like, why? Like literally why? Like by the time the event's over, you don't need to do the stages that much anymore, right? It's just silly. I guess it's because they don't want you to be able to farm the QP and like the bond endlessly. So somehow my playlist exploded. Let me fix that. It's so weird. This song played. So I don't know why it got derailed there. Okay, here, have some armored core. Herc broke the playlist apparently. Let's see. I mean, that's obviously really good. I'm surprised not 120 lost. Jesus fucking Christ. Just right off the rip. Okay, well there's an appropriate one. Not a lot of grands yet. Grand Spartacus. How about that? Nothing standing out too much here. Of course, Morgan. There's going to be so many of those. You disappoint me, Lost. I forgot that's a Berserker. Can I summon Asterios? Like, that would be nice. Any, that's weird. I made him a grand just a second ago. I guess it's because the support list hasn't updated. Fuck it. Does this account? Okay, this account has Asterios at least. That'll help. I don't think this account has a cope scope. Well, K-scope it is. What else does it have? Horse Bindo, but that's really expensive. She can buff. I wonder if anyone's doing Grand Berserker, because she's certainly strong. Oh yeah, we can use this. I think it has to be on a saber to get the bonus though, but you get the stats. Do I have Ox King on this account? Damn, I don't think I do. That sucks. Well, I guess she can have K-scope too. K-scope for everybody. Grab some bond. For once, the Elia one would be better. I don't know if I have it. She should be in the front row, honestly. She's gonna do more damage than Spartacus, but fuck it. Achilles will be Grand Rider for us on this account. Oh my god, you're right. Penth gets the anti-Greek male here. Holy hell, does anyone have Grand Penth? That's actually so cracked. But you will destroy these stages. Alright, let's put it in slow-mo. Alrighty. Somebody's gonna fucking die though. And before he has armor ignore. Do I just triple NP? Let's see, does overcharging Asterios make the attack down bigger? I don't think it does. I think it makes the defense down bigger, but let me check. It's been a while since I've been playing FGO seriously, so I forget a lot of things like this. Let's see, where is Asterios? There he is. Is overcharge. Is just the defense down, yep. Not the attack down. Unfortunate. That'll do. Oh god, everything is in slow-mo. Hold on, we need some Hercules music. That's better. How much damage we get? I don't think I did his, but wow, 200k? He didn't have his buster up either. That's not bad. This is going to be massive overkill. I probably should have saved it. Angry little woman. Yeah, he gets rid of the sword, so I never get to see the sword animations. That's gonna happen a lot, I think. Which is the one I want to see the most. Saber Herc is actually best Herc. He's fucking slow chicken walking. Oh god, he didn't like that pinth shit. Shit, I would just like to say Hercules is pretty cool. 20k with all that attack down. Bro. He did not give a shit. This one's just Megalos though with the axe. I really want to see the sword ones. That's crazy that he one-shot Penth, dude, with the attack downs. Boy hits hard. Might actually be in a wee bit of trouble. So chat, lady in bikini is definitely the same as all these other berserkers, right? Nothing standing out here. God. Why is she even a berserker? It's so stupid. Could be a saber or something. I bet you in the final fight with him, he's gonna have 12 lives. Don't spoil it though. Man, they're just teasing us with Archer Herc, dude. I hate them. I hate them so much, dude. Because you know they're just gonna do fucking Avenger Herc from Fate Strange Fake. They're not gonna do Archer. Like, they won't do it. Everybody knows it's his main class, but we just can't have it. I wish I could cast these skills. We could get his other buffs and get the crit up, and he can actually slap, but I'll have to save it. I should have had Jerker attack anyway. Get the burn. I forgot that he does that. I wonder if his NP changes. Probably not, but I don't know, maybe they would change it for the Archer one. Damn it, I can't cast the Buster up. But is this infinite? Motherfucker. Well, no fun allowed. That's sad. We're doing Zaw's Spartacus dirty here. Damn it, we didn't get the Buster up. Dude, he would have killed. Easily, he would have killed. Man, we didn't get to see the saber animations. There's our... Oh, I should put him in the front with Stereos and see if that's enough to not die to the NP. Although I'm too lazy to reset. Oh, fuck, he evaded. Perk, please. Although if you'd like to crit, I'd like to see the animation. Oh, I see. He doesn't have the skill seal, so the back row doesn't get it. Alright, we gotta see those saber animations. There's really no telling who they're gonna pick because, like, Musashi was kind of a, you know, not part of like Fate Stay Night or anything like that. but you know, she's really popular. But then Herc is kind of like, I mean, everyone knows he's the Berserker, so, but yeah, who knows what they're gonna do for them. I do think Romulus would be cool though. Hell, regular Romulus would be really cool. I do like how they're kind of hinting at how Herc's other classes, though. That's cool. All right. Our boy Blood Axe. I'm gonna have to farm some serious bond on him during this event. It's a cool class card. I swear I'm the only person with Grand Blood Axe. Alright, let's see. Why can't I click this hello? Game. What the oh, it's because he's not bond 10, right? He's like bond 9. That's what I was saying. I gotta farm that shit. It's kind of rough for now. Do that for stats. I might summon myself. It's a middle ground. Alright, how close to bond 10 is our boy here? Do you start off with any of these? No. And then I've got my main account up, which will have a significantly stronger Berserker because I actually have some of the Berserker class score. Why do they send you back to this menu? God, they're stupid. Free stuff. Which account to play right now? Well, let's see how much bond we can get on Blood Axe real quick here. And maybe see those saber animations. Alright. Ah, there we go. I knew that was coming. Let's see it. Let's not whiff these if we can. Okay, Blood Axe is at, yeah, bond 9. We need 240k. Doable, but gonna be a bit of a pain. All right, so my main is gonna have a much better time because I have Nightingale and a Grail de Stereos. This is gonna be such a pain. All right, I should like not kill on turn 1 because I want to see the saber animations. Stereos, yeah, there we go. Anyone else need bond in particular? Not really. Just be practical here. Okay, need K-scope. Alright, that'll be fine. Sucks I don't have his bond CE, but I couldn't be man, my playlist keeps breaking. It's very odd. I love how YouTube is a just billion-dollar company and they can't make a fucking playlist that works. It's been like this for years, where just everything about it is horrible. They do it on purpose though, because they want you to buy their premium. They're not very subtle about it. Oh, I need Bond. He's got the other one. Alright, good enough. Yeah, much like FGO, small indie company. Alright, don't kill the boy in one turn here. And unlike Masashi, he doesn't have the NP seal. So he can NP a bit easier than she. Although he's got a lot of bars, though. I can tell they're designing the Grands this way because they're afraid, well, what if the noobs can't do it? Like, anyone is... Like, do they even realize how far into the game this is? Oh, fuck, we're in speed mode. That's awesome. Bro, where is my Saber Hercules at? Also, I should have done the defense up. Man, he had so much attack down there, and he was still hitting that hard. Crazy. Don't kill him! Don't kill him! Jesus Christ! They reused George's attack animation there. They do that a lot. Yeah, like that last swing, that is definitely George's animation. They've done that so many times. Yeah, they're using like the rigging. And they're just like applying it to the different model. Alright. We may now kill the Herc. $467K. Oh, different defeat animations too. I know, imagine after Lost Belt 7 we went right into this. It'd be so much better. And you know, like the added sane regular Hercules with this one. I don't know why they refused to do it. Who do we want to see? Arjuna's a classic, and he's got the Bond CE. Or the yeah, Bond up CE, what I meant. To be fair though, my friends list is gonna have like less Morgans than the average. And there's still Morgans, so. We have no one to give battery. That's gonna be slightly unfortunate. Let's see. I guess that makes a lot of sense. $500K now. Oh, that's a hand. I kind of have to do Pent though because she's got the bonus right now. But man, that's... Huh, maybe we should do her NP than 2 of his busters. That's tough. Although we could just do a buster chain. Oh man. Too many options here. What to do, what to do. I mean, we can use Pence anytime. Now we could get that defense down because it's quite large, but see red, press red. I know this song when fighting Herc. The planets kind of look like Dr. Mario pills. Wow. Pretty vanilla buffs and we're doing 1,000,000 damage. Well, that's something. Turn 1, by the way. And like you could have a Asterios. Wow. That's crazy because he's AoE, but like, man, that's some good farm right there. If I did a Asterios with it, you'd be over 1,000,000. Good God. Okay. Probably gonna have 1,000,000 HP now. Hey, how much bond are we getting? Really need 240k, which is quite a lot. I wish this Herc could NP turn 1, but it totally makes sense to give him this, especially for the hard stage coming up. That's like obviously what you want out of Herc. Of course, somebody did that. Yeah, I like how it's his main and his ult. All right. I know I can't get away with not doing this. You'd be better off with a different Mystic code. Probably just that. Dude, my playlist isn't even playing, like, it'll just play one song and then it just turns off. Like, no matter what. This is actually so silly. I don't want to be a DJ. Okay, this song, though. Billion Castoria's on my list. Yeah, it's fine. Like, it makes sense the way you have it. Let's see. Does she have a battery? Yes, but not enough. Unfortunate. Well, we get to do Asterios then. The defense down stays, so. By the way, this is the best song in Night Rain. One of my favorite FromSoft songs, honestly. Especially non-armored core. The song being ice related makes your name really appropriate. How hard does he hit if he doesn't have the attack down? She's disgracing the music. Ridiculous. Jet Set Radio, though. Wow, 1.1 million. Bro, and like he hit hard when we had a Blood Axe attack down as well. There's actually more to this song to come when the Caligula's hard mode comes out. They'll extend the song. Yeah, honestly, Caligula the Dragon is one of the best like atmospheric fights like ever. It's so good. A lot of spice here. Okay, we have to do it at least one time. Oh fuck, Blood Axe needs to be in the front row because he gets more bond. I would say more times than not we won't need Asterios. Won't be like that bad. $21,000. That's a number of all time. Remember when like 11K was a lot of attack, chat? Remember that? I'm excited for all of the hard modes. Libra will just be toxic. Let's be honest, that's gonna be toxic as fuck. A lot of numbers. 448. I mean, she's AoE, you know. Okay, pretty good crit. Not too bad. Wow, he does not care for Morgan there. We got attack down, saved us on that. I should have done the buster up. She would have been like 600K or something. I fucked up. She also almost looped. That looks really awkward. The shape of the axe didn't really fit. It's too big. I mean, I don't think we had any defense anyway. Not a lot of batteries on Berserkers, I'm noticing. The fuck? She's more of a support. Oh, we'll see what she can do. Oh, she has a damage NP, doesn't she? Yeah, they got the bond, not the battery. This is gonna be so much easier on my main, dude. I've got Nightingale and all that. Although Berserkers are a bit awkward no matter what. Use mine, it's better? Oh, I wasn't paying attention, my apologies. Oh god, I hate the skin. Why the fuck? Oh. Right. New units have to be OP, excuse me. Of course they would power creep like a motherfucker there. Okay, Art. You have the wrong, thing then. The fuck did she just say? Hey, Fury. Okay, if there's one song that's as good as Caligula's theme, it's this one. Night Rain's OST is just goated. Okay, the very start of that NP was cool. And now it's just light shows spam. 2 million though. And we could have had like an art up somehow. I'm sure there's some Berserker that does art up. I keep forgetting to look at the bond. Chat, where's our Galahad? Yeah, we're doing the ult right now because I need bond, but we'll play the main in a minute. Like, I literally have the main account right here. I'm ready. Yeah, I haven't seen any Caligulas yet. We'll summon them if we do. Yeah, of course I picked Mori. Let's be real. The only other option that was like even the ballpark was Herc, just because I mean it's Herc. The boy deserves it. Yeah, Beowulf's another cool one. Is that the Harpy? It sounds like I'm insulting them, because Harpy is almost always used as an insult. Alright, where's Lost? Okay, he says his is better. Is he using the same fucking skin? Why is everyone using that skin? I do not approve. Does anybody have any kind of art up? I forget what any of these people do. I mean, there's always a Asterios for the bigger defense down. And then she can have attack up. How do we do that? Wow, holy fuck, we've gotten a lot of bond already. God damn. Getting close to 100k already. Can you grant Herc hide? I'm assuming no, he probably has to be assassin. Will he keep the buffs when he transforms? Probably not. I mean, honestly, probably not. They're assholes, so... Yeah, thought so. Yeah, we'll see. But anything like that they've done before has always screwed Jekyll and Hyde over, so I don't expect them to change that. What the fuck? Of course, chat likes this character. Click all the buttons. Can she do 2.2? Yeah, what Fury said. Dude, yeah. Yeah, they couldn't be bothered to animate her different costumes, though. I hate how they're like that now. It's so lame, and they try to act like it's like an art thing. Ridiculous. Like they make a 4th ascension for the NP, like, oh, it's special, guys. Just lazy. Also, that was almost 4 million damage, by the way. Is she AoE? Because that's like 2 million at regular, like 2.1 million or something regular. Okay, ST. Okay, that makes a bit more. Still, 2.1 million or whatever is still insanely high damage. And she's not getting that buffed. That's the thing. We're being pretty reasonable with the buffs here. Anti-divine, anti-chaotic. Okay, that explains a few things. Oh, was that the final one? Oh, no. This is the final one. I wonder how much health he's gonna have. I really need to make sure I'm summoning people though with the bond siege, because I need that. I need that bond 10. Oh, I want to see that one though. Let's do Morgan one more time, because we didn't buff her properly. We messed up. I love people trying to act like Lilith is power creep when she doesn't affect anything in any way. Like, it just doesn't matter at all. Like, supports are what affect things. Like, it's so easy to get your damage dealer to do enough damage, just if you're using like the meta stuff anyway. Okay. Pence in the front would have been better for Morgan. Yeah, our Blood Axe isn't Bond 10 yet, but he's close. We're almost through Bond 9. Which sucks. Yeah, 695. I just realized, wait a minute. That is so bad, though, for what we're doing, because he still has... Oh, boy, I should have taken this more seriously. Uh-oh. We might be in a wee bit of trouble, chat, because there's nothing about the team is set up to actually do a long fight. Oh, fuck. God, this song's good, though. I love the final boss of Night Rain. I can't wait for his hard mode. It'll be grand. Dude, we might lose. Might have to bust out some command spells. We done goofed. So he started blasting. Just iframe Herc's attacks. Yeah, exactly. I love that emote so much. So good. Raccoon's like, you can't get me. You think it's gonna be a Gramps or Taz? I mean, it could be one of those, but it could be something else because, I mean, the Saber was Musashi, or not Artoria or something like that. That would have been more obvious. So it's kind of hard to say. But then Herc was a really obvious pick, right? Or we'll probably kind of get an idea of like how random or not random it's going to be based on the next couple. I hate how I'm having to play DJ here because my playlist is busted. I don't know what is wrong with this thing. Like, it plays one song and then it just stops using the playlist because, you know, that makes sense. Okay, no, not that. Okay, have some Vandictus PvP music. This song is so old, by the way. It's like 14, 15 years old. I don't remember when Vandictus came out. Let me look. Let's see. Vandictus release date. It was at the very beginning of 2010. Grand Assassin Mata Hari. I mean, if she had an animation update, they might do that, but because she doesn't, I doubt. Okay, Morgan, we're gonna need some numbers here. The thing is, you cannot use Musashi as an, like, that means nothing. Because her animations are fine. Like, look at Musashi, then look at Mata Hari. Tell me these things are the same. Like, what a joke. Nice caster balls, by the way. Okay, that was nice damage. I wouldn't say Jack is super likely. I don't think any in particular thing is super likely. Because there's so many famous things. And there's so many like iconic characters and whatnot. So I don't think there's like really nothing's gonna shock me. Because I think they might even do a couple of like oddballs, at least one oddball, I would think. Like how Darius is playable in what do you call it in Relink? No, not Relink. That's the better one. Whatever the, I don't, what the fuck is the name? Extella Link. All these links. Caster's gonna be such a pain. I have Plot Monk, but I'm not gonna make her a Grand, so it's gonna be, not the funnest thing to farm. Speaking of not the funnest thing to farm, boy, did we mess this team up. Don't kill Morgan. I can guts her next turn. You bitch! Don't you do that again. 1 and 3. Okay. Holy hell, the crit. Buttons. Chat, why is the playlist so broken? It won't even play them like linearly. They're just trying to make the playlist system bad, dude. Maybe we just use in-game music for now. This is absurd. I don't want to be a DJ. Yeah, the intro with the labors is super cool. Morgan getting 3 NPs off though, that's rather nice. Well, if he lives, we get to see the slow chicken walk again. I don't want to go easy though because we having a tough time here. I'll put in slow-mo and see if we get it. Honestly, Grand Pinth would be so cracked here. Dude's making Liz a Grand, like for every class she's applicable. That's funny. Oh, it's gonna be close, chat. She's got Buster up, attack up. I do want to see that NP again, especially if the archer. Ah, damn it. Okay, we'll reset. I want to see it. Too much damage. It's those Pinth buffs. Fuck you, Morgan. I concur. She's not the best. Oh, she's so popular, though. What the hell? Maybe someday they'll add regular Morgan. You gotta give it to Morgan, though, because people are constantly arguing about who's at fault, like who's the dum-dum with Camelot, like if it's Artoria, Mordred, or Lancelot, and somehow Morgan doesn't get talked about. Like, imagine being the overwhelming problem, and somehow you're just completely under the radar like that. Okay, we do need to do damage here, though. Do that. The Agravain does blame Morgan because he knows what the fuck he's talking about. You know, Uther is kind of to blame, though. He's the reason Morgan turned out so bad. I blame the French. Did she do more damage that time? Wait, is the playlist randomly working? It at least worked for that song. I don't know why, but okay. Actually, Agravain is kind of just crazy. Like he doesn't just hate all women, and when he does change his mind like immediately when he learns about Artoria. So it's like a meme, but like it's not really the character. Also, nice evade, idiot. It is funny, yeah, I know, because like it's so easy to quote mine. But yeah, the dude's like on Manus enhancement and all that, and then when he does learn Artoria's a woman, like he knocks it off. So he's just having a moment. Okay. Should do the trick, right? 269, can't be that bad. It would be nice if Beowulf could get an animation update. So, no different NP for the Archer form. Not too surprised by that. I will say the Agravain versus Lancelot part is kind of nonsense, but although in the game, if I remember correctly, Lancelot is not like in top shape, and then Agravain is buffed, right? Like, so I think the writers are kind of aware of like it's kind of unbelievable for Agravain to double down with Lancelot, but they tried to balance it out. Okay, how much bond do I need? I do want to play the main, so I want to get the class thing going, so I can like record the boss if I want to later and that kind of thing. So I can get back to playing Night Rain. 150k to go though, it's not bad. We got 100k right there. Okay, let's play the main though a little bit. I want to unlock some of this stuff. Get some of the goods. Look, I've got a lot of the class tree already, so. Yeah, the 5-star foe doesn't do anything new though. It just foes more at once. So it's nothing special. It's like, it's convenience. All right, let's see here. Oh, there's Lilith. Not Bond 10 yet. He's probably getting the Bond 10 now. I figure a lot of people are going to be doing stuff like that. Oh, Masashi. God, that voice line. I don't think she says it in stage 3. Like the English is so extreme. I can't wait to see the new hard mode bosses in Night Rain, because Gaping Maw, that one attack was kind of lame, but overall it was really cool, like making him harder. And they didn't, most of the moveset still felt pretty good. So I'm really curious what they're going to do for like the Centaur guy and everything. The English is only stage 2. It sucks because stage 2 has the gun swords, which is awesome. But yeah, you get super English. Who to summon? Who to summon? Holy fuck. All right, let's see. What do we want to do here? The problem is for Mori, you really need to have like Star Bomb and shit like that. Penta's just so good right now. Like, she's so good for this shit. Does she have doesn't she buff Brunhilde's beloved? Dude, she's I bet you her taste is crap. There's no way they've got Mori on there. She's actually the worst. Zergard made a mistake. Wrong bride. when Chad Sansen'd me last night, and I died to like that attack in Night Rain that clearly missed me, and I just like suddenly died. That was so silly. Oh, friends made Nightingale their grants. Nice. Speaking of, honestly, this I feel bad, but this is kind of the way to go. I could use double star bomb, but that's not necessarily needed. Okay, we might want to at least get Bond 5. Holy fuck. 111, by the way. Look, if she was in P2, I'd probably work on leveling the skills, but when you're an NP1 5-star, it's just kind of whatever. Nexus opening, yeah, it's good shit, man. Beowulf is probably already Bond 10. Wow, he's not. Holy fuck. I done goofed. Oh, shit. People too expensive. I want that other bond up. I mean, it's only 50. I guess it's not that important. So, chat, I'm assuming hero proofs don't drop in this one, huh? Jason, yeah. Oh, I just noticed the background. I see what they did there. No Buster card. You can't do me like this game. Probably should set it up where someone can NP on turn 1. Now, Herc, let's talk about this, buddy. Okay. Why do I still not have a Buster card? Bro, every Buster card's in the third hand. Okay, so Nightingale. I mean, she got it. That was fucked up. She just went. Oh, she didn't hit Bond 5. Oh, wait, no, but did she? No, she's like 1 point short. So I wonder if somebody had, like, whatever unit takes the least Bond from 1 to 5, and did the raid event during the Veach thing, right? And they had the Bond CE thingy-majigs from the Gasha, and then the regular Bond CE boosts, and had a teapot. I wonder how many Bond they could do at once. Okay, let's try that again. Round 2. We could probably cut this when we're trying to be more practical. Why do they hate Buster cards so much? Why is this deactivated? Is there like a gimmick here I'm unaware of? I forgot to do his attack up. I don't think I even have that on NA. I don't even know. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even think I have NA installed. Feels bad. After all of these turns, we have one Mori Buster card. It'll have to do. Yeah, I don't know if I have access to my NA account or not. I'll have to look. Okay, I want to see the Buster more than the NP. That was like 500k? Well, if I have the dragon, that's good at least. I couldn't really remember what the fuck I had over there. Okay, at least she's Bond 5. Yeah, I should poke into NA at some point. I just don't have time. Like, I can barely be bothered with JP when they're not doing anything cool. But I know most of my viewers are on NA, so if they want to show off their units, that's kind of the only place to do it. It is cool seeing the stuff my chat levels up, though. An event like this is a good time to check up on that kind of stuff, too. Oh yeah, Ivan is so disgusting. I think he's always been such a good unit. Really underrated. That buff removal is awesome. I guess Bond on this account doesn't matter as much. Alright, she's AoE, but we'll see what she can do here. Let's see. So I guess she's not as needed if you're doing an art unit. So you want like a Stereos. $50 more Bond, chat. Look out. He doesn't really need Bond anymore. Bond 5 is good enough. He's already Bond 10. She's probably not. Oh no, wow, she is. Fuck. I guess she is pretty good for farming, actually. Yeah, now that I think about it, I have used Pinth for farming and whatnot quite a bit. Especially back in the day when I had less options. Still, I'm surprised I thought she'd be like Bond 8, maybe 9, not 10. There must have been a couple of events that she was good in that I just farmed the shit out of. Just have to Bond 15 Pinth now to 120 her? Goddamn. That sucks. Holy fuck, though. She must be so good in this event. Like with the anti-Greek male thing. Alright, let's see. Cannot give Masashi a whole lot here. I don't remember what these buttons do. I brought the wrong Mystic Code. I do that a lot when they're not Buster. Get him. Did they animate that sword? It doesn't look like CGI at the top anyway. But didn't really look carefully though. They like never make weapons drawn. They always CGI that shit. I mean, I like Herc too, but we're not on the final stage, so. I mean, 500k without anything special. Just level 80. No, none of the class tree. Her shoes are so stupid, by the way. It's the dumbest thing ever. I know that's like low-hanging fruit, because everyone says that, but they're like designed to look like her foot is invisible, but like it's just because like the way it's shaped. So messed up. Who the fuck comes up with this crap? Save me, chat. My home AC is broken and I can't sleep. Oh man, that sucks. You got like a fan, that'll help. But yeah, that's rough. It's nice to get some gold gems, and the playlist broke. Honestly, that lasted longer than I thought it would. Apparently this song that just played wasn't even on the playlist. I mean, this song is on the playlist, but this version of it, they just played randomly. Oh, YouTube. In no time, and it'll just randomly force me to play. Actually, it's done this before. It'll just start randomly playing some copyrighted, like J-pop or some bullshit. And it's like, wait a minute. Beastly got some ideas. I should have bought some of these upgrades on the other account. Obviously Buster first. Man, all that farming and we can only get the one. Messed up. Dad out here adding each other. I like how both of these persons have Grand Lilith and not Bond 10, although she was just added, so that's kind of understandable. I wonder how close they are. Interesting picks. So these are not on the friends list, and chat, look, I like how as soon as we're off the friends list, it's just Lilith and Morgan everywhere. And then look, it's off the friends list and then it's back on friends list. I guess it's because they're not grands now. So the only look at this. These are the only non-friends that have grands on the list, and every single one of them is Lilith and Morgan. Hold on, let's investigate a little bit here. Yeah, as soon as the green icon is gone. Okay, there's a grand pin from a random. That might be temporary though, because you can swap your grand a couple of times, so it wouldn't shock me if some people are going to pick her just out of being practical, and then they switch to what they actually want later. Kentucky though. Yeah, there'll be a lot of her too. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. Triple Morgan. Dude, every person not on the friends list is Morgan on this one. Yeah, I think the Morgan predictions were definitely accurate. Yeah, some people are gonna pick Castoria for farming, yeah. Wait, were there no grands? Whoops, I just moved the thing there. What the fuck? I didn't even know. How did I just add like my sidebar? I have never seen that in my entire time using Windows. How did I just randomly do that? I didn't even click a key on the keyboard. Bro. The fuck? How did I do that? Why is that even a feature? Like, what the fuck? That's so random. By the way, I've been using the same editing program for so long, and I know it quite well, but randomly, you'll just accidentally hit some hotkey on the keyboard that just fucks everything. I think anyone that's been editing a long time knows exactly what I'm talking about. You just accidentally hit something and like 30 things change, and it's just like, what the fuck? Editing programs, at least good ones, just have so many features and like hotkeys and whatnot. It's like outrageous. Let me fix the spacing here. Okay, we got a Herc and all that. I mean, Herc's been a pretty popular pick too. People always say... Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I wish you could sort it to just put all the grants together, friend or not. Yeah, there's a lot of Castorias too. Okay, well we have to actually summon something here. Herc it is. Get some Mori action going here. He should have his NP turn 1, right? Although, if I want K scope, I'd probably put him at 70. I guess we'll see how much this does. Yeah, no, 21k. Almost 22k. And you could have more attack than this thing. There's like 400 extra attack you can get. I sort by level since most grands are 100 plus. That's fair. Yeah, 22k with Black Rail. And the foe CE is not max. So yeah, you can get a good bit higher then. Why does Mori never get anything on turn 1? I don't understand. Well, crits be damned, I guess. The song was technically made by FromSoft. Frequency. Yeah, this is a Frequency remix of a Gundam Unicorn song. I've only seen a little bit of the new Gundam. The Char episode at the start was really cool, but I didn't really care about it after that. It was just little girls murdering people for some reason, and no one caring. It was really weird. I really felt like what I've seen of it, the creators lost the plot. But yeah, episode 2 was awesome, and then it was just stupid. Like, it's just like the writers forgot that the main characters are actually being terrible people, and they're trying to act like it's cute, and it's just like, what the fuck? Like, it just doesn't work at all. And like, the designs get really weird. Yeah, it's got like decent animation quality for like the CGI, I suppose. Like, that's kind of cool, but yeah, I've seen better. Wait, how much damage did we do? I wasn't paying attention at all there. Yeah, I think it's a terrible starting spot for newcomers. Like, I don't think it's a good one. Gundam has been really, really bad recently. A lot of the new Gundam shows have just been a mess. And I think they're having a lot of typical problems that like idiot executives have. They are like misdiagnosing the success and failure of their shows. So like it's kind of like when a video game does big, like Elden Ring or whatever, and people try to copy it in a shallow way. It's a lot of that crap. They're not making like actually good stuff. He's OP as fuck. Let's see if we can get Mori to crit though. Well, they make most of their money though not from the anime. They make their money from the models. Which was definitely more successful than the new one. And also, a lot of Witch's success is not unique to Witch. It's more of the marketing leading up to it did really well. And the way it was distributed was really good. And it was like good enough. And then like the episode 0 actually was good. That's a lot of why it was successful, I think. I think if the way the marketing and everything was for a better show, like, I think it would have done a lot better than it did. Like, just because it did well doesn't mean it couldn't have done better. All right, let's see. Dude, have I ever gotten Mori Buster cards on hand 1? So she doesn't give that much battery to a teammate. Alright, you know what, Penth, you can go burp. Got armor ignore, I see. Actually, I'm sure you will see 50 episode Gundams again. It's just if they're successful enough, they'll get a second season and that kind of stuff. Man, my playlist is so busted. So I just clicked an Armored Core song, chat, an Armored Core 3 song, and it, instead of starting an Armored Core 3 song, it brought up that fucking anime High School DxD, and it's some like song from that. So we're not gonna be listening to that. I don't know why it did that, but it did. That's not Armored Core, by the way. Fucking, YouTube is all kinds of messed up right now. I don't even know. Alright, can Mori do fucking things now? Okay, Herc, I'm gonna need you to not die to the NP, please. The Spriggan OST is another hidden FromSoft banger. I'll have to check that out. I will say though, yeah, actually, I was about to say what someone in my chat just said. I have not heard the DxD or soundtrack, but there are plenty, I mean plenty of anime that are not anime that I'd be interested in, but they actually have really good soundtracks. And I make a real point to not be biased like that. You know, if good music's good music, it doesn't matter if it comes from a game I don't like or whatever. That's actually something I'll do when I'm like playing a video game on my own time, is I'll just listen to a soundtrack from an anime or something, right, that I wouldn't, like I'll specifically target things that I wouldn't watch, because the stuff I would watch or play, I'm gonna hear the soundtracks of, right? And I have found plenty of good music from games and shit like that I wouldn't normally be interested in. So yeah, I don't hold it against the composers just because I don't like whatever the fuck it's from. Like, it's childish to be that way. Anyway, I don't care. Like, people get mad about like fan service or whatever. I don't give a shit. You know, it doesn't really appeal to me. It's not the kind of show I'm gonna be interested in. But like, I don't care. Doesn't kill nobody. Guys, did you know that most men like attractive women and most women like attractive men? Did you know that? Crazy that some people might actually like that kind of thing. It's like Love in Deep Space being so astronomically successful is not actually surprising. I'm gonna need proof. Hi, Zol. You were the first Grand we summoned, by the way. You're Spartacus. Let's see how Arjuna does. I don't even know why I'm talking with this music playing. I'm not really necessary here. Caligula OSTs by a relative newcomer. Well, they did a damn good job. I just like how the head of Frequency has zero, like, formal music training, and he makes my favorite music on planet Earth. Which is kind of funny. Chat, this sounds so mean. I don't intend this in a mean way, but it definitely sounds mean. The best thing that ever happened to FromSoft music was that one lady they kept using quitting. Like, it's not, her music's not even bad. It's not. It's just kind of samey, and I don't think it's as good. It is good. Like, I mean, she made like Twin Prince's theme, I'm pretty sure, and love that song. But it's just not as like good as I think like Frequency stuff, and they use Frequency a lot less because of her, which I don't even understand. But you know, now they're using Frequency a lot again, and some of these other composers, and I think the music has improved. And again, I don't think it was bad. I do not think the music was bad before, and I wish, like, you know, her no ill will, and I hope she makes lots of awesome music, and I'm sure she will. It's just, I think the variety went down. And again, I honestly, like, some of her music really is fucking incredible, like, so good. But I do think it was good for FromSoft to kind of have to go back to Frequency and also bring in new people and just mix things up. I think it's just been better overall because of that. But yeah, I know that sounds like an asshole thing to say, but I do not mean it that way. Like, I think their music is perfectly fine. So it depends. So like, there are certain songs on DS3 that I love to death, like, you know, Twin Prince, Pontiff. Although she didn't do every single song on DS3, although she did do a lot of them, and I think she was like the head composer, so she had a lot of influence over like the direction of it. I know a few of the songs were done by different people. I think like the Frequency guy did one and shit like that. But yeah, Dark Souls 3's got like Udik Skundir, Pontiff, Twin Princes. I mean, it's so good, so good. But I wouldn't. It's hard. I think my favorites. I mean, my favorite soundtracks are obviously Armored Cores. They're just, I mean, that's next level for me. Like, holy fuck. But Night Rain right here is just so good. Every new song in Night Rain I just think is so good, and it's so unique and it's so fitting. Oh yeah, Vort's theme is really good. Yeah, for real. It fits Vort very well, right? Very memorable. Oh yeah, Beast Watchers. Yep, Beast Watchers is good. Like, I mean, Dark Souls 3 soundtrack is great, but it is kind of samey, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But it's just like, if you look at the songs she did for Elden Ring and stuff, it is kind of the same style. And I get nothing wrong with that, with having your own style. But it's like, I want FromSoft to have more than that, right? And it would be nice if they could still work with her sometimes, because I think sometimes that style is perfect, right? I think sometimes that style is exactly what you want. But sometimes you do want stuff like Caligula's theme, and so on and so forth, right? And also, the fact that they weren't using Frequency didn't even make sense to me, because Frequency is part of FromSoft, right? They are FromSoft's band, right? And they didn't fire them or anything, right? So it was just weird that they had them and they just weren't using them. Like, it's crazy. But yeah, hopefully we'll get more of them now. Because I'll say this, like, the Frequency has always been better at variety, in my opinion, because they don't just do that typical Armored Core style. I mean, they did the music of, like, Lost Kingdoms and all that kind of stuff. Right, like they got some pretty sick variety. Also, Demon Souls soundtrack is really good. The original. I don't really care for the remake, but like Made in Astraea's theme, the One Who Craves Souls, all that stuff is just so fucking good. Makes me so sad because very few people have played the original Demon Souls, and a few people have played Demon Souls at all, because it's still the least played game in the series. Actually, Bloodborne might be, but Demon Souls is pretty low on the sales, both versions. But most of the people that have played it have only played the remake, which redid the soundtrack, and I don't think they did a very good job, so unfortunate. Double Penth. Yeah, the remake, not only did they change the music, it's like the music's similar, but I mean, it's, if you listen to like the remixes, some of them are incredibly different. Like the vibe is just totally different. And they also moved music around, and they really fucked up with some of that. It's actually, some of it is so dumb, it's like you can just tell the people in charge had no idea what they were doing. Like they didn't understand Demon Souls. So like, this is so dumb. So there's a zone in Demon Souls, it's a dungeon, right? Like a literal dungeon. It's not like a, I don't mean like a maze, it's like actually a prison. And in the original game, when you spawn in, it's totally silent. You can hear like bugs, like crickets or whatever, faintly, and you can hear like bells of these like creepy mobs. But it's totally silent. And then as you work through it, you'll start hearing this like haunting singing from this one prisoner, right? But you don't hear it for a while, and then when you hear it, it helps you find her, and then you'll hear it a while when you leave, but then you don't hear it anymore, right? And it's that the whole thing is like being silent, but in that part, it's very atmospheric, right? And then in the fucking remake, they have music through the whole stage, and instead of that lady's haunting singing, that's like literally just her singing, they take the credits music, which is like, really like in big and, dramatic and everything, and they just play the credits music throughout the entire zone. It's like, what are you doing? And then you don't, like, you can't use the music of like that lady singing as a reference point to find her, right? It doesn't cue you off, right? In the original game, it's like it's silent, 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 then all of a sudden you hear singing, right? Now it's just, there's the finale music through the entire zone. It's just crazy stupid. And like Made in Astraea's theme, they try to make it all like bombastic and operatic when it's like this really like sad, somber song. It's just so messed up. I do like the Penetrator armor. Penetrator's super cool, but even that I think they messed up, because in the original, Penetrator's armor is like, silver and purple and very sleek and knightly, and then in the remake it's like Diablo armor. It's just like, the fuck? Like, that remake really annoys me. Just like, graphics are great, animations are great, but like, everything artistic, every artistic decision they made, I think was so bad, and like they just did not understand the source material. And when you listen to like the interviews of them talking about it, it's so obvious they didn't understand the source material. And it's so unfair to Miyazaki, right? He put so much effort into that game. It doesn't deserve to be like vandalized like that. But you know, Sony, what are you gonna do? Yeah, I know, and like the neck is all exposed. It looks so, they really messed up his armor. It looks so like Diablo-like. For real though, regular Penetrator's armor, right, from the original game, design-wise, never mind texture quality and all that, but like the design of Penetrator's armor and the design of Tower Knight's armor is still some of my absolute favorite. Oh fuck, I need to bring an actual team. He has a lot of health now. Whoops! Why do I keep doing this? But yeah, those two armor sets are some of my favorites in the series, and I'm really sad that we never get them in anything. I would kill for us to have that in Night Rain, but IP rights, so not gonna happen. I'm gonna get so wrecked here. Time for a CS. We might still lose though. This is pretty rough. Yeah, I did not realize we were this far into the event, so I did not bring a good team. Well, good luck, Mori. They don't like one-to-one reuse Tower Knight's shield, but they, you know, make stuff that looks similar to it for sure. Yeah, a lot of the remake actually has a very Diablo look about it, which is kind of odd. Okay, at least Mori slapped pretty hard there. But he's probably gonna kill like everybody in my front row now. I don't know what the hell's even in my back row. Hopefully we got Berserker or something. How about you not kill Penth? Okay, well. Boy, we could have used, boy, these are not it. These are not it. Oh, fuck, we messed up. Fuck, why did I not bring Berserker, damn it? What a thing to say. Oh, boy. Okay, NP be damned. Let's see. Wait, did they really, Beastly? Did they really do that? That's crazy, because they took like so much pride in like the technical side of Blue Point. Yes? That explains a lot, but I'm really confused then. Because, man, that does explain a lot. Ugh. Why is Beowulf 91? Why isn't your Beowulf 91? So there's actually a really good reason for this. And he'll be 92 eventually, but let's see if chat, because I've told chat before, let's see if chat remembers. Let's see, Buster Chain's not terrible. Because Green is 91 years old. Shut the fuck up. Why do I let you guys speak? I should just stream to myself. Just go in private mode. Just talk to the ether. Like you fucking in that. Because we're right, No, that's not the reason. Let's see. I might have to, Man, we really messed up, chat. We might lose. 500k is still a lot. At this point, I should have just, done the 3 CS. Because you're a lazy master. You messed up. I know some people in chat know the answer. Someone half got it. Long story short, I want all of my favorite characters to at least be higher than level 90, so if they're at the top of the list when I'm looking through my units. So like, I don't have 10 million grails, so I'm not grailing every character I like to 100. But like, most of them are already at least 90. Like, most of the 4 stars that I like are at least 90. Like, gave them 2 grails. So I just gave all of them 1 more. So that way they're above just the random bullshit 5 stars that I have that I don't care about. And chat thinks I'm stupid for doing this, but you're stupid. It's one of my favorite things I've ever done, and it makes my life so much simpler, and it's nice seeing all your favorites nice and lined up neatly. It's fucking great. And that way also, if someone wants to know who I grailed, I don't have to like scroll down to the level 90s that are mixed in with all the like, you know, 90s I don't care about. Like, it's great. We are all gonna die this turn if I don't kill him now, because he's gonna NP and then attack twice, and no one has guts. I could use that last CS, but I guess we could maybe kill here if we got really lucky crits. We'll just look at Herc's NP and then reset the app here. Oh, close though. Dude, it's slow chicken walk, dude. It really is. Holy hell. They put more effort into that NP than Masashi's for sure. Like that's actually, when you all say that's worthy of a normal, like, playable NP, I don't think they like phoned it in on that one at all. Actually, I would say that's better than a lot of the NPs we've gotten recently, especially because the cut-in actually works. Oh my god. Too bad I don't have any buffs. Oh, that crit. Oh, baby, that saved us. Holy shit, that was so scuffed. That is not how you're supposed to do that stage. Holy fuck. Let me make an actual team now. It was NP permanently skill seals you. That's gonna make the challenge quest pretty hard, I figure. Unless it's different there. I would imagine that CQ does have 12 guts. Oh, there's a reset, damn it. Do I get a CS back? Game. How long is this gonna take? Got no CS for me. How popular is the fruit? And to be clear, I'm not like trying to make an insult here. She's a fruit. That is, they made a heroic spirit out of a fruit for some reason. Do not understand. Oh yeah, they added like Char, Odysseus. I need to farm XP stages at some point to get Mori to 120 during the double XP. Because he's, I've got the coins to get exactly 120, but then I can't get all of his passives, but yeah, I'm out of XP here. I'll get I have a lot of farming to do. But I want to play Night Rain. It's so good. Oh, didn't Arc Knights do something today too? She's a literal Who unit who's going to get forgotten like 2 weeks after her event ends. Yeah, probably. There's a lot like that. The event units are a lot more forgettable normally, and they don't do enough with their character and stuff. There's a few exceptions. There's been some like flavor of the month units that have been popular. So chat, I've definitely noticed this, and I think the demographic is why. And I think this is where the like legend of male characters don't sell comes from, which is false, right? Because you look at like a lot of the sales, the male characters actually do insanely well. They're some of the actual top, absolute top sellers, right? Like Achilles did really well. What's his name? Oberyn, you know, Gilgamesh. There's lots of male characters that do really well. But when they want to do like a frivolous, shallow character, and by shallow I don't necessarily mean they don't put effort into the design and stuff, but it's like they're not really in the main story. They don't have like you know, they don't have really any major characterization and stuff. It's just kind of like a filler event. Then they always go with a lady, right? Like that always. You know, male characters do really well, but the male characters are normally tied to, and women characters are tied to this as well, but like male characters are almost exclusively tied to like a main story, or they're coming from an anime, a book, a game, or they have like screen time and they you know, do something badass or cool or relatable, whatever the fuck it is, right? And so yeah, when they want to do something, just hey, just throw out a character and not really explain nothing, then it's always a lady, like pretty much always. But yeah, ultimately it's true. Personality actually does sell the best, generally speaking. It doesn't have to necessarily be personality in that sense, though. It can be just like their actions, their history and stuff. Like a lot of male characters sell off of just being like badass. That's not exactly a personality trait, but it's like it is more than the character design, right? The stuff that does super well has a good character design, right? But then the character also has screen time and does or says cool things, right? And that's really what sells. And that's kind of like what people have missed when they're making fun of you know, attractive characters. Like attractive characters just grab people's attention. To keep people's attention, that the character has to be good, right? Or the gameplay has to be good, or the story has to be good, or whatever it is, right? Depends on like what you're making. But yeah, it's like that's like a lot of devs get that wrong too, actually, I would say. All right, let's try to make a real team. I just like to say Carla from Armored Core is quite popular, and you never even see what she looks like. That's the worst thing about ending 2 of Armored Core 6, by the way, is Carla saves your life and you instantly portray her. You just instantly turn around, and that shit's fucked up. That really makes ending 2 hard. She did not deserve that. I really have come around to ending 1. I actually think ending 1 is probably the best ending. Like, when you really think about it, Coral really is messed up and is a massive threat to humanity and is not, you know, Coral itself is pretty immoral. I still don't know what, the gameplay of Love and Deep Space is. I have no idea. It might be good. I don't know. I know Chetty has it so rough, dude, in every ending. Just an AI trying to figure the world out, man. I mean, the best carry is Castoria, really. God, Juna's pretty good, too, though. I like getting Beowulf Bond, but I think Berserker is definitely the way to go here. Well, how much team cost do I got? Tricky thing is she needs a CE. I could do that. Like, his NP's nice, but I don't have to have it. Oh, there are so many Morgans. Oh, no. No. There are so many Morgans. The reason you're not seeing them is because that's my friends list. I don't add a lot of people that like Morgan. That's not even by intentional. It's just that that's my personality, right? It just doesn't sync up. We literally checked and we scrolled down and refreshed a bunch of times to people that aren't on my friends list, and it was a lot of Morgan. It was Morgan, Lilith, and Castoria, Berserker Castoria. It was like all that, and Morgan was definitely number one. No question. So like the weekly anime girls, I don't really like. I'm sure like one or two of them has turned out to be fine, but like, you know, obviously I'm not really about that. But I don't really care as long as they don't let that pull away from the main story chapters and like the serious characters when they're actually doing real stuff. And I think they've been doing worse with the real stuff. But I don't think it's because of the, you know, anime waifu 999. I think it's just because of, like, the way they're developing the game, how small of a team that they have, and Nasu being a hack and all that. I think that's really the problem. Because some people like, you know, the anime waifu 999, and it's like, you know, they just really like the character, and good for them. It doesn't offend me, right? Like, that doesn't bother me, but it's not really, you know, my shtick. I would rather we get serious stuff. That's what I like. I like the serious stuff, right? I like the major stuff. I like the, but you know, in the meantime, if they do filler, it's like whatever. I can ignore it. Okay, so more damage at the start, or the thing is, he can't NP turn 1 unless I do Black Grail. Oh wait, I have excuse me, I have Nightingale. Okay, what the hell am I bringing then? I gotta figure out what the best combination of things is here. What's her NP do again? I know it's like NP seal and all that. I haven't used her in so long, dude. Nightingale, F-Go. I know it heals, it doesn't do damage. I don't remember if it does anything else that'd be useful. Like, I know what it does lore-wise, but I don't remember what the hell it does gameplay-wise. Yeah, NP damage down. It does reduce attack. Okay, only for 1 turn, though. Yeah, removes debuffs. Okay, there's our Bond CEs, but, like, I really want her to have starting NP. Oh, yeah, the designs frequently look like seasonal anime stuff. Like VTuber designs, very frequently. Yeah, I mean, I don't like those designs. I'm not offended by them, but I don't like them. They do not appeal to me. But as long as they still make serious stuff that does appeal to me, then I can give it a pass. But they have been doing a lot less of that. I'm offended you don't like them. Some people are like that. There's a lot of people in the FGO community that are like that about me. This is what it is. What to do, what to do. I guess this account actually doesn't really need the bond. And this is only 5% if it's not on from the friends list. I don't know why I'm caring so much. The bond is for the ult account. Okay. Like, obviously getting Moribond is fine, but, There's no way Nightingale has a lot of bond, yeah. Not much of a farming unit. I'm offended because I don't like old people. Well, you'll be one someday. I don't know why people keep asking me about Honkai Star Rail. Do you guys think I play Honkai Star Rail? Like, I did like the day one content of Honkai Star Rail, right? Like the Snow Planet and all that, but that game just turned into Epic 7 real fast with a lot of talking. I've not looked at that game in a crazy long time. Now here's some good fucking music. Oh, they added coup. That explains a few things. Got casual tire before F go. God damn it. How did I get so little in P? What? Well, that's not good. That's all my damage, too. Holy fuck, we might be dead. Yeah, like, Mori has... I need to just give him, 15% attack, 50% starting MP. I'm old, man. Golden Sumo, that's the one. Look, I'm listening to the music. She can remove his defense downs? What the hell? That doesn't normally work. How'd she do that? What the hell? Most stuff that removes defense downs does not work. Huh, I'm really surprised by this. Most people aren't Nightingale, yeah, apparently. We are in so much trouble, dude. The not being able to NP with the buffs is gonna really get me fucked. Why you gotta crit me? Oh, he drains NP. What an asshole. That song is some 10 out of 10 shit. Damn it, dude. I could finally NP and it's just like, nope. Wow, we might lose. That last song was Takes Me Anywhere by Frequency. Armored, just look at Armored Core, Takes Me Anywhere. Every song we've been listening to for like the last 30 minutes has been made by them. You think these will be playable? Probably not. Which is, I know it sucks because they're awesome. Like, I think Masashi should, if you make her grand, if you make Masashi your grand, you should, in the profile section where you can change mash, like mash's NP and stage and all that, you should be able to change Masashi's NP to the grand one at least. Like, at least, right? Like, you don't have to have all the other stuff, but you should at least be able to do that. And then this should just be playable. Like, this whole thing, you have to add a few new animations and stuff, but... And, like, even if, like, the attacks are a bit more basic and stuff, who cares? Like, Matahari's playable. You can't make this playable? Matahari's over there with, you know, fucking caster balls, doing the exact same hand gesture for every animation in her kit. Good job, guys. But this? No. Can't have that. We're about to get, NP'd. Berserker, would you like to crit? So yeah, Black Grail, not it unless we have battery for Mori. Yeah, make them a skin or something. Like, I don't know, I just think it's such a waste, man. Especially because Herc's NP is just awesome. Like, come on. Some people don't like Masashi's because it was a bit, you know, more basic, but I don't care. I think it looked great. Not everything has to be fancy. Now, sure, sometimes when things are, like, lazy, it looks bad and it doesn't work, but I think Masashi's AoE NP worked fine. I think it was cool. I mean, I think Herc's is better, but, like, they're both really sick. Ooh, boy. I think the chain is probably better than the one Gajuna card. I don't know, he's 120 in a grand, actually. His one card probably was better. Don't proc the guts before you kill Berserker. That will run everything. Okay, should be fine. I think he can do 262, although we're out of buffs. Okay, we need more armored core music. Like, everything we've listened to is frequency, so we're just gonna keep that ball rolling here. This one's a classic. Alright, 260, if we get the crit, I might need to do that rainbow chain. Oh, he got it. Feels good. That extra was probably, yeah, okay, that extra was huge. Dude, my Ku's extra attacks when he's a grand are gonna shake the fucking earth. Because he's got the passive for extra attack up. He's got the skill tree for extra attack up. And then he's gonna have the extra attack up from the grand skill tree. It's gonna be insane, dude. No, that was the original version of Overture from Armored Core 4. Berlioz whooping some ass song. Let's see. I like that BBB right there. Do we get Buster with Guts with this one right here? Because that's going to make Herc even better. Cooldown one's always good. No. Well, why you gotta be a party pooper, huh? We'll get the BBB one. Lion King is a really cool Grand Lancer. She should get her fucking skin, dude. They even made all of its animations in the NP sprite. 90% damage resist till then turn when Guts procs. Do you mean like the turn, the Guts procs? It's pretty good. 90% though is probably not enough for like Herc to live because he only gets 500 HP. But there are some Guts that will be like super strong on. Every party needs a pooper, that's why he invited you. The classic. I liked mine better. Okay, not a fan, but very good carry here. Although I'm pretty sure we can do this a lot smoother if I just make better decisions here. Probably should give him a starting CE. She can be used at any time. I should probably save these, like for Mordred or something. Like I don't really need Bond. I mean, Mori Bond is nice, but it's not that big of a deal. Lupu seriously needs to buff a buff, or 2 buffs really. See, now I've got plenty of starting NP. I don't remember if this is team-wide. It's not. I mean, her NPing is fine. Alright, that ought to be a good bit better. No Black Grail sucks, though. Although, can he use Black Grail with her? I think he'd be 10% short. But it's such a huge damage increase. It's so broken. It's so broken. I think it's because of her anti-damage. It's outrageous, dude. She's getting 2 niches here, I think. Lots of people are gonna pick her, even if they don't keep her permanently, just because she's so broken for this. I'm sure a 120 Pinth, though, would absolutely melt this. Like, her damage mod is massive against male Greek. Like, if she's NP5 and all that good stuff. Surely we can just kill with this. Oh, she's her Bond C even. So she doesn't even need the starting NP? Disgusting. Now you lose too much damage. Because all the damage you're getting from Black Grail, you're just losing. Because the Buster Up is larger than most buffs, so then you lose the stars. It's not worth it at all. Well, you have to do this stage a bunch to unlock the boss fight. Yeah, wow, she's not even using her her thing. %70 self battery, yeah, then you get the 20. Blood Axe actually isn't horrible here, because it gives you a defense and attack buff, essentially. And he's cheaper than Nightingale. Nightingale is a bigger damage buff, though. I mean, this works pretty good. The 20 crit stars are the only way we're going to get any reliable crits going, and our crits are actually pretty big. I'm sure someone's done Grand Salami. Not lawful good, though. If it was, that would help a lot. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Everything just lines up perfect for her in this stage. Like the enemy being both niches, the amount of battery, and everything is just like exactly what you want with the Grand system. Disgusting, I say. I tell you though, God Juna is really impressive because he's doing pretty damn high damage and he's AoE, and I have a feeling we're gonna have reasons to want AoE Grands later. So wait a minute, chat. When I use Ku, I obviously want to buff him as much as possible. I'm trying to think what Lancers I've got that can buff people. I mean, there's Percival. Regular Romulus, but it's not that good. Oh yeah, Scath, of course. And that's so thematic, and she gives battery too. That's gonna be perfect. Yeah, holy hell, I am 100% farming with Scath and Ku. And the enemy might have Divinity, so then she'll get some good shit too. Yeah, holy fuck, that's perfect. You would think I have Kiyohime Summer. Don't be silly. Crit's probably worth. Could be pretty big damage there. Damn, that was big damage. What the hell? Didn't this just play? Excuse me. Am I crazy? I don't know, this song's good, whatever. Oh yeah, Enkidu, oh my god. Oh my god, Enkidu. Because he's a 50% battery, and you have a passive, so you basically have 70% battery. Holy hell, he's gonna murder everything. And if the enemy has Divinity, just get out of here. Or if they're a threat to humanity, oh jeez, dude. Yeah, Percival will be nice. Let me look at my Lancers here, but yeah, holy hell. Yeah, maybe we do Percival, Ku, Scath, or something like that. We'll see. Bullet. Speaking of Bullet, she's getting added to the BlazBlue roguelike soon. We'll stream that. Love that game. Lost, why can't Night Rain do the roguelike elements as well as the BlazBlue one? Like, everything roguelike related is so much better in BlazBlue. I love Night Rain so much, but god, they're bad at making a roguelike. I keep asking that. I know, it's like, the game is so good, but they're so bad at the roguelike elements. Like, actual garbage. Okay, there's Canis, but no buffs for the team. Man, Grand Canis would be awesome, but Zaw's got her back. I don't even have to ask. I know Zaw is gonna have a Grand Canis ready to go. Right, 120, all the works. Mari, Anning, oh god. Alright, so we got obviously Q. Okay, Percival's a 20% damage buff, and then you get the taunt and the heal and the invulnerability. So if it's hard, there's a lot of reasons you'd want to use Percival. She doesn't have any team support. He does. Enkidu does team support by doing a lot of damage himself. Okay, obviously Scath. There is a way to search by Lancer, but good luck. I mean, just good fucking luck. Oh yeah, we've got like Valkyrie in them. I don't think that would be anything too important though. We got them. Good old Proto Coup. Need to grail him to 92. So, I mean, it looks like Percival Coup Scav. I mean, and that's so much better than my Berserker lineup. Not even close. It's so much stronger. I'm telling you though, they're going to give the enemy Grand Lancer Pierce Invulnerability because there are so, or at least Surehit, there are just so many Lancers with evade. Like, I mean, just so many. It is so common on Lancers, so I'm pretty sure they're going to do that. FGO, if they did a roguelike like Arc Knights with that level of effort, it would be amazing. It would actually be so good. But there's no world they're going to do a roguelike as good as Arc Knights. They're going to be lazy, and it's going to be a roguelike on the level of Limbus Company. Right? That's what we're going to get if they ever do it, and it's just going to suck. Like, there's just no way. There's no... Because it took Arc Knights, they said, 1.5 years to develop their roguelike. And it shows because it's good, right? It's very good. But there's... Look at the way FGO handles everything. There is no world where they work on something for 1.5 years, right? They just pump shit out, and they have a tiny development team. I think Arc Knights has more developers that work on Arc Knights than FGO does. And FGO has more money and a bigger publisher, right? Like, imagine that, chat. Like, FGO has access to 2 publishers, and one is the largest publisher on planet Earth, and they've generated some of the highest revenue of a video game, and they have less developers than most video games ever made. They have a tiny development team. It's tiny. It's like 8 guys off memory. It's like super small. It's just fucking stupid. So like, there's no world where because I think what Arc Knights did is they set several developers aside and had them just work on the roguelike for like 1.5 years, and they're just FGO can't do that because they're dumb. Just terribly run company. Yeah, look at Grailfront. You know, it's so shallow. That's the kind of crap you're gonna get. Oh, that is why most of the content in FGO is shallow, is because their development team is so small, and they're just the way the game is run is just very poor, like in terms of money, budget, stuff, and development size, and timing, and all that. It's just all wrong. We really should try a Lilith out because there's so many of them, but every Lilith on our friends list doesn't have the CE yet. And look, these 2 aren't on the friends list, and they don't have the CE yet either. Because she's new. Yeah, Lilith and Morgan have been the top picks. They haven't done Grailfront in like 2 years, something like that. That they claimed that they were going to use it more, and like they don't, you know, it was going to be expanded on and stuff, but like it's just garbage, dude. No need to sweat Bonten. Fuck that shit, dude. I don't even, like, fuck it. I don't have Bonten on Blood Axle. He's super close. He's only like 100k away. Want to try something different here, but I also don't want to fail. Yeah, well, 112. Front row, God Juno, let's see how it goes. This is probably better because she buffs both of them and then does damage herself. Yeah, I've done some, let's see. I did one of my 5-star tickets on Tesla, but I think the other one was Mordred to get her MP5. It took me a long time to get Mordred MP5, but eventually did it. Nice. Yeah, if this was team-wide, like Boudica, that'd be crazy. God's unit probably hits the hardest. I don't know, dude, if Pith is level 80 and she's keeping up with everybody. If she was 100 or 120 or any of that, or, you know, the Grand, that she'd be so strong. Ozzy's gonna be insane. Fury, though, I really feel like you're contractually obligated to Grand Medusa because, like, that's the OG Medusa. That's, like, the most important one. Although she will not be good. Well, actually, no, she'll be fine because she got that buff where immobilized targets take more damage. And obviously she has immobilized, so even though she's AoE, she'll still slap. If she's 120 and all that good stuff, her NP is still gonna hit pretty hard. I mean, Ozzy will hit harder, I'm sure, because it's Ozzy, but seriously, I want to use a 120 10th and see how it does. Yeah, buffing Ozzy the first time was understandable. I don't know why the hell they buffed him the second time. That was super strange. OP as fuck. Okay, that Store Absorb did not work out. I don't know why I didn't cast that last turn. He's got no crit buff, so Mori's probably gonna hit harder with the crits. 90% crit though. I don't know, that was pretty good. I'll give us defense down too though, that's nice. Wait, why can't you Grail Ozzy? Like, why couldn't you Grail Ozzy regardless if he's Grand or not? I feel like I'm missing a step here. Get lucky forehead. Just a crit, please. Either one. There you go. Oh, Grand. For me, it'll be Grand Ushi. I'm sure she'll do well. She's got an upgraded NP. Good at attack spread. Attack up, quick up. Should not be a problem. I'm super excited for Grand Rider. I've got something ready to go that I'm pretty hyped for. I've said what it is before. I've kept it on the download since then, but I'm sure some people know what I'm picking. The ult account, obviously, it's Achilles. That's no surprise. All right, how far along are we here? Kintoki. I'm sure he'll do well. I'm sure we'll see plenty of that. Let's see. Wonder what that does. Little extra attack hype, not bad. You don't have to wait for Perseus. Just don't use all your respecs. Just save one respec for him if he gets added. Because you get 5 respecs, and you know, hell, they might even make Perseus a different class for some dumb reason. So, but you should grant something and then just swap it. Cinderella Liz. Yikes. Who's up next though? Obviously excited for that. It's the most predictable. Like, no, there's no world where you know, anyone's surprised at what Lancer I'm picking. Like, I can't post a YouTube video like, guess what Lancer I picked, right? There's no way. I might make a video, if there's some content that I could make a good video out of, I might make a Canis video where it's like, not the Grand Lancer, but yeah, obviously, Ku. Like, Canis is fucking strong, man. I wonder if they're farming right now. Very good bond available at the minute. Any big pence? Yeah, that's a hell of a herc right there. I think the odds of getting a 120 pent. I think we did see one grand pent, and I should have summoned it. I messed up. Because you only get like a few non-friends. Oh wow, look at that though. That's where we need George to turn the enemy into a dragon, and he's using the CE effect. That'll be cool when we're not fighting this stage specifically. Wait, pinned at the top? Wait, am I blind? Oh, excuse me. Not 120, but 102. We take what we can get. I wasn't even looking at my regular friends because I just kind of figured that wouldn't be on there. All right, maybe double buff. Man, I need more Armored Core in my life. Chat, can we have a Night Rain for Armored Core 6? And you reuse assets from Armored Core 4 and for answer? Holy fuck, can we have that? That would, oh my god, having a high replay value Armored Core with, oh baby, I would love that. And dude, you got your custom emblems and all that. Oh my god, I would play that forever, dude. Like, I'm already getting so much out of Night Rain. But if there's something I like more than Souls, it's definitely Armored Core. Gonna run out of coins. Oof, feels bad. I hate to see it. And we always see it. Just, we see out of coins all of the... I'm about to be out of coins with Mori, so... Very common occurrence. You know what? Let's see. She got a buzz. Oh, it's already 100% crit, though. All right, go get him. I highly, the more you like Fate, the more you should skip playing FGO. You should only play it when there's like the grand event or main story drops. You know, if you got an established account, fuck them. You don't need to play maintenance. Right, you're fine. Your account's strong enough. Don't worry about it. Like, just play when the, you know, actual good shit is out. Do not... There's no reason to play this game casually anymore. Wow, you're just gonna delete my, other... Wait. Fuck. That was the good pent, I just realized. I just buff stacked the small pent. Oh my god, we fucked up, chat. I was wondering why the damage was just like, meh. But yeah, I just blew all of our buffs on the small pent, not the big one. In my defense, she didn't have her NP yet, but if I gave her guts, she'd be guaranteed to get it, which I'm pretty sure was the idea. Oops! You know, I think we just take the 40 AP hit on that one, because that's gonna be a very long run, and I have so much AP, I don't actually care that much. Because we screwed that one up. I should use my 3 daily capsules, but I forget all of the time. I should do that. But I'm normally like going outside and doing real life things, or doing things with my friends, or playing Night Rain, or whatever. So it just doesn't, I'm like, I just don't care enough. Like, when FGO does cool shit, I'm happy to play it, right? Like, it's awesome seeing Herc's new NP here and all that, and like, I'm excited for the finale. Like, I absolutely want to play the finale. Oh god, Grand Fuji, no. Why? Look, every other game, the support list stays the same until you reset it or you beat the stage. But this game, no. Gotta be a pain in the ass about everything. Looks like Max hasn't picked one yet. I'm guessing they're gonna go Asterios, but I'm not sure. Thankfully, Asterios support is really good here. Summon a friend damage dealer, use Asterios for support, and he throws out pretty big normal card damage, especially if he's grailed up and all that good stuff. Okay, who killed the Penth? Oh man. Another 10 out of 10 song. Atalante will be really awesome, actually. I think she'll be very good at it. I think she's a really good Grand. And you just get that, all the quick stuff in the skill tree, and you're good to go. What class is after Zerk? Lancer. Alright. Don't drain my NP, bro. I should probably use that card. Have some excess. I think Berserker is going to be my weakest class, just because Mori doesn't really work in this context very well. You need units like Qin Gong and all that. I think my rest of my classes should be all right. Although Caster is going to be awkward as hell. Caster is going to be awkward for a lot of people. Okay, at least he didn't one tap. Although we had guts. Is this a buffer? Nope, that was a mistake. No cards? I guess the art crit wouldn't be terrible. Oh boy, using Baldy's probably going to be really tough here, but best of luck. The skill tree does not favor him. 1.7, that's pretty good. That's actually really good. That's higher than most of what people we've seen. And she's actually not as buffed as a lot of people we've seen because we're not 120. Yeah, 120, she's gonna do well over 2 million. That's very good. Damn it, he knows the threat. That's fucked up. He lasered her, dude. 20 drain? Yikes. She never got to crit, man. It's got deleted. Still got 1 million to go. Glad Zerker's probably fine. He's pretty good in ST fights. Zerker's been a pretty nice backup. does a pretty reliable amount of damage. I really wish we could NP. Awkward turn. Well, at least we get a bunch of burn. I mean, for being a vanilla 80, pretty solid. You're not gonna hit Jerker once with the evade we've got? Free NP gain, man. Oh man. Final boss music from Armored Core 4. One of my favorite final bosses. Not quite. He should not be able to kill all three of us. He doesn't have armor ignore in this one. Okay, yeah, we're good. Boy, we cut this a lot closer than I would have liked. Bloodborne on PC or Elden Ring 2? Like, what's happening first? Elden Ring 2. Bro, we're not getting anything Bloodborne until maybe PlayStation 6, which I don't think they have a lot of reason to make right now. So, like, believe me, I want Bloodborne on PC, but that is not happening. I tried playing that game at 30 frames per second, and I absolutely hated it. I'm kind of, dude, I don't know if I'm gonna love Bloodborne no matter what, though. I do not like the hub structure, like that meaning loading screens, and like it has fun consumables, but you have to go through 2 loading screens and then run into the house and open up the chest every time you want to refresh your consumables. It's just dumb. Like I have very low tolerance for that kind of bullshit, and like Bloodborne is full of that kind of obnoxious, tedious bullshit. Yeah, it's more archaic than Demon Souls, right? It's like a step back from Demon Souls. Like, what the hell? I'm actually confused. If Beasley's here, I really want his opinion on this, because I don't understand. So Demon Souls was pretty, like, archaic, right? And then Dark Souls kept the core of it, but then modernized a lot of it. And then they made Bloodborne, and they went back, like, even more archaic than Demon Souls. It was like, what? And then they like super modernized with Dark Souls 3 and on. Like I think Bloodborne, they kind of learned their lesson that it doesn't work. That kind of design. I do not want a Bloodborne remake, because that would probably be made by Bluepoint and it would be garbage, just like the Demon Souls remake. So yeah, please don't do that. Unless FromSoft does it. Although, historically, FromSoft hasn't put much effort into their remakes. So I don't know if they'd fix some of that stuff. The Sony Japan side of things. I would think they would want the opposite, honestly. It's hard to say, I guess. Maybe someone on that team, though, just really likes that old school bullshit. Elden Ring remake win. Elden Ring definitely is going to age the best out of the lot. I mean, I don't like the boss design, but regardless of that, the quality of life and all that, it's definitely going to age the best. And I never had to farm blood vials. I always got them naturally, like more than I needed to use them. But the more you're struggling with the game, the more you're going to have to do that. And that's backwards. That's super backwards. Like, it should be like... It's just weird, like they've always had that issue with Souls games where the better you are at it, the easier the games become. And then the worse at them, the harder the games become. Like if you die a lot, you lose your souls and you get HP punishes and all that. So like if you're bad, it gets even harder. And if you're good, it gets easier. Because if you're good, you're not losing your HP, your max HP, and you're getting more souls because you're not losing them. And so you're leveling up more. It's very weird. Dark Souls 3 ages kind of well. I mean, gameplay's aged well, but it's got some issues like, you know, it's not optimized as well as it could be. It is R1 Souls. I love Dark Souls 3 to death, but it is R1 Souls, and I don't think that part of it I don't think ages well. Yeah, World Tendency is dumb. Cool idea, but it's actually trash. Gotta be something better I can do in an opener here. Well, let's see if she can get, like, good crits off this time. She didn't get to do that last time. I want, like, Dark Souls 3 design with a lot of the improvements of Elden Ring, like, you know, jump attacks and R2s being good and all that. But, I mean, and the thing is, that's Night Rain. That's why I like Night Rain so much, because the Night Lords are that. They are Dark Souls 3 design with the modern stuff of Elden Ring, and then the super sprint and all that, which feels amazing. And I love the Night Lords of of Night Rain. They're the best. Yeah, Ashes of War are a great idea, but they were implemented a lot better in Elden Ring than they were in Dark Souls 3. They're undertuned in Dark Souls 3. Like, they're slower than an R1, and their damage isn't really any better. So you're better off doing 2 R1s opposed to doing like 1 Ash of War. But the idea was there, right? Even though it was implemented badly, but the idea is very good. And there's a couple of weapons that have good Ashes of War, but. Speculation, since the 2 Japanese studio partnered games are the most obtuse. I mean, Beastly's not wrong. They definitely are. Okay, there's a Buster card. Maybe take it while you got it. You get plus 20% crit because of the other pin. If I do the rainbow chain anyway. Well, then she might die, which, boy, that would suck. That better be a 3-turn Buster Up. Oh yeah, that makes 20 stars. Okay, that'll do. No Buster Up though. Good Buster chain. Oh, you can customize them. I like both. You know, there's the intent, because customization's great. It really is. But intent is good too, because customization can result in there being like a clear meta, and like this Ash of War is better than all of them, and you can put it on any weapon, so you just always use that. You have issues like that, where when it's part of the weapon, then it's kind of just like an extra R1, because you have your R1 and your R2, your running attack, your rolling attack. You know, those you don't get to customize. And then the Ash of War is also not customizable, so it's just part of the moveset. So then it's like, okay, this Ash of War is mid, but this running attack's good, and then this is good. So it's a bit more like interesting, especially for PvP. But I like being able to customize it too. Okay, hold up, let's see. So she didn't get a Buster card again, and the other Pinth got all 3 of them. Why can't I want to sync up the Buster up with her regular Busters, but the game is not having it. Theoretically, I shouldn't need that guts yet. And we get another attack down, so seems good. Oh yeah, dying in the Nexus. Yep, that's a classic. Personally, the dying aspect of the world tendency is not a big deal because Demon Souls is really easy, so it's kind of easy to not die, to be honest. But yeah, you can just die in the Nexus and not worry about it. And you're supposed to do the multiplayer stuff to affect your world tendency, but as time goes on, you know, the multiplayer stuff dies off. And it's just awkward. Everything about it's awkward. I'd rather have the events just happen naturally. Beastly, explain this to me. So, pure black world tendency, which is very hard to obtain and play through like the whole game that way. It's very difficult to do that. It's a pain in the ass to do that. Super annoying. But it's like a hidden hard mode to the game. You have very key black Phantom enemies placed in certain locations on the stage to make it harder, right? And then you have Gravelord, which is like so good. If you use the Gravelord mod, where your own world is Gravelorded all the time, it makes Dark Souls 1 really interesting. Like the Gravelord placements are great, but also very difficult to do. So Demon Souls and Dark Souls have a super hidden hard mode that's very difficult to play. And then they've never done it again. Why? Because the later games make things less obtuse and obnoxious and like having to do like stupid stuff for hours to do the one thing you actually want to do, but then they don't have it. So Demon Souls has a hidden hard mode, Dark Souls has a hidden hard mode, and then all the other games they're just like, nah. I don't get it. They put effort into Demon Souls and Dark Souls for a feature that no one would ever see. And then in Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3 and all that, they just don't even have the feature. It's stupid. And those games you'd actually get to see it. Yeah, the Gravelord mod is awesome. I love it. I got to play it one time and it was super fun. The Champions Covenant is a good idea because it is like a Gravelord mod, but if I remember correctly, it didn't add Black Phantoms, it just made the enemies tougher, which is cool, but I just hate that the Gravelording Covenant was never expanded on. It's the best idea they ever had, and they like don't seem to see it. Actually, the Rat Bro Covenant was a good idea. I tell you, that was a really good idea. They need it seems to be changed a lot. Like, first off, the creator of the world should not be able to like join the fight until really late into the world, or even at the end as like a boss. But they should have more control over the customization of the stage, and they should be able to watch the their victim play through the level, right? That they should have a lot of control over, and then they get to be the fight at the end. That'd be great. And they should have, and while they're waiting, they should be able to like activate traps and stuff, like and like because the player's controlling it, you can have unique timing and stuff. Yeah, I know New Game Plus adds Phantom enemies, but not that many. Really, not that many. And they're not as good as the Gravelord mob placements. Like, definitely not. It is nice that they did that, though. I have no idea why it's the only game that's ever done anything with New Game Plus. I didn't do the Buster Up? What? I obviously should have done it with the NP. Well, fuck it, we're doing it with a crit. Although maybe we're not because our crit chance sucks. Fuck, we've really messed this one up. Mistakes everywhere. Just get lucky, forehead. I could do the rainbow chain, but I think we do Jerker while we got it. The director of Dark Souls 2 also worked on Shadow Tower Abyss, and that game also has New Game Plus exclusive stuff. Okay, well that makes sense then. He gets it. Like, New Game Plus is so much better. I don't think you even need like New Game exclusive loot, because that kind of, I know some people don't like that because they want to be able to get it in the first playthrough. But like exclusive enemies and stuff, that's awesome. Yeah, I feel like if we'd been more optimal, we probably could have won by now. 96%, by the way. Oh yeah, the AK-47, yep. There's lore there, though, don't worry about it. All right, how many points we got? I am glad we're getting bullets. I've used so many of those. Are you guys talking about the Elden Ring movie? Alright, let's see. Wonder what this does. I don't have enough. Why do you need that many? Jesus Christ. They want you to farm so much, dude. Why, by the way, I hate that FGO is obsessed with making you farm outrageous amounts. I think it's so dumb. Like, Arknights is so okay with you, like playing the event for a day or two and being done. And then just, you know, go do something else. FGO thinks they need you to be playing 24/7 to keep your player retention. But it's the other way around. Like, people don't, like, it makes you people not want to play at all. It definitely makes me not want to play at all. I really hope Elden Ring 2 or Dragon Souls, you know, spiritual Elden Ring 2, you know, whatever it is. I really hope they do better with New Game Plus. Also, I've seen, now this is biased because this is more from like people that are vocal on the internet, which is very different than the silent majority. But the vocal minority has been pretty favorable to the boss design of Night Rain. Like, most people have been like, yes, this is what we want for the bosses in the future. I've seen a lot of people saying that. So I'm hoping they let go of the just cheap bullshit that a regular Elden Ring had, because that will make me enjoy the Souls series a lot more again. But regardless of that, I very much want New Game Plus to have, you know, just Black Phantoms in key locations to spice things up. Now, I want New Game Plus to like feel good off the rip, because how it always feels is you go to New Game Plus and then the early game is just so easy that it's just boring. It's so boring and I don't want to play it. And then it gets harder than the base game like very late into the run. And then in like New Game Plus 3 and 4, then it starts getting spicy, but that's too much, man. I want to have the option of New Game Plus. And like, I don't want the enemies to one-shot me. Of course, that doesn't feel good, but I want the enemies to have enough health for me to enjoy my damn moveset. Right, and like care about dodging Tree Sentinel's attacks or whatever. One second, I'm opening a bag and it is not cooperating. There we go, I got it. All right. Okay, there's a Buster card. I don't know why have we had such a hard time getting a Buster card on her NP turn? She has 3 Buster cards. It's not that complicated. Don't click all the buttons. Song's a banger. Oh my god, Beastly, am I losing my Armored Core cred? It's been so long since I played Armored Core 4, I don't remember when this song plays. What is wrong with me? Bro, and I bet you Beastly knows. Beastly is like ridiculous with the trivia for FromSoft games. Holy fuck, I don't... Does it play when you fight the Queen's Lance, maybe? The boat boss? Yeah, making a new character is more fun than New Game Plus. The only thing that's good about New Game Plus is you don't have to collect all the bullshit collectibles anymore, like the flask items and all that. You can just go do the good shit. And if you're a big fan of Lothric and Lorien, you have to New Game Plus. Okay, we at least have a Buster card. Good enough. Let's see that damage. And we get the extra attack. I just got 20k FP. Is that from Castoria? That was really good damage. And we do it again. There's been some events where I've had something outrageously meta, like for the friends list, like Gosh's CE or whatever it is. And sometimes I'll like relog a lot just so you're at the top of the list, just to kind of see how much FP you get. And I've had a few times where I get a pretty outrageous amount. Beastly, do you remember where with Heat from Armored Core 4 of the song, what stage that's used on? I was just saying, I think I'm losing my Armored Core cred because I haven't played the game in so long. I don't remember. I love the song, but I don't remember what stage it plays on. I know what stage it doesn't play on, like a bunch of stages I know it doesn't play on, but my guess is the Queen's Lance, but I don't think I'm right. It's just a YOLO guess. That song is so good, and I'm like, where the fuck does this ever play, though? See Beastly's knowledge. Krimhilda, I want to use her, but he's not a dragon, and I'm not allowed to bring George, so I would use her otherwise. Also, I think this is the one that people are gonna fuck around the least. Like, 'cause I don't think I'm alone in that this is a really fucked up one. Because Berserkers aren't really known to be supports, and you have to bring all Berserkers. Like, I'm definitely having to be more optimal here with my summon than normal. I got to fuck around with the Saber one a lot, but I really can't fuck around with this one much. We'll see if we can find a good Krimhilda here, though. Hold on. We'll make it work. I'm a gamer. God, chat, why they gotta hit us with that sad music? The OG Armored Core story trailer, which was really good. I've seen so many people say this. Oh no, I think you're right about the Queen's Lance. Holy fuck! Is that like my subconscious carrying me? Because that was just absolute YOLO guess. Holy hell! How about that, chat? Okay, my Armored Core cred is still intact, chat. Anyway, I've seen a lot of people say this. That story trailer for Armored Core 6 should be the intro to the game, and the fact that that cutscene is not in the game officially is a fucking crime. I have no idea why it's not. And like, that trailer is referenced several times in the game. And, you know, it is directly, like, correlated with, like, Ending 1 especially and stuff. So it's like, what the fuck? Why did they not put that in the game? Big. Okay, better skin. Much better skin. I haven't actually seen it, but it's got a hat. So, I mean, it's clearly the better one. Okay, there's a Krimhilda. It's not the biggest. Although they have the skill tree all done. I do wish it was bigger than that, though. Is she art? I forget. I don't think she's art. No, she is art. Why trust your gut. Let's see. Oh my god, man. I will really give it to the Rusted Pride. Because Armored Core 6 had so little, like, proper Armored Core music, when this did start playing, it was just, like, finally some good food. Like, oh my god. I think every Armored Core fan felt that way. It's like, that was the one. Armored Core 6 was so great, but the music was just generic, and it was like, man, this sucks. And it's like, finally, we have some Armored Core music. Like, holy shit, they didn't forget. I don't think it was Frequency's fault. I think From was just like, we have to mainstream this to make sure it sells. But then this was the most popular song by a mile, so they'll probably let Frequency cook next time. And they already confirmed that there will be more Armored Core, so we should be set. I have so few buffers for an art unit. We might die with this setup, but we gaming. I'm honestly like blown away by Frequency because not only do they make my favorite music of all time, but they've made so much music now. I don't even understand how their quality is still so high. Because like most bands and stuff, you know, their later work always falls off. They lose the motivation, they lose the drive, they run out of ideas. But somehow Frequency just keeps on pumping out just god-tier music. And I've like when you do rarely get to see them talk about it and stuff, you can just tell they are just music fanatics, dude. Like they are so into it. Yeah, they do some unique shit in some of the other games, like the less known FromSoft games. I love them, dude. I love them so much. Like out of all the music on planet Earth, they make my favorite. And that's saying something because I really love you know, Bach and Queen and all that stuff. I have the real variety out there, but Grimhilda is not a loved one, unfortunately. There's multiple meanings there. I didn't give him starting in P. What am I doing? Holy fuck, dude. Just bail out. Just bail the fuck out. I think ending 2 is the most like enjoyable as the first ending because it's understandable without like background knowledge, and it has like kind of blockbuster moments. But after it's all said and done, and you know all the lore, and you see how Coral really is in ending 3 and everything, I think ending 1 is my favorite. I wonder if that's on purpose, by the way, because like they kind of keep Coral a mystery, and they almost want you to think that it's kind of like, oh, it's fine, Coral's fine, and then it's like, oh, wait a minute, maybe not. Oh, great, now I can't summon Grimhilda. Okay. That's better. I don't have any Nightingale passives. No wonder she's never gotten to NP. That is fixable. It's nice if Pence can NP. Okay, everybody can NP. Everything's fine. Armored Core, but Shadow the Hedgehog is the MC. Please no. Get that out of here. Forever Kingdom. I've not seen that one. Is this one of the more obscure ass games? I forget if she has a battery. I think she does. Yeah. Wow. Okay. She has big battery. If only he was a dragon. Evergrace 2, but they renamed it in the US. Oh, the early days of game development in Japan. I would hate Steampunk Armored Core. I would hate that so much. British Armored Core. I mean, there is Snail. That's not very nice, Lost. Their lowest selling games. Oof. Chat, Beastly, I want your opinion on this because I'm like insulted, right? I have seen so many people that are like, and thankfully there's a lot of counter to this. There's lots of people countering this, but there are lots of people that are like mad that FromSoft isn't making just the same Souls game over and over again. They don't like that they're making Night Rain. They're like so pissed at Night Rain. They didn't like Armored Core. They were mad that that was getting made. And they're just like, but FromSoft's the Souls guys. Why are they making other stuff? Meanwhile, they've always been that way. And the Souls was like this weird, you know, mainstream break for them. But I am so glad FromSoft is starting to do other things again. I think FromSoft is at their best when they, you know, experiment, and that'll make their Souls games better too. Like, I think the Souls games will get way better because of the other games that they're making. And like, in Sea of Fury, I could not stand seeing that though. Like all these people, like I think Night Rain is just so much better than just, you know, Dark Souls 10, right? And Armored Core is the best shit ever. I want them to experiment more. I want a Togi 3, you know, I want to bring the rail shooter back, right? Have a little indie game studio inside of FromSoft. Actually, they should do that. I think they should have like a small, like air quotes, indie dev within FromSoft that just makes whatever the fuck. That'd be great. But yeah, the fact that there's actually people that are like, they're like, man, this, you know, they're mad that Night Rain is taking up like development, you know, time and that kind of stuff. And I'm like, holy fuck, man. Yeah, it's because more people got into FromSoft, you know, post Dark Souls than pre Dark Souls, so. Yeah, actually, Armored Core made more of a ruckus at first. There were so many people that were like, what the fuck? Like, holy shit. Now, it turned around. I'd say Armored Core turned it around. But, you know what sucks? Dustblood actually sounds awesome to me. I just hate that it's on the Switch. But what little they've talked about it, it sounds like you've got like a big map, kind of Escape from Tarkov style, and it's like all new content, unlike Night Rain. And then you go into that map, and you get to pick your objective. Your objective can be to go get loot and extract. You don't have to fight anybody. Your objective can be protect another player, right? Your objective can be kill other players. Your objective can be kill a boss, right? That sounds so much fun to me. That sounds great. But I don't like the aesthetic, and fuck the Switch, so. Lost, send me your Switch too so I can play Dustbloods. Thanks. Oh my god, I know, watching people play Armored Core 6 was fucking incredible, dude. Couldn't get past the helicopter boss. I still haven't used it, oof. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the case for a lot of people. Not a lot going on over there. They'll probably make a Smash Brothers game or something, like an expansion to Smash Brothers, something like that. Alright, what the hell am I doing here? She did pretty damn good damage. I mean, obviously Pent is a chunk of that, but that's not bad. By the way, every single song we've been listening to is Frequency. Although mostly Armored Core, I need to grab some of their other stuff, because yeah, they do have some really unique stuff out there. It just sucks, especially when you just like FromSoft as a company, right? And I just want to see how they apply their craft to like every genre. Because I'm a gamer, I like different stuff, right? Like if FromSoft made a first-person shooter, sign me up. I don't know enough about Dark Souls to know what the LeBron James of Souls would even be. So, yeah, not the guy to ask about that. What was that one basketball player? Because I randomly saw like a documentary about this guy like on the side. He's like it was a white dude, and that's really rare for basketball. But he didn't look athletic at all, and was like goated as fuck for some reason. Like I don't know what happened with the genetics there, but I don't remember what that guy's name was. But there was just some dude that just didn't look even remotely athletic, and for some reason he was an amazing basketball player. I was like, what the fuck is this? It's like Larry. Yeah, Larry Bird. That's it. Yeah, that was wild. And there was like that short guy. There was like a short guy that was super good, which that's even like crazier for basketball. Basketball's got a hell of a history. I think there's been a couple of short guys actually that did really well, hasn't there? But yeah, I'm not in the know of a lot of basketball stuff, so that's why I don't know anyone's fucking name. I know like Jordan, and that's it. I'm officially that guy. Like that's like the one name everybody knows. Yeah, I don't know. I know nothing about LeBron James. I don't know anything. It was 5'3". That's insane. We're so close to having a second NP. Oh boy, we really are struggling with that burst of damage was great, but then we really fell off. She doesn't need the Brave Chain. It'd be nice to get Asterios' NP again, but he might just die. I played basketball when I was young, but yeah, I never really watched it. Well, nope, he would have lived. I made a mistake. She has no buffs, but I think we got an NP anyway. Why doesn't she have starting NP? What is my team? Go get him. If only he was a dragon. Wow. All right. Pretty good. We did it. Wasn't even that bad. I mean, 5 turns, solid. Why did Beastly just get smited? Why is Beastly not an MVP? Let me fix this. Nailed it. Oh, hold on. VIP Beastly Whale. There we go. That ought to fix it. What did you even say? I don't think you said anything like a link or anything like that. Sir Whale, yeah.
初夏のフルーツといえばやはりさくらんぼですね。爽やかな味わいだけでなく
Want Ninja Blade 2? Oh, please, no. That's like the one FromSoft game that just did not hit, dude. I will say though, it kind of shows like why Souls is the way that it is. Like, I'm sure Beastly will back me up on this. That era of FromSoft, they were pretty technically, stupid. Like, they couldn't code like pathing very well and things like that. That's why like all the NPCs are just stagnant in Souls. Like Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls, they only move on the aggro, and the NPCs can't like walk back to Firelink, right? Like they have to go through a loading screen. Right? They could not do complicated stuff. They could not make a game like Devil May Cry or Ninja Gaiden back then. No way. And they tried, because that's what Ninja Blade is. That's them trying to do with a more like Ninja Gaiden style of game, and it is garbage. It doesn't even function properly. Terrible game. Now, they were really bad at like technical stuff back then. They've gotten a lot better, but they're still not honestly like amazing at that stuff. They've been improving as time goes on, but God, yeah, the archaic FromSoft stuff. Yeah, their engines are not good. Although, please don't use Unreal 5, because Unreal 5 is actually a good game engine if you have like experts using it that can optimize it. But almost no one has that, so Unreal is always bad. And I love FromSoft, but oh boy, do I not believe that they're going to be able to optimize Unreal 5. Like, absolutely not. Yeah, please don't use that. Yeah, Stellar Blade, from what I've heard, is like incredibly well optimized. It runs like a dream, right? And that's why all the Vandictus fans were mad, is because Stellar Blade looks as good, if not better, than Vandictus. Same game engine, and it runs great. Even on meh setups, where then Vandictus comes out and is a bit more simplistic, like graphically and with how much stuff is going on screen, and it runs like garbage, right? Like you're even if you have the top of a line PC, it's getting pushed really hard, and it shouldn't be, right? Just silly. Yeah, one of these days I'll try Stellar Blade out. That was like the biggest selling point I heard, though, was I kept hearing people say, holy fuck, the PC version of Stellar Blade is so well optimized. And it's sad that that's such a rare positive, but these days that's super rare. Yeah, I have to imagine the story is bad. I'm not expecting a good story out of that game. It's like, I love Ninja Gaiden Black. I love it so much, but it has one of the worst stories I've ever seen. Just absolutely atrocious. Yeah, this is how I see stories. I think stories are the least important thing about a video game, but if you have a good story, it can definitely make your game a hell of a lot better, right? Like, look at Slay the Spire. What an amazing game. Really no story there. Plants vs. Zombies, just masterpiece of a game. No story. There's a lot of games like that, where the story's either backdrop or weak or not even in it at all. And they're great. And like, even though like Dark Souls has a story, most people don't know what it is, and they love the game anyway. Right, so I think story is the least necessary by far. You know, gameplay and all that kind of stuff, the interfacing, that's the really important bit, and that's what makes it a great game or not. But if you do have a great game that has, you know, good UI, good gameplay, you know, just all-around good experience, and it has a good story, then that we're really cooking. So I love good story, but Crazy Dave is all the story PvZ needs, yeah, and the polite zombies. I wonder what this even is. Dude, I have not progressed this tree very much. The whole story there. So, fan service, I don't even know how you quantify that. I will say, though, most games are not able to survive off fan service alone. They really are not. Because, I mean, there are plenty of games that come out that will have, like, sex appeal or even badass appeal or whatever, but they won't really go anywhere. Like, generally what makes them stick is there's some... Now, well, I guess the biggest exception to that is Gashas, because that's kind of got its own community. But here's the thing. I don't think Gashas would work either if it was nothing but the fan service. And the sad truth is what they're using to really hook people is the gambling addiction. And don't lie to me, chat. That is 100% what gets most people into it. And because, like, I can see it clear as day because, like, gambling addiction doesn't work on me at all. I'm, like, completely immune to this shit. So I look at some of these games and I'm just like, what the fuck? Right? It's like, I don't have to work, like, and to be free to play in these games, right? I'm not tempted to pay anyway, right? I don't enjoy that experience in the slightest. Yeah, Street Fighter, obviously very much the competitive aspect of gaming. But yeah, I cannot actually think of a game that's been successful off of fan service alone. Wait, are you serious? Love and D Space only has 5 units? What? You roll on CEs, which are dates? What? Explain. What the fuck? I should have streamed this game. I should have streamed this game. The amount of content here, I would have lost my mind. Okay, by the way, the ladies don't get to say anything ever again, by the way. I'm just to be clear, right? They don't get to say anything ever again about the waifu stuff. No shot. Is it like a cutscene? I mean, surely you can roll in like outfits, right? By the way, all the games aimed at women, I am low-key jealous of this. That this sounds sexist, but it's marketing. This is just a known thing. If you want to make money, you have to play to like generalizations to a degree, right? It's just marketing. But any game targeting women will always have massive levels of like customization, right? And that's always nice. You know, like in Souls games, I want more medieval armor, right? Having like the one classic medieval helmet is not enough. I need all of them, right? And yeah, all the games aimed at the ladies always have a very high level of customization, where yeah, the guy ones not so much. Infinity, Nikki, oh yeah, you're all talking about that, like Die and some other bullshit that they did that was really stupid. I don't think that many people play FGO for the story. I think overwhelmingly most people skip. Now, I think people keep tabs on it, and they might watch the cutscene for like the final boss fight of a story and stuff like that. But I think overwhelmingly, I would say, I really think it's like 80% of the player base in my experience. And I base that off of like all my friends that play it, all the people that post, all the, it's just, I think it's just obvious too about what things people say and like how unknowledgeable they are about the story. And when you watch a random streamer, like that's not like a content creator, they're just someone just streaming for fun. They always fucking skip. I think like overwhelmingly most people skip. But I think like people will watch, like they'll read the interlude of their favorite like 5 characters. If the main story happens to pertain to maybe something they're more interested in, or if they hear that the story's abnormally good, they might watch like the highlight bits of it and all that. But I think more people will watch the major, they'll skim through it on YouTube, right? Because you got people now that will post it on YouTube in a pretty like structured format. And I think people will just skim through it and figure out what the hell is going on. And you can see that from like the comments. A lot of people don't read this shit in game. I think overwhelmingly people skip. I think FGO owes its success to like 3 main things. So one, this is huge. When it came out, when FGO started, there were very few gacha games. I don't think people even realize because there's so many now. But when FGO came out, there were hardly any, and most of them were very niche, underground, very low marketing. You know, no like popular IPs. You know, it was just very, very small space. And they were like the first people with any kind of money really going into it. They beat a lot of the other people to the punch, and so they established themselves and got like a foundation, like a player-based foundation, when they didn't have a lot of competition. That's a huge part of their success. And then also the Fate franchise, right? They were coming off of like the Unlimited Blade Works anime and all that, which just blew the series up and it got way more popular. So those 2 things are really, really big. And then I think the third thing is, as much as I don't like a lot of things Fate does these days, I mean, Nasu does do a good job of like characterizing the characters and working with different artists and all that kind of stuff. The character variety is very strong in FGO. Right, and they do have some, when you read like the bios and all that, some of these characters are really well made, right? They do have some good shit. So those 3 things is what keeps them afloat. The rest of it is like success in spite of. 2015 FGO was, yeah, wasn't that bad for gacha standards, that's true. But I remember this very clearly because, God, I'm old. But so back when FGO came out, and even before it came out, but it was like getting marketed, right? And we heard it coming. Back then, you know, gachas and mobile gaming was a lot smaller, but the Fate franchise was getting bigger, right? And it already had like its niche following. But I remember the Fate franchise, the Fate fan base back then, which again, the Fate fan base was very different before FGO, crazy different. But that whole fan base knew of FGO coming, and a lot of them were just super skeptical of it because mobile games were just yikes. But they were super skeptical of it, but they wanted to try it because they liked Fate so much, and then they hated it. It was actually so hated for a while because, and again, like Lost was saying, it wasn't really worse than other gacha games, but any gacha game was just so bad. Gacha games were so low quality back then. They were so shameless. It was honestly just pathetic. And FGO wasn't any better than any of them, and it was actually really hated. And FGO didn't even get that popular for a little while. It took a minute for it to pick up steam, and that's because for a while they actually did try to make the game a lot better, and they did. I mean, FGO is much better than it used to be. It's still terrible, but so much better than when it launched. And it wasn't between that and like Camelot, because Camelot had so much effort put into it, and they marketed Camelot well. They were like, oh yeah, guys, Nasu hasn't been working on the story this whole time, but this Camelot story, this is by Nasu. This is just going to be like more of that Fate stuff you like. And now the game is better, and it was better, and then we have actual boss fights and all that, and that got a lot of people into it. That got me into it, right? That got me to play it. Camelot was a huge fucking boom to the player base, and then it just kind of boomed from there. But yeah, it's still fucking garbage. It's just less garbage. It was funny, Nasu even said, they've said this in an interview directly, that Nasu wanted to add real, like, boss fights that would be challenging and people would feel a sense of accomplishment when they beat them, because of Souls. He straight up said that. And that's why Gwaine and all of them were made. Because obviously those are easier bosses now, but back then with, like, the average level of the player and there's less buffs and everything, you know, Gwaine was super hard for JP, that was why. The whole reason they started adding hard boss fights was because of Dark Souls. No joke. It's crazy to say that, but it's just it is what it is. But yeah, so Souls inadvertently semi-saved. I wouldn't say saved because it's still not in the best shape, but like semi-saved these games. There's still so much wrong with FGO though, holy crap. I don't really have much hope for, I think FGO could get a little bit better, and they might finally do things like adding, you know, Sane Hercules and you know, cool finale and all that. But because there's no way this game is going to be truly improved until they hire better devs. They have a tiny dev team, and most of them are inexperienced. There's no winning there. There's no way. You're not gonna pump out a good roguelike. You're not gonna add like good game modes. You're not gonna clean up all the bad UI. They don't have the staff. They literally don't have the staff. So it's not possible right now. Why is she like this? Like why is her toolkit like the exact thing you need here? So, chat, we're getting distracted. Oh, this Love and Deep Space thing, when you get a craft essence, so is it like something you can equip to the character, but it like unlocks a cutscene? That's the only way what you said makes sense. And like the cutscene's the date or whatever. I think so. That's so shameless. That's so shameless. That's actually more predatory in my opinion, because if people like the characters, they're wanting them to spend money to have like the content with that character beyond just having the character. I do wonder what level of fan service they're at over there, because I have a feeling it's higher. The biggest lie ever told was that women weren't perverts, dude. The summer event, yeah, I remember that. Look, I just want good boss fights, man. That's what I'm looking for over here. Why do you think it's #1 every month? Dude, are they like farming like these girls? Like what the hell? So there's only 5 characters and they're getting top of the charts like every month off of cutscenes with these same 5 characters. Is that what's happening? Holy shit, that is so fucked up. Starving market. Yeah, I know. It's actually insane how long it took devs to realize that women like the stuff too. I actually am shocked it took them that so long. I've been saying it for years, dude. Yeah, people just bought into like bullshit propaganda. It's crazy, dude. I mean, you know, good for the ladies to have games targeted at them, but I will say that sounds like I think they deserve a better game than that. Because that sounds pretty fucked. Because that's kind of like for me, if like, you know, I like the boss fights, right? If it's a good game, right? The gameplay's good. That'd be like a game comes out where you get all the like gameplay elements for free, all the units or whatever for free. But to then be able to go fight bosses, you have to spend money. Like every time there's a boss, you have to spend 60, 70, 80 bucks for a boss fight. Like, are you kidding me? And like, yeah, an expansion and like, you know, a DLC for a game might come with like 10 boss fights, but that's like, you know, maybe 20 to 60 bucks for like an expansion. It's only a lot of boss fights, but like, gacha rates are shit. So you're probably spending $80 to $300 for a boss fight. Like that's so unreasonable and that's so manipulative. And if the boss fights were peak, and that's the thing, if the boss fights were like amazing, that would just feel so horrible, right? And that kind of sounds like what's happening over there. This is their current banner. Oh god, I'm scared to look at this. That's so much text. That's so much text. What the fuck am I looking at? So like, is the character like just a character everyone already has? I don't understand this game. Just watch the video. No, I don't think I will. Let's see. And one of these days you might. Why do I not? Did I target what? Oh, the battery's on the first skill, okay. Wait, did we one-turn this last time? I could bring a better support too, because Pent is mostly Buster. Coward, yes. Jesus Christ. Dude, Castoria is so disgusting. No wonder everyone is summoning Lost Unit. Because this stage is actually pretty tough to farm. Ridiculous. I must say, I like the Saber event a lot better. It was a lot more fun. This is very 0 or 100, like with your effectiveness. I don't know why. Okay, fine. I'm just gonna look this up because people will not stop asking me about it. Can Ku whoop everyone's ass in Star Rail though? That would be nice. So it's Gilgamesh from the Fate route, pretty much. A little bit less dorky, but so is that the only costume you get though? Like, do you not get the? I mean, to be fair, anything's better than the blue jumpsuit. Love Ku and everything, but the boy's fashion sense is pretty shit. You don't get Ku? What the fuck? Only Saber and Emiya? So what, he's in the event, but he's an NPC? These fuckers! Oh my god, is he like the boss or something? These fucks. Maybe they'll do a rerun. How dare they? How are they gonna disrespect Ku like that? Nasu's a hack, apparently. That is messed up, dude. So is he like the enemy or something? This upsets me. So wait, there's a story and shit? Cowboy Cyborg. What is happening in Star Rail? I am very confused. You have to understand, I have not paid attention to Star Rail in a very long time. So they're having a Grail War and Honkai Star Rail. Okay, I don't even. I mean, good for them. Might as well have fun with it. Wait a minute. Nasu is such a hack. Because, like, it sounds like they're lending them to Fate characters in a not shallow kind of way, which is, that's fine. But then why? Why the fuck don't you do actual collabs in FGO then? Because, like, if it would break the continuity of Fate, right, too much, but then why are you doing that? Because that would break, like, what they're doing in Star Rail breaks the continuity, right? That's stupid. These motherfuckers, dude. Being a Fate fan is rough. I'm only like half a Fate fan. I'm like half a Fate fanatic and then half a Fate hater. Because, like, I love aspects of it, right? Like the serious stuff, you know, like Achilles and all that. It's great, and like the serious books. You know, Fate Zero is great. You know, Fate Strange Fake. But there's so much Fate stuff that I loathe. Like, it's just so garbage, dude. I don't know if loathe is the right word, but it's like so not my cup of tea. Like, holy hell. This is why I like Armored Core, because I just like all of it. There's no downside. I think a Fate fan feels bad when you're not lobotomized. I would have to agree. I actually agree. I think Fate, being a Fate fan is like it's like an abusive relationship. Because like the kind of justifications you'll see these content creators make and Redditors and stuff like that, it's the same fucking logic, dude. The way they try to justify all the dumb shit the game does and its sunk cost fallacy and all that, it's so messed up, dude. Like, guys, it's okay to say you like XYZ and then but not play it all the time and then not like everything that it does, right? You can put the game down for a week and then come back to it sometimes, right? You don't have to defend everything about it, right? There are aspects of it that are bad, and like I do like Armored Core, but there's aspects of it that can be criticized. Like the music in Armored Core 6 was a bit, you know, mid. You know, the controls are a bit convoluted. You know, there's not, just because you like something doesn't mean any criticism of it is like just. And like Souls fans are like this too. Souls fans will take any criticism of Dark Souls or Elden Ring or whatever as like some kind of like diminishment of their accomplishment of beating those games, because like they have too much E-penis in it, right? And so which is ridiculous. It's the dumbest shit. It's so fucking pathetic. Like, are you kidding me? But yeah, that's a huge issue with like the vocal FromSoft community, and very much the vocal one. Obviously, a lot of normal people out there play those games, but they're so on about that. No, it's good that you tap the jump button. Yeah, I know, the run button to jump. Holy fuck. Worst, dude. Can they please, like, redo their controls? Like, please. The whole thing needs to be revamped. Because, like, looking at Vandictus's alpha, Fiona plays exactly like a Souls character. Right? Fiona is, like, the Souls character of Vandictus. And she plays infinitely better, and the controls are infinitely more straightforward, and she has more functionality. Right, she does more things. She has more attacks and stuff, and it works infinitely better. And I'm like, this is stupid. Like, it's just like fucking Executor having access to the vanilla block when you're obviously going to go into the stance and block. And so, like, why does this button exist? It's just complete waste of space. Like, FromSoft really does have an issue in the controls department. I'm actually worried when I go back to play Armored Core 6, because that was my one complaint about Armored Core 6 when I played it, that the controls were a bit convoluted, and sometimes you'd be like, okay, I want to do X functionality. How the fuck do I do X functionality? And the game is so lightning quick, you don't really have time to be like, what's the button? And I only played the game when it first came out, and I kind of intentionally put it down. I wasn't sick of it. I was just like, I don't want to burn out on this. I want it to be special. I do that with like my favorite stuff frequently. Like my favorite movies and anime, I'll hardly ever watch them. But so when I do go back to Armored Core 6, I have a feeling I'm just gonna be like, how the hell do I do anything? Yeah, and then the keyboard and mouse version won't let you set like an independent key binding for an independent function. You have to do like the button modifier. That's like, I hate that, dude. I hate that so much. Bad design. And like, but I'm not like personally attacked by these things, right? And if like, I love the snail boss fight, right? And if someone wants to say, oh, you know, this aspect of the fight's not fair or whatever, I'm gonna look at that criticism objectively. I'm not, if it turns out to be true, I'm not offended by it. It doesn't change the fact that I like the boss fight, but they might have a good point, right? It's like, fuck. Souls really does need to fix the whole sprint, dodge, and all that crap being on the same button. That has got to go. And it just makes your dodge feel so wonky because it doesn't dodge until you release the button. Like it feels bad. I mean, it really does feel bad, especially when you have bosses. And that's why you'll have, and it's frustrating because Souls has started to design their bosses with very, very specific frame data. Right, you need to dodge at the absolute last second on some of these attacks, and so what will happen is, and I'll say it when I'm streaming all the time, like I dodged that, like I know I hit the button at the right time, but it's because I didn't release the button at the right time. Right, I clicked the dodge button at the right time, but it didn't detect the release until a moment after, so I get hit. Right, and if you do it too early, then it won't work at all. So that's gotta go. I think that holds their games back a lot. Which FGO do you want to have replayable? Or which boss fight? I mean, all of them. There's no reason for any of them not to be replayable. And really, having one boss fight be replayable is never going to be enough because the whole point of the game is variety, right? Because if, let's say, X boss fight is the only replayable boss fight, well, then the same best units are going to be the best for it all the time. Even if for free-to-play, right? Like, let's say you're doing low stars or welfares or whatever, the same units are going to be good for that boss fight once you figure it out. And then, like, let's say there's a new unit, right? A new unit gets added. You want to go test it. You want to go test it against a boss fight that they make sense for, right? Even if they're not the perfect fit for it, you want to, like, oh, it's a single target unit, well, so we want to go fight a boss with a bunch of health, right? So I can use the single target NP effectively and see, how quickly can they loop? How survivable are they, right? You want to have fun with the unit. But if you only have one stage, that's going to only really be useful for a very narrow slice of things. You need a lot of boss fights that are available so you can pick your poison. It sucks. I don't know why FGO is like this, man. They've made a lot of great boss fights over time, and they just wasted them. What a travesty. Am I even close to unlocking the challenge quest? Because I want to make a video for it and stuff, but I'm not gonna rush it. I mean, I just do whatever, man. If I want to play Night Rain, I'll play Night Rain. If I want to go outside, I'll go outside, right? Like, just a game. I do want to make a video though. Herc's NP is so cool. I gotta have that immortalized in a video. I don't think FromSoft would ever collab with Fate. There's no way, unless they offered them they'd have to offer them enough money that they could like fund like 10 games that are dumb as hell. Then they might do it. But yeah, other than that, From is just historically not about that kind of thing. Because like Namco Bandai, who they work very closely with, right, hasn't gotten FromSoft to put in like put their characters in like their fighting games and shit as like a cameo. Because they have cameo characters in fighting games all the time now. That's like all the rage. And dude, you put Solaire in Soul Calibur or whatever the hell, that would be so popular, but they don't do it, right? FromSoft is not about that stuff. They don't really do those kind of like mobile games and all that. So yeah, I think Nasu loves FromSoft, but I don't think FromSoft returns the admiration, honestly. I wonder if the team-wide attack up would be better. It'd be nice if they collab with Arknights, because the whole problem I have with Arknights is they just don't have a large enough cast that I like, especially for low stars, and that's never gonna get fixed. But like with a game like that, I gotta have my low stars, man, because when there's like medium difficulty content, I don't want to just cheese it with the high stars. I don't want to do that. But I don't get into the low stars of Arknights. Too many kids. Yeah, their mobile games are very different. They weren't this kind of shit. Yeah, I know. I saw that they put the mobile game version of Armored Core on PC and not like Armored Core 3 or 4 or any of that. I'm like, what the hell? Ash is a low star. Yeah, nowadays I think that people have finally started to realize Ash isn't that good. It took so long. It's so dumb too, because now they're just acting like, oh, it's the new content. It's not the new content. It is not the new content at all. I've been playing her this whole time, and this is the exact same problem she's always had, and nothing has changed. You're just like, you're not watching all these videos that get her carried by a million other 6 stars that are, you know, actually doing the work. And this happens in all these games, man. It's happening in Night Rain, man. People will make these contrived... Some of these are hacked. There's like hacks in Night Rain that people use with Cheat Engine and stuff, and they give themselves bullshit relics and everything. And they have some, you know, bullshit run where they get all the great status effects on Duchess or whatever, and like, oh, look how great Duchess is. Like that happens every run. Like, not at all. There's just so much bullshit like that. Like, and like I just saw someone post a video like, this is why Duchess is OP, and it's just Duchess rezzing their teammates and like getting half the res done when the boss is busy, and when the boss comes over, they stealth and they do the other half. And I'm like, that's literally nothing. Every character can do that. Every character can like get some free hits in when the boss comes over, then do their ult and do so much damage to the res bar that they just res them, right? It's literally the same thing on every character, except everyone else does damage, and then Duchess just doesn't, right? It's the exact same shit. Like, everything I've ever seen with people trying to act like Duchess is OP is just the same logic of when like a new unit comes out and they're just getting carried by Castoria or whatever. Yeah, it's like Duchess is good if you have the best relics in the game and you get the perfect RNG and so on and so forth. It's like, yeah, no shit. I know, and then yeah, Guardian just gets everyone up anyway, right? And it does damage. It's a huge hitbox. It's just dumb. Like, it's dumb as fuck. And like, the good thing about Night Rain is none of the characters are like bad. Like, truly, none of the characters are bad. Like, they all are good enough to beat the content solo or in a team. Right, they all can do stuff, but like there's just nothing special about Duchess at all. Like, and her ult is bad. Like, if her whole kit was like equivalent to her ult, she would be shit. Like, that is a very bad ultimate. It just, people are not very good at like critical thinking, and marketing works on people, right? Like, the typical tactics, they work on people, and content creators just farm this shit, dude. Like, they'll just make a video that every character's OP with some contrived ass run and blah 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 blah, and every time a unit comes out in Arknights, right, they'll just use them with Scatty Alter and all that other I can't remember. I have all the bullshit in that game, but you know, they just use all the OP shit, Silver Ash, and all the other units are doing all this heavy lifting, and like, oh, look how good this unit is, right? There's just so much of that shit. Like, Lost knows what I'm talking about. It's the same in every game. And just watching the player base of these games just not, like, just fall for the same bullshit tactics over and over. It's just like, oh, here we go again. Stormix said something really offensive. He didn't say shit. He hasn't said anything in forever. Was he on Discord? Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff where, yeah, the mines are what solo Patriot. I can't even believe that shit, dude. It's so stupid. I've seen so many ex-soloed Patriot where there's like so many other units involved and are in the mines and it's just like, what are you talking about? And like, obviously Patriot's a super old boss, you know, designed for units a really long time ago, and all the old units have been buffed, right? And they're way stronger now. It's just so stupid. It means nothing. So what does Stormix say? What's the dirties? Oh yeah, God, I love when whales try to say what good low stars are. Now, don't get me wrong, there are some whales that do play low stars, like, legitimately. And, like, have ult accounts where they, they'll do low star stuff. So by the nature of spending money on the game, that doesn't make you lose brain cells, right? But there are obviously loads of whales that have no idea what they're talking about. And that's like the people that were saying Baldy was good, right? Like, just so fucking stupid. And it was just so funny because you had all these people that didn't know what they were talking about saying Baldy's good, and then you had all these people that actually were like low star obsessed and they never used Baldy ever because he just wasn't worth anything. It's like, oh geez, I wonder why. She really is the Ash of Night Rain. Oh yeah, I mean it's kind of accurate, I would say. Because like Ash is niche, but overall pretty meh. And that's pretty accurate for... I will say the one good thing about Duchess that is universally just good is the fact that she can attack out of her dodge so quickly. Like, that's very strong. Now, a lot of the times, the way things play out, you do so little damage when you do that. It doesn't matter as much, but... if you get good status effects, that's like the thing. It's like it's very hard to get her to do good upfront damage. And if you get good spells, like the shotgun magic, you run out of FP, right? It's like, that's very limiting. But if you do get status effects, it's good. Oh, we've had a lot of low stars. I can't even remember. I don't think Zhufu's the latest. They've done quite a few. There's like, Perseus and all them. They did buff Baldy. They actually buffed him just a little while ago. It helped a lot. It helped a lot. Like, he's a lot more consistent. His peak value didn't change too much, but you can get that peak value more consistently. So I do think he's much better now. I still don't think he's like, top low star by any fucking means, but I think he's significantly better than he was. Oh, hey, always good to get these. Yeah, I'll take free SQ. I don't do the events very often, so I don't get the SQ from events anymore. Oh, more SQ here. I'm rolling in the dough. Can you make Hydra Grand Berserker? I don't think you can, but he's not 100 on this account, so I can't check. If Max was here, we'd know. The question is, if you could make a Grand Berserker, would you have to do that to keep the Grand when you swap? Or are you just going to drop the Grand? Maybe for once, they'll... So, historically... No, you can't. Hi, Max. Thanks, though. Good to know. So, Max, what do you think? Because, okay, let's go over this. Historically, they have gone out of their way with these kind of systems, like the class tree system and all that. They've gone out of their way to make it where... it's always the worst thing for Jekyll and Hyde, right? Like when if you have the assassin class tree and then you transform into Hyde, you don't get the bonus. You have to level up the Berserker class tree, right? They've always done that kind of crap. And there's been so many like one-off events and stuff that they just do stupid shit like that. But I think this might be the one time they make an exception because this is such a low blow. Right, like obviously the class score is a pretty low blow, but this would be just an unbelievable low blow. I don't think they'll be that lame. So I think how it would work is even when he's a Berserker, he'll get the class tree of the assassin one, right, of the grand aspect of it. But then he won't. Wait a minute though, because he already doesn't get the assassin class tree from like the regular talents. I don't know what the hell they're gonna do. I don't know if they know what the hell they're gonna do. Oh god, and by the way, I think that's why they always do such lame stuff, is because they don't care enough and they know he's trouble, so they always just do like lame... I hate it, man, because I like Jekyll and Hyde a lot. I think he's super awesome in the book. It sucks because almost nobody even knows what his character is, but I actually really like him. Like, he's like top 10 for me. Like, he's great. And he never gets an animation update, and the devs hate him. And then you have all the player base now obsessed with alter egos, acting like, that started that whole duality thing. And I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, motherfucker, like, Jekyll and Hyde was made before FGO even existed. And by the way, I find it funny that they don't have Jekyll and Hyde as an alter ego. Like, it's so messed up. Yeah, honestly, I lean towards the won't screw him over this time, because it would just be the ultimate fuck you if they did. But they are lazy, and it would be very awkward if he got, like, this part of the tree, but he didn't get the other part of the tree, right? That would be very weird, especially because this part of the tree is powered up by the other part of the tree. I have no idea what they're going to do. I really don't. Chat, are they really going to make... Because from a coding standpoint, I have a feeling it's easier to fuck him over, right? Like, from just, like, the code, it's probably easier that when he turns into the Berserker, he's just a Berserker. So if you don't have the Berserker class tree and all that, then fuck you. That's just so lame, though. That's, like, so much lamer than all the... Like, they've been lame before, but, like, that's really lame. I really hope they don't do that. By the way, if I remember correctly, when you fight Ort and they're explaining your servant's permanently dying, they use Jekyll and Hyde as the example, by the way. They do not forget about him. It's actually crazy how often he's brought up. Like, they'll be streaming and they'll be like blah 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 blah, except for Jekyll and Hyde, and then they continue on. I don't know Yu-Gi-Oh super well, but my friends bring this up a lot. There's like frog monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh that's like a whole archetype, and in like every one of their cards it will say except like Slime Jam or some bullshit, some like old ass frog. That it's not good, by the way. It Toad the Frog the Jam. I knew something like that. And from what I understand, even if this like Dex archetype worked with that old card, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't be good, right? But they still had they had to constantly bring up except this guy, right? It's like over and over and over again. And it's like the same thing with Jekyll and Hyde. They're just always doing that. It sucks, dude. But I like how there's multiple people in my chat that know what I'm talking about, though. But yeah, they get what I mean. Oh man, unlocking all this shit, and I'm gonna have to try to make a Morty setup work for the video, and he's so bad here. It's very hard to use Mori in an effective way when you can't have buffers. Maybe we'll use Max's. Dude, I wish we had an Atalante. We could actually show what's up with the Bond CE effect instead of the 50% starting NP. Because look, Max gets it. You don't need the 50% starting NP because you just case scope anyway, and he has his passive, so he doesn't need it, right? And so if your damage dealer is a quick, I'm not memeing, this is good, right? You get the giant ass defense down, and you get the quick up, right? And you get the attack down to be safe. So if it's like a 120 Atalante Alter or something, you're gonna fucking slap. Because like I think I'm already using Asterios unironically a lot of these setups because he's like the only support I've got. He's the only support a lot of people have, I imagine. And yeah, if you happen to be quick, then he's just all the better. It's like, oh hey, he's even more of a support. But yeah, I don't have a worthwhile quick that I can use here, unfortunately. But yeah, any Atalante enjoyers, you should 100% summon this Asterios. Oh, even stronger Pence. Let's try it. We used Nightingale before, but actually I think Asterios might be better. Everybody's got K-Scope. So this is an Armored Core song, but it's probably the most like Lost Kingdoms sounding song. You can kind of tell it's from Lost Kingdoms. Or is that vibe anyway? Like, yeah, I'll get some Lost, because Lost Kingdoms is done by Frequency. Even though I think if you heard it like without any other knowledge, you wouldn't really think so. Good song though. All right, so that's the good one. Guess that'll do. Oh, I should have buffed. Fuck. We don't even have the anti-mail. Oops. I like how I had the mouse just covering up Pint's face there. Wow, I really messed this up. Well, it's all about the other Pint's NP anyway. Oh right, the big defense down is only one turn. So I should have waited to NP there. With 3 attack downs, he's doing that kind of damage. That is wild, dude. The boy hits hard. I have the wrong Mystic Coat equipped. That actually super sucks. This might get us killed. Like a Buster crit with all that damage up is huge. And with no Star Bomb, we're not gonna crit. Uh-oh. Send help. Yeah, if you don't have those attack downs, I mean, he will just one-shot you. That is excellent damage, though. Dude, if you have this pen so you can summon whatever you want, that must be so nice. Like, holy hell. Well, that really does make Asterios good here, though, because he does allow you to live a little bit, where I think otherwise you would not. Not a good crit spread. Well, we'll win. At least he still has 3 attack downs, so he might be able to survive here. Come on, hit Asterios. He's got the defense up. There you go. Yeah, Asterios didn't take too much damage there. 3 attack downs, 1 defense up. But yeah, I think the challenge quest fight's gonna be super hard then. I'm gonna be pissed if I can't use Mori, because Mori is not good for this. Yeah, I'm not sure we're gonna be able to use him effectively. Boy, it is not morning here. 6 a.m. there. Oh my. Just having some fun with the grands here. I love Herc's NP. It looks so good. Slow chicken walk. And he whoops the ass. I'm not shocked it with Herc. I mean, we even guessed that might be the case, but because the Saber wasn't Artoria, right? It was a little like, well, I don't know what the hell they're gonna pick. So, but we'll see how their future picks are. Because, like, Musashi's popular, but more FGO specific, and, like, FGO story, not so much just, like, Fate as a whole. And then Herc is the opposite, where it's, you know, OG, Berserker boy. So, yeah, what the hell are they gonna do? I think they might do Romulus, just because he's kind of the... I don't know, he's not popular, though. He's sold really bad, unfortunately. We'll see. They could do Scath, because Scath's, you know, pretty popular and is like the FGO Lancer, and that's I could see that. The Scath is definitely the kind of that's like the equivalent of Musashi. Where Ku would be the equivalent of Herc, but I don't think they'll do that. I really don't think they'll do that. I'll be pissed actually if they pick Ku. I'll be so pissed, because then I'll be the Musashi fans and the Herc fans getting to look at the cool thing that they can never have. So, like, please don't pick Ku. That'll just make me mad. Well, they have a lot of, like, best swordsmen in history, right? Like, and Fate. Because you've got obviously Kojiro, which in almost all stories, Masashi's not as good as and wins with, you know, tactics, not swordplay. And you've got, you know, obviously Lancelot, and, you know, there's so many, they have so many people like that. I think Masashi is just popular, and then she's in the story a lot, right? She's like a real big player in Fate stuff. And they even said the grands they're picking are for just, it's cool. That's what they said. They're not, I don't think they're really thinking about it in a this makes lore sense, right? They're not going with that. Because if it made lore sense, right, they just go with the grands that are already confirmed, but they're not really doing that. So God knows what they're gonna pick. I think they're going rule of cool here, honestly. Oh, for real? That's kind of lame. Yeah, that's what they said. They had an interview about it, and they just said they're not. They even said these aren't even canon. They're just for fun. Because, you know, Masashi's, you know, Omega dead. And they never even said she could be a grand. They just like, yeah, fuck it. But yeah, they're very much doing rule of cool. I don't know if they'll do Gil or not. I think we'll know with the next couple of picks. What's after Lancer? Because again, you got Masashi, who's more like FGO-centric and was the most off-canon, actually, because she's fucking dead, right? She's data lost. They even said she's still data lost. This changed nothing, right? So she's a really off-canon pick. But then you have Herc, which is like crazy classical, right? Like Herc is like so believable, so classical. You know, he's the Fate Stay Night character. He's like the Berserker, right? Okay, so Rider. We'll probably know by then. If we see like for example, if they did do Ku, which I don't think they do, but if they do like Scath or Ku for Lancer, or Romulus. I think if they do Scath, Ku, or Romulus for Lancer, and then if Rider is like Alexander the Great, Achilles, Medusa, or anything like that, that means then they're kind of leaning towards like classical stuff, right? And like very so then they probably would be Gil for Archer, right? But I would not be shocked if Gil is not, because one, it's almost too obvious, and so I'm not sure they're gonna do it. Although Herc was pretty obvious, but also Gil is so abnormal for an Archer, right? Like you know what I want? I want a Rosh. Give me some low star love here, and I think a Rosh is so good for that. I think a Rosh would be fantastic. But Gil is also one of the most popular characters to ever exist in Fate. So I mean, I'm not gonna be surprised if it gets either way. I mean, really, Gil is popular. He is so fucking popular. He's one of those rare characters too that's just is popular with most sides of the fan base. He has haters, but ultimately they're really outnumbered. You know, Gil is popular with like the story people. He's popular with the rule of cool people. He's popular with the guys. He's popular with the girls, right? Like, so yeah, Gil's a pretty good pick. Oh yeah, Karna would be good. I could see Karna. I could see Karna, right? You got APOC, and he's super popular and all that. Yeah, I could definitely see Karna. That would lean towards classical too, in my opinion, I would say. Yeah, Herc is so obvious. I did kind of lean towards they might not do it. I was like, yeah, they might do it because it's Herc, but I was like, yeah, it's so obvious they might not. I was actually kind of, I would say I was like 60-40 and 60 that they wouldn't do it. But yeah, I'm glad they did. Karna would be a good pick though, because that's not that's a pretty universally liked character as well. If I had to guess though, I would pick Scath. That's my best guess. That really makes sense for like the way they do things. And she's got an updated character model and all that. But yeah, I mean, Karna would probably be really up there too. Like, I will not be even slightly surprised if it's Karna. That's a very them kind of pick, I would say. And again, he's very popular. You know, Karna might actually be more popular than Scath. Like really, like obviously not from like a fan service angle, but that's only one thing, because like he's a really liked character, and you see him on people's like top 10 lists all of the time. Like Karna doesn't have this like haters like Gil does. So yeah, Karna is pretty damn popular. I could see Enkidu. Yeah, I could see Enkidu as well for Lancer. Yeah, Lancer's got, yeah, Lion King, you know, that's true too. I could see Lion King as well. Fuck yeah, Lancer's actually pretty tough, huh? Yeah, Caster's another one. That's like the other one people are super like, oh man, what's it gonna be? Yeah, I want Medea. There's a lot of reasons that probably won't happen, because Like, they said in the story, even though she's like the best caster, she doesn't qualify for Grand Caster. Although I think that's been overruled by like the lore now, because the lore is now like the canonical Grand is the one you pick. Unironically, that's the canonical one. And so like because of all this like OC nonsense and stuff, the restrictions on Grand have clearly changed, right? So Medea could be a Grand now. And also Masashi was crazy off canon, and she's a Grand. But you know, with her voice actors passing away and everything, I don't know if they would do it. Although I think that's a good way to honor the character. But I think Medea just so deserves it. She's the classical caster. She has the best version of Magecraft ever. She has better Magecraft than fucking Solomon, and everyone really misses that because she has like she's like between True Magic and Magecraft, where Solomon is like the best Magecraft, right? But she's like this before that period, which is awesome. I think she so deserves it, but she won't. I don't think Medea will get it. I think Merlin's possible. I think Gil's possible. I think some random bullshit's possible. Like they could do some weird stuff. Book Grand Caster, that would be kind of sick. I think that's very low possibility, but that'd be kind of sick. It's his own Excalibur, yeah, we'll see with Merlin. Well, Cersei has like old school magic and not Magecraft. That's where Medea learned it from. Although Medea actually mastered some of it beyond Cersei. People always miss that. People always think if they're the pupil, then they're weaker. But that's not, like, did people not pay attention to Achilles? Like, the whole point was Achilles had gone beyond Chiron by quite a lot, actually. But, like, there's I forget the skill name, but, like, the main skill that Medea gets from Cersei, like, class skill or personal skill or whatever, Medea's rank is higher, right? She's got it at a higher rank. So in some areas, she became better, but not in all areas, obviously, but... A VC Brawn with full Atom, that'd be sick, dude. I would love that. And I would cry because it wouldn't be playable. Oh yeah, it might be rapid casting, I don't remember. I think it might be more than one skill, actually. Yeah, Medea is so, like, awesome lore-wise, dude. Like, what an absolute badass. And she just gets, no one, like, gives her due, in my opinion. And, like, she's a flawed character, right? You know, she's not, like, you know, morally white, but I thought she was such a good character because, like, the ways she's conflicted are very believable and, I think, relatable. So I've always thought Medea was one of their better characters, and she's always been one of the least popular characters, and I'm just like, well, fuck. This is not the optimal team for what I'm doing. I wasn't really paying attention to what I summoned there, but it'll work. She's so cracked for this that you can't really lose with her. And getting the buffs from Asterios will be quite good. The thing is, Cersei absolutely should have the divinity trait, though, because you don't have to be a god to have divinity. That's not how it works. And she absolutely meets the criteria for should have divinity, and so does Medea. And the problem is because this is like such an issue throughout Fate, is they had very restrictive groundwork in Fate's Day Night, right? They said some things and they established some things that was not future-proof. So yeah, to have divinity, you either just have to be related to anything that has divinity or have been worshipped. And there's a few other aspects too, because like Martha has divinity. Like Martha has divinity, but Medea doesn't. It's like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. But yeah, they just messed up over time. Like the way the series was day one versus how they evolved it. Yeah, shit don't make no sense. And like, if you look at what they said about Medea, you can kind of see what the problem is. Like, if you look at the early stuff, it's like, wait a minute. Because basically, what they said as to why Medea doesn't have divinity should mean almost none of the fuckers that have divinity in this game should have divinity, right? So yeah, and there's just no reconciling that, unfortunately. Yeah, Gil is, you know, why is, I can't even remember, why is Gil not 50-50. Is it just like the god side just overpowered the mortal side? Because how do you know, you only have two parents. Yeah, I don't even remember with that one. I just know that his divinity stat is lower than it's supposed to be because he hates God so much, so. Yeah, I know he's a mongrel, unironically. I know, I do find that really funny. I think to him, though, it's... Because you gotta remember, a lot of times when he calls people mongrel, he's not necessarily referring to that. Because he doesn't like the gods. He doesn't think divinity is really a good thing. Although he does... Gil's weird. He does respect, like, demigods more than just heroes, right? He expects more of Ku and Hercules because they're demigods, right? Even though he thinks gods are trash. Right, he's kind of like, to a much less degree, but he's kind of like Canis like that, where it's kind of like almost hypocritical. Canis is probably, I really stand by this. Canis is like the most fucked in the head character. Her logic is so messed up. Like it's really warped. I mean, it's believable because there's people like that where something really bad happens to them, and they can't because basically all the things Canis hates, she identifies as powerful though, and you need power, right? So yeah, she's messed up. She's real messed up over there. God, yeah, because like she hates Poseidon and she hates the gods and she hates that she was SA'd, but she like identifies those things as like, you know, powerful, right? So she's like proud of her divinity status and her mastery over the ocean and all that, but then she hates that shit, right? So it's like super messed up. Because she's like, you know, she's like putting on a brave face, is like, oh yeah, don't mess with me, I'm so powerful because I'm a god and all this stuff, but then she hates the gods, right? It's like super screwed. Very Virgil of her, yeah. Gil's a trip. In Gil's defense, I legit think Gil gets a bad rep. I really do, because like people just kind of forget the other half of the story, right? They literally just forget the ending of the Epic of Gilgamesh, and like that's what they show in like CCC and Caster Gil and Fate Strange Fake to a lesser degree and stuff like that. Like that's what the good, like, and people kind of act like, oh, that's just because it's Caster Gil. It's not because it's Caster Gil. It's because that's Gil at the end of his life. And like that's why, like, Caster Gil and CCC Gil are like interchangeable, right? It's like the same fucking shit. And like, you know, Gil, you know, isn't pissed at humanity, you know, outside of Fates Tonight. Wait, who are we talking about? He's depressed? I mean, he's only depressed for a while, right? He gets his shit together. Like, he's depressed when Enkidu dies and he loses the skin and all that kind of stuff. But then he gets his... What am I even doing on this team right now? I need to be... This stage is hard enough that I need to be, like, paying attention to the buttons I am clicking. But, like, Gil pulls his shit together and becomes, like, the best king ever, and he's, like, super wise and all that. Funnily enough, a lot of, like, older anime and stories and stuff would often actually pull from, like, the, you know, epilogue Gilgamesh, if you will. And they'd have Gilgamesh as, like, you know, the wise, great leader and all that, blah, 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 blah. Not the early days fuckboy. Yeah, no, yeah, all this stuff she says to Anastasia is just, like, basically what happened to her, right? You know, Canis is super fucked up, dude. Yeah, this stage is like made for Castoria Berserker because she has the exact amount of battery to work with the passive and everything, and then she has double niche. Like normally when you have like, you know, anti-chaotic and anti-good or anti-evil or whatever, you normally get one, but she's getting both, so it's just complete, and all the grand stuff, right? You get a lot of boosts from being a 120 and having the grand tree and all that, so you put it all together and it's just outrageous damage. right, let's see. I have the wrong mystic code too. I really need to stop messing this up. Because you mess it up enough and you're gonna lose. Why are we talking about America now? What the fuck? How did we get on Elden Ring again? Are we just a FromSoft streamer now? I would just like to say, because I always say it, we still have no idea what America's end goal is / was. Yeah, I find it very hard to have an opinion about America because there's just too many unknown things. Yeah, America probably is a snake, funnily enough. There really is a lot of mounting evidence on that front. I do like that Asterios does actually buy you some time, though. It really is nice that he does that. Good old Asterios still being valuable. Wanted a full onion ring. I'm going to be so curious about what they do with Night Rain's lore in Elden Ring 2 or what have you. Because it's an alternate timeline, just straight up. But it's only an alternate timeline after the Shattering, right? So some of the stuff that they've illuminated, I'm very curious, like, what parts of that are going to matter and won't and stuff. So we'll see. So Miyazaki talked about Night Rain, and he basically said, this is a great opportunity for us to fuck up and learn from it. Which he's not wrong. Because he's basically saying because of the budget and everything, it's like it's not gonna wreck the company if something goes wrong. So it's a good time for them to experiment. I hope they keep updating it. Dude, just like fucking go Risk of Rain mode. It'll be great. I love Mori. It sucks that he's so bad here. This is not a good stage for him because you can't bring units that synergize with Mori. And Mori's a very synergy-based unit. He's not a self-sufficient one at all. Okay, the last patch of Risk of Rain, though, was a different developer, so we don't talk about that. Yeah, everything before that. God, I love Hercules' saber attacks. They look great. Also, it's just nice, like, Herc's ability to be a saber is referenced because most people only remember the archer bit. And I actually think Saber Herc is the coolest idea because it's the most like Berserker Herc, but, you know, totally sane and all that. It's like, you know, that the Herc you know, but actually can use his NP and all that stuff. It's awesome. Maybe someday. It really does suck. I don't even understand. We have alternate versions of so many characters. How do we not have sane, regular Herc? Why do we only have Berserker Hercules and Hercules Alter? Right? Like, why is that the only two ones that we have? Most famous hero, undisputably, most famous human hero in all of human history. And we don't have his normal self. Like, what? Yeah, if Archer's not male or they're genderless or anything like that, that will be really rough. I mean, you can still do it. You'll still have high stats. But I think if they're not male, Uriel has like the worst numbers in the game. It's not great. Well, probably not the worst because she is at least single target, so there is that. The fuck was that? I don't know if I've ever used this stage, but she do be flying. They never fixed her NP. I don't know if they even intend to at this point. I don't know. That was so weird. She has like such a bizarre NP, like NP ranked damage the way they did it. Super weird. And then she doesn't have like damage up, generic damage ups in her kit. Did they add an art up? I think they might have added an art up at some point as a buff. Wait, is it really lower than oh god, AoE is 400, hers is 150. Oh my god, I knew it was bad. I didn't realize it was that bad. I haven't looked at it in a while. I know she has like a completely unique way, like the way the NP is for rank. I knew it wasn't good. I just didn't realize it was that bad. Is it really that bad? Let me look this shit up. It can't be that bad. That's outrageous. Oh, here's some Lost Kingdoms music. Okay. She does have art up. That's right. Her third skill, she has 30% art up. So there's some damage up there. Oh my god. What the fuck? Okay, she's 250. Why are they like this? When they buffed her NP, they did not buff her base damage. Are you kidding me? So when they buffed her NP, they added more anti-mail multiplier to it, but the base NP stayed exactly the same. It's 250. So yeah, that's so garbage. Look at all this QP though. For some reason, the bunny one I've seen the most. I mean, obviously, none of the 3 stages are, you know, my style, but I prefer the hat. Thank you. Worse than NP. So, wow, she is going to. I take it back. She may not be usable. It depends. It depends on how hard the archer is, and then like how much you can get carried by a friend support. But yeah, wow, if they're not male, you were gonna have a really bad time. I knew it was bad. I did not realize it was that bad. Oof. Boy, I am glad I'm not a Uriel fan, because I hate that design where it's like crazy strong damage against male, but then and there's so many enemies that don't have a gender, and I don't mean like because of like, you know, clay stuff. I mean like it's a giant boar, right, or whatever. They just don't have a gender. And yeah, so most of the game you are just absolute garbage. And her toolkit is so bad. Like her 3 skills, they're so fucking bad. Like if you're not fighting a male, it is a battery at 27% with an RNG drain, and then second skill does nothing, literally nothing, no effect at all, and then 30% art up. I mean that is trash. Yeah, her, if I'm not mistaken, her, it's, oh no, maybe that's not anti-male. Is it? Let me see. Okay, so, I'm reading this backwards. It is, the 250 is actually the anti-male part. The base damage, see, this is why she's so fucking weird. Why is she like this? And I remember now, this is the weird shit I remember. The damage up effect in the NP is the NP damage, right? Like that, and it's not the rank thing. She's like the only unit like that. Yeah, so she's still bad, but she's not as bad. Yeah, I remember this shit now. Yeah, her shit's backwards. Her NP rank does not affect the NP damage. The NP rank is just the anti-mail part. The yeah, it's easy to this is an easy mistake to make though, because like the way it's formatted, that's backwards to how every other NP is, and the icon is like the anti-niche icon, right? So it's super easy to make this mistake. But yeah, I had it backwards. So yeah, she's 1,200. So yeah, that should, even if they are female or genderless or whatever, that should be fine. I mean, it's not gonna like be amazing because you only have the 30% art up and stuff, but okay, yeah, it's not as much of a catastrophe. It's still bad though. Chat, anyone want to take a guess what Billy's multiplier is? So Billy, who's not exactly famous for doing amazing damage, but Billy's multiplier is 2,400. A little bit higher. Now he's quick versus art and all that. Let's find an art 3-star here. Is there an art 3-star? They need an upgraded NP because she has an upgraded NP. I mean, any art upgraded will work, really. It doesn't have to be a single target. Let's see, who's an upgraded single target that's not weird? Because every once in a while there's a weird ass okay, Ezo. Wait, doesn't Ezo have a weird one though? I think his is different because they're assholes and he wanted you to roll for all of his copies. I think the end result might still be the same though. But I'm pretty sure his like amount, like he doesn't peak at MP3 like a lot of units do. And I swear they just randomly did that because they wanted you to go for MP5. He's 1,800. So yeah, and that I believe that's standard for art. Yeah, I think 100 Face might be another weird one. I remember there's a lot of assassins that are just fucking weird. Yeah, she's 1,800 as well. So yeah, I mean, yeah, Uriel is still at a pretty big dip there. She's actually less than an unupgraded art. Unupgraded art is 1,500. So she's actually lower than that. Let's see, Serenity. I don't know, I'm looking at so many assassins right now. Okay, Serenity's 1,800. Yeah, I do see though, the NP ranks like 1, 2, 3 and all that are weird on Ezo. Well, I mean, she can probably Black Grail. Let's see. So she has 20% battery, because obviously if you're a big Uriel fan, of course you're going to have the battery. So you're 47%. Oh god, with her, that's messed up. With her Bond CE, she'll be at 97%, and you round up at 99. So you're 2 NP short. Okay, is there an archer that gives the team like 10% battery, like, or something like that? That would be like good. Bro, a lot of weird stuff for Uriel right now. Helena, I mean that's actually not. Wait, no, Helena's pretty bad. I was thinking the Casca one. What does Helena do? Oh, Calamity Jane, although not art specific, but Calamity Jane's got. I think Calamity Jane's gonna be amazing for Grand Archer, and I don't necessarily mean her being the Grand Archer, but like just in that content, right? Because she's a support you can use, and she has a lot of battery and shit. So I think she'll be super helpful. But yeah, you definitely want somebody that gives any amount of battery, and then you'll be a lot better off. Because you're gonna want Black Grail. Like if you have to use starting NP for 2 NP charge, that's terrible. Man, I don't know what I'm gonna do for the video because I'm not sure Mori's gonna work, honestly. There just aren't really berserkers he can work with that are gonna help a lot. I'll have to, I mean, maybe if you give them like a good gut CE, because he's got these gut CE effects now. And I think there's isn't there an action you can take that will make guts generate or something like that? Like you get a guts. Yeah, this is going to be tough. If the boss fight's hard, I don't think Mori's going to do so hot. Yeah, for like the Mordred video I did, I didn't even max out the tree. It sucks I couldn't do it solo though, because I'd already beat the stage on the account that could solo. But you can actually solo it easier than what I did in the video. But Mori is not that kind of unit. And if Herc has 12 lives, we're gonna have a really bad time. Yeah, Herc's gonna do great. Yeah, Herc is gonna destroy this stage. Give me a second though, I need to get water. I wouldn't actually hate doing a Herc video just because I so rarely get to make Herc videos and like use music for him and stuff, and it sucks. But yeah, we'll just see what happens. So, chat, thinking about it, because Hercules and Musashi are like absolute opposite picks in terms of like under the hood decision making, we might be in for some incredibly random grand picks, right? Like they like God knows what's gonna happen. We'll see. Like I said, the next couple will probably give us an idea of what they're doing, if it is going to be random as hell or if there's going to be a pattern. You know, Tesla would be a cool Grand Archer. I'm just saying. I want to pick Tesla for my Grand Archer so bad, but I think I gotta go with Billy. It's really hard between those two because I like them both a lot. But Billy kind of has been my boy for a long ass time, and he's a low star, and that's always a plus for me, so. Deer Mud Grand Lancer. That would be pretty sick. Obviously, I'm contractually obligated to go with Coom. But that would be really cool. Ooh, Robin. Love that. Wait. They should make Robin Hood the Grand for the enemy. 100%. I'm completely on board with that now. That's so correct, in my opinion. One, who's always been paid extra. That's some OG shit now. And like, he is the famous archer. I mean, like, Robin Hood is one of the most famous stories on planet Earth. Like, I think that's perfect. Holy fuck. I would love that. But Lost, we want to use the Orion. I do like a Rosh too. Really like a Rosh too. Yeah, Rosh and Robin, I think, are just such great picks. Give me coins then? That bad, huh? I'm out of Mori coins. I've got 30 left, and I'm at 118. So when I do 120, I'll be out. Scath and Karna really do seem like likely picks for Grand Lancer. But yeah, we'll just have to see. I hope something is random. Like, I hope something is so random. And because what's cool about it, even though they're non-canon, it's still like a peek behind like how the Grands work, right? Like how it's like a souped up version of them, right? Like with Masashi and Hercure, it's really cool to see them at like this like extra grandiose, you know, form, right? So I want to see that for like Phantom of the Opera, right? And see the devs, you know, actually make that. You know, I think that would be super cool. Oh man, Leonidas Grand Lancer, that'd be sick, dude. Dude, give him an animation update, you fucks. God damn it, dude. I think he's the most deserving character in the entire game for an animation update. All right, select the buttons. This is just going to confuse people even more with Grands. And the weird thing is, this really isn't Nasu's fault. I mean, it kind of is, because I guess he could have been a little bit clearer. But Nasu said over and over and over again that it's, you know, with the exception of Assassin, there wasn't one Grand. It was like you had one Grand at a time that got summoned, right? But like, it was just like the regular Grail War, right? A lot of different things could be summoned. And like what got summoned would change based on like the time period and the location and all that. And there were just a bunch of different things that could be Grand Saber and Grand Lancer and all that. And he said that several times. And somehow the player base got really stuck on there was a Grand for each class. Like just always. And if they're summoned, they're always summoned as a Grand and blah, blah, blah. I don't know how the hell that happened. She's so broken. I actually kind of hate how broken she is. Because this fight would be like a battle to the death. You'd be like scrounging for value, like anytime I don't use her, you know? And I find that more fun. But you bring her and it's just I win button. And Nasu said that like over and over again. It's like, and they say that in the story. Like they say that in the story. Like, when they think Guadia is the Grand Caster, they say, you know, it's not a matter of him being a better caster, it's just he's summoned in a stronger container. Yeah, I think they didn't do the best job, but they did a pretty good job of letting people, like, telling people how it works, but I guess people don't read the story or the interviews. And then, like, this kind of, like, fan concept just caught on. Even now, I'll get comments and stuff where I'm just like, oh god. Lost, because this stage is harder than the Saber one, I think it's not just you and I that are, like, fucking around less. I think everyone's fucking around less because this stage is actually hard. So you're getting summoned all the time, dude. And if you just relog periodically, so you're at the top of the list, you're gonna have more FP than you're gonna know what to do with. And poor Gwen, dude. It's not even fair. It's so messed up. Can we just have a story where Gwen gets summoned as the Grand Saber, and Gramps is summoned as regular assassin? Can we even this out? And look, I love King Hassan, don't get me wrong, but like, for the love of God, man. The hell was that noise? Hey, don't look at me. I'm farming out here. Gotta max the skill tree out. Try to get my Mori the best shot he can have. He's gonna have a bad time. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna do this with Mori. I might have to give up on it for a video. We'll see. I mean, I'm gonna try. Even if it's scuffed as hell, if I can do it, I'll do it. And if I can't do it, I'll do Herc solos Herc, because that is legitimately awesome. And I don't know what the challenge quest is, but I'm very confident that Herc can solo it. Because with his Bond CE being free now, that's just a whole other level of bullshit. You might have to use the other craft essence slot for something smart, though. Excuse me, I'm eating. But yeah, you might have to be a bit crafty with the other CE. If it's hard. More bullets, please. I need so many of those. I kind of want to level a second VC Brawn so then I can grail my VC Brawn to 100. I don't know if his CE stacks or not. Has anyone tried that yet? I figured normally you're better off with something else. I knew someone was gonna say that, Lost. I knew that fucking craft essence was gonna come up. IS-5 update. Hopefully they didn't make it cancer. That fucking IS-4 update made me hate IS-4, dude. Alright. Rainbow chain, art chain. If I remember correctly, these make you hit so hard with the rainbow chain. Do you need 12 to unlock the boss? I'm not gonna do it until I unlock everything because Mori is so fucked here. It says do I not have 12? Can I not count? Oh, I don't have this one. I was thinking 4, 8, 12, but yeah, I don't have that one. Level 100 star. Oh boy. Honestly, this wouldn't be that hard if we were allowed to use other classes. Yeah, the lack of other classes makes this quite scuffed. Like, boy, if people didn't have access to something as busted as Castor, and I would say Penth is really big too. Like, Penth is very helpful. But let's say if Penth didn't exist, and Castoria Berserker didn't exist, people would be struggling a good bit here, and I think a lot of people would have to level Asterios if they hadn't already. Yeah, God Juna, very good too. Yeah, I've used him a few times. I do wonder what Lancer's gonna be though. If they don't do sure hit, they're gonna get fucked. Like they'll have no shot. So Rider is after Lancer. It's gonna be wild. I must say I am looking forward to seeing how Maiku does, because you know, Mori is struggling quite a bit. Mordru did quite well. I was very happy with that, but I'm pretty confident Maiku is gonna do well. What I'm really looking forward to is when we can combine stuff. So, for example, if you can summon your friends, Cream Hilda, right? So they're the Grand Berserker for them, and then you can use your, like, St. George and make them a dragon, right? Now you're cooking. Chat, what if, like, you have your Grand Saber as Siegfried, right? And then you have a Grand Rider, St. George, or even a regular one. And then you summon your friends, Grand Berserker, Cream Hilda, or it's yours, right? That would be pretty sick, right? Turn the enemy into a dragon and double anti-dragon. That'd be a good time. Or hey, maybe they're a dragon naturally, and then you bring Sigurd or something. Like how he kind of just like sits down with the bow. Well, I don't really... Well, actually, I do need these. Fuck. Shows how little I've been farming in this game. Yeah, with the bonus stuff being different. Maybe evade-based, because that's the thing about Lancers is, lore-wise, they're normally more, like, agility-based than Sabers are. Obviously, you have exceptions to the rule, like Karna and stuff, but, that is generally the way of it. Maybe they'll have an ignore sure hit. That'd be nice. Can't wait for the caster and have Grand Chin Gong use other Grand Casters as ammo. Hell yeah. Going to be great. It could be crit stuff too. Yeah, they normally represent skill with like crit. They do that a lot. Which is funny because crits are the opposite of skill. They're RNG. But, you know, video game logic. I wonder if she'll... Let's see what she does without... I mean, Asterios is adding a lot of damage, but Brave Chain is... Or, yeah, Brave Chain, whatever, is pretty good. I don't have a single level 100 caster. Don't know who I'm going to grand. That's the perfect use of that emote, by the way. That's how I was. I didn't have a 100 caster or rider, so I had to think about it for a while. But I know what I'm picking. Actually, I don't for caster because of a VC Braun. I love him so much. Like, I don't, you know, the anime didn't do him justice, and holy fuck, the manga didn't do him justice, but goddamn, a VC Braun in the book, man. So awesome, dude. Big fan of that character. But he's bad at 100. That's the thing, he's bad. Waiver earned my grand. I respect that. I think everyone that's been playing the game for a long time understands. Some of the newer kids probably don't, but yeah, I super respect that. I'll never forget when the Japanese version of the game came out with the finale, right? And you know, the way the time getting was, it like would open up in the middle of the day, and people would kind of see it all as it went. And when Guadia finally came out and the finale was done, and you had the picture of like Mash and the main character in the snow field, like looking out at the sun. Somebody pretty quickly edited in, and it had pretty decent quality, like it being Mash, and the main character, and then fucking Waver, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty accurate. It was so widely used back then. And then we'll have to see what they do with the extra classes. I think they'll do something, but they might wait until the actual finale, because the extra classes seem kind of tied to the finale, right? With the OC bullshit. Man, I so want to see this. He's so much better in a solo, though. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I don't need Bond that much. Are you allowed to not bring... Oh, fuck, though. You have to bring Berserkers. Are you allowed to not bring your Grand? Well, I can't click him, so I don't think so. I think you have to bring your Grand. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Oh, we have the 50% NP thing now. Well, we'll still see how hard he hits. He doesn't have an upgraded NP, though, because they hate him. 22k, though. Okay, I need to make the team as competent as possible, though. This could go badly. I'm about to Grail Pinth to 90, just because we're using her so much. And I've used her so much on this account. She kind of deserves it. And I could use the extra safety net. How many Grails do I have? That's the wrong Grail. Can we have Pinth's like normal self though? Not the short stack? Because they showed it for like 5 seconds and it was pretty awesome. Can we just have that? Be more serious, please. They showed it in the APOC anime. For like 3 frames. Very hard to find. They were very sneaky about that. Yeah, they're more likely to go like full kid instead of adult, knowing them. Oh fuck, if I Grailer though, I don't have any XP right now. By the way, I keep Morgan at 89 so she doesn't get to be mixed in with the other 90s. She's not included. Let's see. I need to count how many I need for certain plans I have. Yeah, I'd like adult Pinth with armor. That'd be sick. Alright, well. See how we do. I hate the reason why they changed their minds about using normal Morgan, and it's so messed up. So George R.R. Martin, love him or hate him, I think has made a very good point in an interview where like you need to stick with whatever your original intent is. Like if you were designing a story and you had a vague idea of like your beginning, middle, and end, or where a character arc was going, you got to stick with that. Because he was talking about like how, you know, fans had figured out some of his secrets, if you will, right? And he was saying like he vaguely had a moment where he was like, well, maybe I should change what happens so that the fans didn't get it right. But then he was like, okay, no, that's stupid. Because like if you spent even if the hints were very minor, and even if the hints were really subtle, if you spent the whole time with the idea that the butler did it, and so there's really subtle things, if you realize it or not, pointing towards the butler did it, and then all of a sudden, nope, the chambermaid did it, it's gonna ring false, and it's shitty, it's hollow, it's shallow, it's no good. And Fate has done that so many times, where they just and because Nasu admitted it, that's what they did. They were the whole time. Lost Belt 6 was planned to be a more classical Camelot story. It was going to be regular timeline Morgan. You were going to have Grand Saber Artoria show up. Green Knight was going to be in it. It was going to be regular Vortigern and Dragon at the end to like fuck everything up because like it's gotten so warped. And it was going to be regular Oberym and stuff like that. And then way late in development, they changed all that and shifted things around. And it shows there's so many problems in Lost Belt 6 where you can tell they like it was like module. They like slapped a Vortigern and Oberym together, and it doesn't work at all. And Morgan is a really good example of this because there are throughout the earlier parts of FGO, they were absolutely hinting at regular Morgan being used, like in Tristan's interlude and stuff like that. And now Tristan's interlude doesn't make sense anymore, right? It's like, well, like the only way they can make sense of it is if they have regular Morgan show up for something else. But that's obviously what they weren't intending, and they might just forget and have her never be used, and then his interlude won't make any sense at all, right? And that's like exactly what George R.R. Martin was talking about, is you kind of just, like it or not, you kind of need to stick with your original intent, because otherwise there's going to be mistakes. And there absolutely are in Lost Belt 6 and in other stuff like Tristan's interlude, and it sucks. I'm not a fan at all. But unfortunately, Nasu's a hack, so a hack that makes really interesting characters. I'll certainly give him that, but I really don't care for his writing style at all. It's very fan fiction-y, in my opinion. Oh god, let's see. I could probably wait at least one turn to do Guts because of Asterios. So, Nah, I should buff her. It's not even Copium. Like, they said Green Knight was going to be in it. It was going to be the King Lot getting, like, increasingly possessed by the Green Knight throughout the story. And at the end, he was going to fight Gwaine. This shit sounds awesome. But, nope. My least favorite thing is definitely the Oberyn Vortigern stuff getting fused. Because it's just so obvious that it's tacked on. Because people act like it's deep. It's not deep. It's just stupid. Like, there's no connection there. You can just so easily see how Vortigern was like the destruction being summoned by the regular human history to clean shit up. And then they just decided, oh, Oberyn needs to be more important, so we'll just slap him on that. And it's stupid as hell, dude. Alright, Herc. I hate so much that you have no other Buster cards right now. Because you honestly are going to get more... Fuck, I guess I don't even know if I should have done that Buster up. That's so messed up. Well, at least I can do that. I mean, they say they rewrote stuff, but like you can just tell what they did. Like, you know, I know how writing works. Like, it's just obvious. Because I mean, they said that Vortigern was just going to be in at the end, right? And I think what Vortigern does at the end is exactly what he was going to do originally. Because basically what they said, and they just added in all the Oberym stuff. Because like, Oberym was going to be in it too, but it was just going to be Oberym, right? And they just decided to like, oh yeah, it's Vortigern all along. It is, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, there's no cohesion between Oberym's character and Vortigern's at all. And again, just like George R.R. Martin said, when you change things last minute like this, and you've been building things up a certain way, it just doesn't work. And as someone that's like, you know, really big on, you know, Vortigern, what was canonically there before, it doesn't track, right? When you look at Garden of Avalon and the stuff with Vortigern, it's so obvious there is no world their intention for that character is what they did with him in Lost Belt 6, right? If you cut out the Oberym stuff, then it's a lot simpler, but it actually fits what they were doing. And the same with Morgan, right? With the Morgan stuff and Tristan's interlude, it's like, this doesn't track. right? And like Nasu is literally just doing the exact thing that George R.R. Martin is saying not to do. And I think the consequences are obvious, right? And I think a lot of people just don't want to accept that because they like Oberyn or they like Morgan. And the thing is, you can like those things and still accept that, you know, this is not good writing. You know, you can like the character and like certain aspects of it, of course. And because there's all kinds of stuff that I like that is full of you know, bullshit. You know, like Bakano. I love Bakano to death. But that writer really does have a hard time, especially with Durarara. He has a really hard time wrapping his stories up. Like, holy hell. Like, I think the writer, because he does Fate Strange Fake, Bakano, Durarara, right? I think he does such an awesome job having a large cast and having all of them have, you know, believable, interesting motivations and not feeling two-dimensional. And he does a good job of, even if a character only has a little bit of screen time, using it very well to make that character stand out and so you can kind of get what they're about and make them awesome. He's so good at that, right? And then he just does not, like, stick the landing at all. He gets, like, over-attached, I think, to the work. And it never really ends. And, like, and a lot of the character arcs don't fucking finish, right? And even though I love his work, I'm still like, yeah, these criticisms are really, because a very common criticism of his work is that he never sticks the landing. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. He doesn't stick the landing. And I think a lot of people just have like so much bias because they like Oberyn or they like Morgan or, you know, whatever the fuck it is, that they're just not seeing the fucking obvious writing fallacies here. Asterios would be a pretty awesome Grand, but you know, it's Mori, who I'm not actually using right now because he is not good for this, but what are you gonna do? I mean, you know, he might get to do some work. We'll see. I love Mori to absolute death, but yeah, he's quite bad. It's very difficult to set up the crits and all that stuff when you don't have access to like Leonidas or Merlin or Qingong or any of those things. It's very difficult. Because yeah, you could give your other Berserker star bombs, but what if Mori doesn't get the cards at a good time, right? Fuck it, I guess we just go now, even though I don't have a Buster card. Hey, look, exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, at least he has cards at all. But yeah, throughout my life, one of the most annoying things I have experienced when it comes to, like, entertainment, books, movies, you know, and like conversing with people and about books and stories and stuff. And even in other forms of entertainment, like industry stuff, like video game consoles, tech advancement, right? Hardware. I find online, it's not nearly as bad in person, but I find online, people are just so fucking biased and stupid. Like, they don't know how to check their own bias. Like, there's things that I'm biased about, and so I'm hyper aware that I'm biased about them. So whatever, like, the other viewpoint is, like, the conflicting viewpoint is, I'm extra fair to. I go, like, so far out of my way to, like, give them the most generous interpretation of their argument, because that's the best way of, like, of figuring out your own argument, right? And figuring out your own viewpoint and see, like, where it is flawed or where the thing you like isn't perfect, right? There's no point in putting the blinders on. But in my time with, like, just, like, video game consoles, I remember this when I was younger. So I started learning, like, how stupid people are. And the fact that this never changed, and I see like fucking 30 and 40-year-olds doing this now, where you had like PlayStation 2 and the original Xbox, then even more so with PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360. People were so irrational. They were so irrational. Like, it made so little sense to me because it was like, and this is again how I learned not to do this, because I used to do it a little bit with like Gundam, and then I snapped the fuck out of it. It was so obvious to me. It's like, look, you can like Halo on Xbox a lot, and you can like the controller a lot, and still see like, hey, this other game on PlayStation is still a good game, or this one Xbox exclusive is being ran really poorly, right? Halo doesn't disintegrate because you concede that like something on PlayStation is a good game, or vice versa, right? If you like whatever game on PlayStation, you don't have to be like, oh, Halo's for nerds, right? And it's like, people are just so bad about this stuff, right? And people get like all this, like with F-Go, all this sunken cost fallacy. Like, I have to listen to all these fucking whales and stuff, you know, defend some of the worst business practice I've ever seen, because they don't want to like see themselves, oh, I wasted all this money. If I say this game is bad in this way, it's like I spent all those thousands of dollars for nothing, right? Like that kind of like bias is super bad for you, right? And a good example is because I made a bad judgment, right, when I bought Dragon's Dogma 2, right? I have massive buyer's remorse from that. Never gonna let that one go. But it would not have helped me if I tried to convince myself when playing that game that it was good, right? That would have been a waste of my time, and that would have been dishonest, right? There would have been no integrity in that, because I didn't think it was good, right? Now someone else can think it's good for different reasons, and that's fine, but like I would have no integrity if I tried to convince myself and other people that that game was good, so I didn't feel bad about spending $70 on it or $80, whatever the fuck it was, right? Instead, I just accepted the criticism and like, yep, I wanted this game to be good. There's a few aspects of it that I like, but this game is garbage, and it didn't live up to what I wanted. It didn't fix any of the flaws from the original, right? All the flaws from the original are still here. Some of them are worse. It's not optimized well. Even if it runs well for me, it's not running well for other people, right? And that's it. That's like people need to get to that point with all things, religion, politics, whatever. Like you can like what you like and dislike what you dislike, but you've got to be fucking intellectually honest with these things. And I think gacha games are one of the worst places for this. Something about gacha games, I guess the gambling and the long-term investment, and my account's different than your account and all that. Something about that really just brings out the emotional side of it. And people are incredibly illogical with these games. And I think the Souls games are kind of like this too. At least the vocal minority of people that talk a lot online, they just, holy shit, man. They put like self-worth in their ability to like beat Elden Ring, right? Or to do it at level 1 or whatever. And it's fine to enjoy those things. I enjoy doing like some of the games at low level and all that. But, you know, your self-worth can't come from this shit. But you have people, like, identifying with a PlayStation or with FGO or whatever. It's, like, becomes a part of their personality, right? It's, like, it's part of their personality that they like this thing. And so if you criticize this thing, it's like you're criticizing me, right? And again, when I was really young, I was like that a little bit with, like, I didn't like some of the newer Gundams I didn't like, right? Because I like the older Gundams, and I kind of had that, like, idiot mindset, but I grew out of that really fast, and PlayStation and the Xbox rivalry really like illustrated it to me very well. But Jesus, that's kind of why I've just checked out of the FGO community, because there's way too much of that crap. I was rolling for Summer Suzuka and got NP6 Castoria instead. Ooh, did you get Suzuka at all? Dude, I never use her summer version. I don't even like remember what she does. I don't remember her NP animation. She is so rare. I see her Saber version plenty, but yeah, I never see her, was it right? Yeah, Rider. I never see that one. I think we've used her like twice, like when she came out, and then like one random ass other time, and that's pretty much it. I hate rolling for 4 stars too, because like sometimes it's awesome. I've had 4 stars where I just get them like boom, 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 right? And like I win every 50-50, and I get them in such a small amount of SQ, and it's great. And then you have other times where you just get spook, 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 spook. Right? Like 50-50 just has so much variance in it that you know, things can just go totally south. Not a fan of that. They really need a 4-star safety net. FGO has the worst safety net on the market, man. It's atrocious. Well, I don't know. Arknights isn't that good either. It's just the way you like the amount you need to roll and the currency you get is very different. And they do have like the shop safety net now, I guess, but. And most units in Arknights aren't limited too. That's a big boon. They have more limited units than they used to, though. Yeah, everything about FGO's rolling system is trash. And God, I have to listen to people defend that shit too. I will say, FGO in particular has gotten slightly less bad because it's inevitable, right? People will see the light if they want to or not, because like other games come out that eventually other people are just going to, oh, I have to play this, it looks too good, right? And then they see better business models and things like that, right? Like, so you can only be like in the cult for so long, if you will, and it's like some of FGO's unacceptable business practices are just becoming more and more obvious. Like, as the industry, you know, evolves more and more around them, it's harder and harder for the FGO community to, like, not, you know, see the problems. Now, there's still plenty of people on massive amounts of copium, but all that needs to happen is Lisangle / Sony, really, they just need to hire better and more developers. Their development team is tiny, right? That is the whole problem. That's like why they can't develop a roguelike. You know, that's why. They can barely keep up with the like bullshit that they do, let alone, you know, any extra stuff. When you have like 8 tech guys, you know, that's what happens. Which in turn is the player's fault, though. Like, we are completely to blame for this game's faults. Because if we would stop spending money on it, which, I mean, in my defense, I don't spend money on it, but the community at large spends money on it. If they would stop doing that and, you know, let the company know specifically, I'll spend money again if you know, hire more people, you put out more stuff, yada yada, then they would do it in a heartbeat. Because the money's there, right? Like, the Sony has the money. It's just they don't see any reason to use it. They don't see any reason to give Lisangle a larger budget because they're doing well enough as is, right? They're making a lot of money without... So Sony's like, okay, we have a skeleton crew of inexperienced developers that we pay nothing to, and they're turning a massive profit. So why change anything, right? Like, why give them more staff? Why do anything? This is working great as is. So the players have to be like, okay, if you want this golden goose to keep on giving, then you have to make it better, right? It's completely up to the players on this one. And that's like the cool thing about being a consumer is you actually have a lot of influence over these things. It's just most people don't, they don't have the will, I guess. And that's where the companies, though, do this on purpose. That's why the business model of gacha games is so successful, is because they're trying to hook you with that emotional element, right? That's what they're trying to do, because if people get emotional about this stuff, they're not gonna want to withstand rolling on their favorite character's new version or getting the costume or whatever the fuck these games do, right? Like Love and Deep Space with the dates being rated up or whatever, right? I still am not 100% sure how that works, but you know, but when people are emotionally invested, they don't want to be, you know, boycott, if you will. They don't want to be like, okay, I'm not rolling until they fix these things. They don't want to do that because then they miss the thing that they want, right? And so that's why these devs are like, they're happy. They want it to be even more emotional, right? They want it, the more like emotionally connected people are to their product, the happier they are. And it sucks too, because a lot of what makes people like these products isn't Sony, right? It's the talent that gets hired, right? Temporarily. That the work that those people put in is what makes people like the stuff, right? But yeah, the ones that end up controlling it and, you know, the money aspect of it are the suits. So what I'm saying is, put your money where your mouth is, for the love of God. Oh my god, FGO's UI, dude. The amount of hate I have for it. And it's getting worse because they just keep bloating it. They just keep slapping things on it. Yeah, the biggest insult I can give Elden Ring Night Rain is the fact that the Relic Systems UI reminds me heavily of FGO. Especially how, like, you can't sell the relics. Like, when you obtain them and all that shit. Like, oh my god, dude. Send help. Alright, let's see our Buster card in action here. I have the wrong Mystic Code again. Unfortunately, though, I have to do the Buster first. It happens. Pretty good. Nothing too mind-blowing, but although I guess I should have done it after anyway because of the bonuses, right? 'Cause aren't they for the turn, not just the NP? Although, I mean, I'd lose 50%, which is pretty heavy, but I think it's still better. Oh yeah, and you get the defense down. So yeah, it definitely would have been better. Yep, it's for the turn. I bet you she could have killed there. That's something in Elden Ring I see a lot, is people will be like, yeah, when I first played Elden Ring, I didn't like the boss design, but now that I've memorized it, I enjoy it, or I like it, or I think it's good. Now, it's fine to say you enjoy it, right? It's one thing to be like, once I've memorized it, I'm able to play the game in a way that I find enjoyable now. That's fair. But you shouldn't defend the design of it, though, unless you truly do like it. But I've seen a lot of people that, like, initially see the problems with the design, but then once they're able to counter the design with, like, just experience and memorizing it, then they're like, oh, I'm having fun now, so it's fine. I'm hoping that when Fate Strange Fake finally finishes and they do more of the anime and maybe collab and all that, we'll probably get Avenger Herc first, unfortunately. But hopefully after that, they'll just do regular Herc at some point. I hated that, and I kind of get where the writer's coming from, but I don't think he even realized, like, the consequences that have come from his actions. Because you have Berserker Herc, which is obviously a madness enhancement, very altered version of Herc, and they even tell you it's the weakest version of Herc, right? Like, he's so much stronger as other classes. And you obviously don't really get to see his personality, right? You get like a tiny snippet of it. Like when he dies in the Fate route, and I think like when he's like thinking about Emiya, right, when he fought Emiya, and that's it. So very little of his character. And then Fate Strange Fate comes around, after all these other works. You got Fate Extra and Fate APOC and all that, and no Herc to be found. And then okay, we're using Herc. And then the writer's like, but yeah, Herc is such a iconic character and is so important. Nasu needs to be the one to write regular Hercules, right? Nasu's got to do this, and I imagine he thought Nasu would do that. So he's like, okay, so we'll do Hercules Alter, right? Grail juice, but it's not real Herc either, right? And so then and he's thinking like, his version of Herc then can't mess up what Nasu wants to do for the actual character, right? If like his behavior's not in sync and all that, it's no big deal because it's an alter. And that's what he said. And here we are 5 million years later, and Nasu hasn't done anything with Herc. Right? So, could we just have had regular Herc, please? Could somebody write that? I don't know, they might do it. Nasu might be just like waiting for the right time. I don't know. Because Nasu is normally pretty respectful to his other writers, and he doesn't want to step on their toes, right? He's actually pretty big on that, and he's probably thinking now, and he's friends, so he could literally talk about this, but he's probably thinking, I don't want to steal the thunder of Herc Alter from Fate Strange Fake, right? So if I whip out, Saber Hercules or Archer Hercules or something, we're just gonna steal that thunder. So, I don't know, man. It's weird being the either that or Nasu just doesn't care about Herc that much. I don't know. I don't really get that vibe, though, because I think Nasu picked the stories for Fate Stay Night that he liked, and he seems to like a lot of Greek stuff and classical European stuff. So, it'd be weird if he didn't like Hercules. And, like, then why did he pick him? Because he not only picked him, but he kept him from Prototype, right? A lot of stuff changed from Prototype, but he kept Hercules from Prototype to Fate Strange Fate, or Fate Stay Night. So I don't really see Nasu like not liking Herc. Blue, shut your whore mouth. There will be no weird takes on Hercules until we get a goddamn normal one. No entertaining these ideas. Keep that filth out of your mouth. We don't need no Herc before his hero. We don't need no kid Herc. We don't none of this. Absolute heathens. Teenage Herc, young adult, yeah. I mean, there are stories with Herc when he's a bit younger, but at his latest chapters, Nasu seems to no longer to want normal fate. I agree, and things he said in interviews support that very much so. It sucks. And here's the thing: if you're not into it anymore, that's fine. You can't force someone to be artistically energized, right? You can't. I think the whole problem is the money. There's so much money in it. And even though I don't think Nasu's really wanting to write it anymore, he still loves it. And so this friction between I don't want to give it to somebody else to write it because I care about it, but I don't really want to write it anymore, but it's also making a lot of money. So what Nasu has essentially been doing, and this is why I don't like it anymore, is he's been writing like JRPGs that have nothing to do with Fate and just slapping them in Fate, right? That's what Lost Belt 6 is. It's a JRPG video game that has nothing to do with Fate, that has its own systems and its own blah, 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 and it's just forced into Fate. And I would, if Nasu wants to write that kind of stuff now, that's fine. More power to him, but then he should do that and then either just stop doing Fate, or if he wants Fate to continue and he wants the money or whatever, then he needs to let the other writers do it. And he's gotten enough writers around him now that are very passionate about Fate that they're happy to do stuff with it, right? And if he wants to like oversee it still, that's fine too. Because yeah, when you look at almost every other writer, they're so much more into the concept. Because Nasu's basically not even into the concept of Fate anymore, right? Because the original concept was actual myth and legend, but anime, right? Because if you look at the older stuff, it's pretty grounded. You know, there are aspects of it that aren't. You know, it's very anime, boobs everywhere, but you know, it is pretty grounded. And a lot of the other writers have kept it quite grounded. Fate Zero is very grounded. A lot of Sakura's stuff, you know, is very grounded, even if I don't always like it. But you got Fate Lost and all that stuff, and the Blue Fragments, and there's a lot of works that have been coming out that are just infinitely more grounded and normal. Like Fate Lost, you know, showed off some of the Nordic gods, and they're very normal. They're anime, but they're very normal. And same for like Lagartha and Ragnar and all that. Like, yeah, they're very animate up. You know, they're more, you know, anime than not, but they're still kind of living up to what you would expect out of a classical, you know, Viking anime character, right? And I vastly prefer that. And the thing, that's what the series started on, right? That's how it's been. So I'm not into this like fan fiction bullshit that has nothing to do with anything, just slapped into Fate and like forced in there. You know, and if Nasu wants to write that style of stuff, that's fine. I don't think that's a problem at all. If that's what he likes doing, that's what he likes doing. No harm, no foul. But yeah, he needs to. I think combining them is just shit. I think it's so shit. Not just my opinion. You know, I'm not gonna sue the man, right? Like, but yeah, I don't think it's great. Yeah, Fate Lost has really good designs. I haven't read any of it yet. I'm waiting for a good chunk of it to be out. In case I like it, I can actually enjoy it. But yeah, all the designs are pretty grounded. They're very anime, but they're quite grounded. They're pretty classical, and I like it a lot. I don't think I dislike any of the character designs I've actually seen from Fate Lost. Even the non-servants and stuff, like from the flashback segments and all that, they all look pretty good. And this is kind of like, and this is to some degree being an elitist, but I think it's just correct though. It's kind of like with Demon Souls, right? More people have played the Demon Souls remake than the original. And it's fine for them to like it. Totally fine for them to like it. But I don't think it's intellectually honest for them to just like they try to discredit all the criticisms the OG fans have of the remake. And I think the fair thing to do, because the criticisms I just think are completely undeniable. I mean, they're just, you're having to be delusional to act like they're not. And it's fine to be like, man, this was a game I got into. I didn't ever play the original, so I just played it for what it was, and I liked it. The graphics are great. I liked it, you know, everything. I just really enjoyed it. Fine, totally fine. Good for you. I'm happy for you. I'm glad you enjoyed the game. Like, truly. But then you should be able to also see why, you know, one, that's not what FromSoft wanted. It's kind of obvious to read between the lines. You know, Japanese companies won't openly badmouth each other, but I do not think FromSoft is happy about the Demon Souls remake. And of course they're not. I mean, like, it just totally, like, brutalized a lot of the art of that game. And so it should be easy to see why the OG fans don't like that. And like, for example, if you like Nasu's writing style and you like the like VTuber characters and all this like JRPG stuff, that no problem. I'm glad you like that stuff. I don't want to take those things away from you, but I think you should be able to see why the fans of the original are like, you know, feeling betrayed by it, and why it's so easy to separate the two. You know, you can have your wacky anime girls and your JRPG setting and all this stuff. You can just do that in a new franchise or a new game or whatever, and probably function better there anyway. But yeah, I mean, people get attached to the thing that they like and blah blah blah. So big damage. Thankfully, like, FGO is kind of forced to be serious from time to time, and sometimes they will use the more grounded characters and things like that, but, like, I mean, look at Lilith, man. Like, Lilith is just so VTuber-y and everything, and it made it a lot harder to take all that stuff seriously for me. It just, because when I look at a lot of the modern Fate stuff, I'm like, could this coincide with the original, like, Fate Zero and Fate Stay Night and all that? And a lot of times the answer is no. And yeah, I'm not a fan. All right. So basically never art chain. Okay, so now we unlock the boss. These two are probably good though. These kind of like extra effects normally are quite useful. No idea what this even does. Something about HP at 50%. Anybody got a quick rundown of I don't even know. I don't need to know which power up does what. I kind of just need when you have everything, like what happens, right? Like it's guts proc when X happens, or that's what it seems like. Cause something makes guts proc, like you get a guts. Sucks you can't repeat this quest. Once you do it once, that's that. At least we're getting through this pretty quick. It's nice. I kind of want to just blow through this so it's done. Because then I can play casually on the ult account. And I get Eric Bond and stuff. I mean, Pinth works pretty well. I just have to change the Mystic code. Have I made any Fate fans livid in chat yet? Any wraths? Although my chat's gonna be wrath at me no matter what. Look, it's not my fault that Blemish Shine has low stats, okay? I didn't do that. Don't shoot the messenger. We really do need that Curse You green. I need to make that at some point. Alright, fuck it. Lost is dead. Oh hey, we never fixed the Mystic code, so it's actually the right one. I mean, at this point, like with Demon Souls, right, there are more people that have gotten into Demon Souls through the remake than the original, right? And it's the same with Fate. There's more new fans with all the VTuber bullshit than there is from the original. Let's see. Man, she's got all of her cards here. This would be a great time to click the buttons. Maybe she'll get the other Buster card next turn if we get lucky. Debuffs for days. All right. Did I get a Buster card? Nope. Man, that sucks. I could wait until the next hand. Yeah, I think I'll do that. It's a lot of potential damage. Besides, other pins can BBB. I have to work so much harder. Although, with pins, I don't have to work that much harder, but... What VTuber stuff? Oh, Lord. I'm not going to justify that with a response. Like, if you don't see all the VTuber design influence throughout the recent years of FGO, I'm not going to be able to change your mind. Oh, jeez. What VTuber stuff? I wonder. It's just, there's so much of it now. Like, there's so fucking much of it now. Alright. Did we miss a bust? Did she sneak a Buster card in that I didn't know? What? She had 2 Busters on hand 1. I didn't see any on hand 2. Why does she not have a Buster on hand 3? Can I not card count correctly? There must have been a Buster card in one of the hands that I didn't see. Because the deck didn't shuffle. What the hell? Yeah, obviously, subjectively, I don't really care for the typical VTuber, very extra design, right? That's not what I'm talking about. It's the fact that even if I liked that, it wouldn't fit in with Fate, and it's like just so ridiculous, like how LOL so random Fate has become over time. Like again, you look at Fate Zero, Fate Stay Night, Fate APOC, even Fate Extra, for God's sakes, Fate Strange Fake. I mean, all this new shit just doesn't even feel like the same goddamn universe. Yeah, I do agree. When franchises run too long, they start like warping their identity and they start chasing trends and that kind of stuff, and it just really loses its identity. I think that's very true. And I think Nasu just doesn't want to do what Fate was about anymore. You know, he wants to do different stuff, like entirely. Yeah, bro, there's a reason why the concept of Dark Souls 3, like the meta narrative of it, I mean, even the in-game narrative of it, I like a lot, because it's so true, and I've seen it happen to so many franchises. Even franchises I don't like, you can see it happen to them, like Star Wars and Lord of the Rings and all that. Just watch them degrade and turn into clowns and parodies of themselves. I'll take 60. Oh yeah, Call of Duty. I know that one. I was never as into Call of Duty, but like I know what it was like, and it's like World War II era, and then the more PvP, Modern Warfare era, and all that, and then the just fucking shit show. Dude, so I'm not into Call of Duty, but some of my friends are, and like I'll watch them stream, you know, on Discord and stuff. So like I know what's going on with it. I can't even believe like how just wacky and ridiculous, and how it's like a gacha game. In so many respects, and like how the matchmaking is done to like manipulate your win rates and like keep you playing and everything. It's so fucked up, and all the just insane, just super weird skins and stuff. And like so many people got into Call of Duty because, you know, it was very video gamey, but it wasn't realistic at all, but it was authentic, right? And that's, they wanted that grounded. And then now it's just you're fighting a robot CD player and a Nicki Minaj skin with a guy with a rainbow machine gun. I mean, it's just holy fuck. Yeah, and Rainbow Six is like that. Rainbow Six is 100% like that. And I love Rainbow. Dude, you gotta understand, I got into Rainbow Six before some of you fuckers were born, right? Because Rainbow Six started off as a book series And then they made early video games of it, where like Tom Clancy was very involved, and this other guy that I think was in the Army or the Navy, right? And they were very grounded video games, and were very slow paced. Everything was very authentic, not necessarily realistic, but authentic. You know, very unique mechanics, right? It doesn't play anything like I can't think of a single game made in the last 10 years, 15 years that it is even resembles the gameplay that was in Rainbow Six games. And then all the character designs were super grounded, proper tactical gear and all that kind of stuff. And then early Rainbow Six Siege, it was fine. Early Rainbow Six Siege, still all very grounded, proper tactical gear and all that stuff. You know, the settings, training exercises and stuff, it's fine. And as time goes on, they just start making wacky shit, and you get a bunch of influencer designs, fucking Dr. Disrespect looking ass characters. And it's just like, what the fuck, man? And like, I followed Rainbow Six for so long, dude, and it's just sad to have this franchise that I really liked just degrade like that. And then you know, all the original creators aren't alive anymore, or aren't involved anymore, and it's just a bunch of like bullshit. Yep, Ghost Recon. Yep, I know that shit. That was Tom Clancy as well. I miss that stuff, man. Thankfully, most of what's in Arknights is the more old school Rainbow Six. Ella's a little bit more new school, but she's not so egregious. Like, obviously, you're not having green hair in the fucking military, but you can at least pass it off as the game's anime, so it's not too bad. But oh god, if they do anything newer than Ella, it's over, man. Like, Jesus. Yeah, holy shit, so many franchises. And it's frustrating, right? It's just frustrating to see the thing you like degrade, and then all the new kids act like, you know, okay boomer, you know, they don't, it's just silly. And again, if you like your VTuber stuff, that's great. I'm not hating on that stuff, right? You can like whatever you like. It's just, there's no need to infect that stuff into everything, right? Like Fate, if you weren't gonna make Fate anymore, just make something new. Don't change Fate into something different. And same for Rainbow Six. If you want to have a shooter game with, you know, hyper colors and influencer streamer designs, that's fine, but don't make it Rainbow Six, for God's sakes. The problem is brand recognition. They want that cheat code. They want to skip the line. They want brand recognition. They want that marketing. And that's why you get these like hack writers, like these parasitic writers attaching themselves to like Lord of the Rings, wanting to tell their like woke ass, you know, political view and shove it in there. And it's just like, why are you using Lord of the Rings as a vehicle for your own personal, like, you know, beliefs? It's just silly, right? You can have your beliefs, that's fine, but then go make your own damn story. Like, don't warp Tolkien's view to, you know, what you want. It's so backwards. Yeah, I'm never going to be that guy that's just like, you know, I'm not going to hate on VTuber designs, and like, I'm not going to be mad that like those games exist, or like the animes with those designs exist. It's fine. I can just say, hey, that's not my cup of tea. No problem. Someone else likes it. That's great. Right? Easiest thing in the world for me. But yeah, when you start infecting it into things that, you know, I liked before you were born, right? And then I have a problem. I know like Warhammer 40,000 really had this problem, and they've been fighting it like tooth and nail. You know, you have all these like HR types getting into like the creative space of Warhammer 40,000, and then trying to like change it fundamentally. And you have all these like, you know, 40 and 50-year-old guys that have been in Warhammer forever, right? Just sitting here like, what the fuck? Like, no, that's not what our hobby is. Like, Jesus Christ. I've got a buddy that was in the Navy. I'll have to ask him about that, if there's more weebs in the Navy. I'm actually so curious what his opinion on that is. Yeah, Lost, didn't you say that the Air Force was a lot like I don't know, like more strict, I guess, when dealing with them? They were more like picky than the Navy was? So I remember I brought that up to my friend in the Navy, and his opinion was like, he thought it was probably because like their equipment is so specific and like their branch is so specific, right? Yeah, they really need it done right in a very particular way, where the Navy, you know, a little bit more generalized. He definitely could put it in a more specific terms than that, but paraphrasing here. Okay, what can I do here? I hate to say this, and this is gonna come off as like a personal attack, and I don't mean it that way, but I kind of hate that I'm really like the anti-weeb, right? I'm not really into weeb stuff, but I'm like weeb adjacent, because, you know, there's a lot of like games and things that, you know, end up being anime that I like, and I like, you know, action and stuff, and I don't have a problem with like art, right? You know, being like drawn is fine, that doesn't bother me at all, but like I kind of hate it because I find the weeb community as a whole embarrassing and annoying and stupid, and I know I'm generalizing and there are lots of exceptions, but it's just there are so many things about like weeb culture that I am not about, like at all, not even slightly, and you know, I get like caught up in it when I really don't want to be, and yeah, I dislike that, and there's not a whole lot I can do about it though. But it's like every time I have to see like sexualized kids and all this crap, I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. And then I have to listen to people justify it and blah, 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 blah. And like, it's just like every other community on planet Earth is obviously just going to be like, yeah, don't sexualize the kids. Right? Easy take. And then the anime community has to, actually, right? And it's just, holy fuck, dude. Just holy fuck. Like, it's actually, and it's like embarrassing to have like anything to do with anything related to that, right? Just fucking ridiculous. So, Fire Emblem Awakening, funny you mentioned that. I had a similar feeling. I liked the older Fire Emblem games. I had played like the one with Eliwood and Hector and Lyn, and then the Ike ones and stuff. And the anime stuff was light, you know, pretty light. So it's just, you know, it's a bit of fun. It's no big deal. It didn't really matter. And then Awakening just went so fucking anime, dude. I mean, just so, and like waifu, just so fucking waifu. And then just the art style got whack and all the blah blah. I was so out, dude. I was like, nope, I'm out. Never played Fire Emblem again, because the series has just been more of that. And that's what I'm talking about, because now there's more Fire Emblem fans Awakening and on than Awakening and before, right? So they're just used to all this VTuber waifu blah 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 blah, and I'm just like, fuck me, dude. Like I liked the part where Ike fought the Black Knight. That was cool. I liked that part. You know, and it's fine for there to be like, you know, again, attractive characters are fine, and I'm not offended by, you know, waifu shit. It's just that's not what I'm playing the game for, right? Like, Jesus Christ. And Awakening also just did a lot of stuff I didn't like. I really didn't like the art style. The whole like the unit team up thing was stupid as fuck, because in other games, like you could fuse units, like you could have a tank like grab a caster and like protect them, and they take up the same tile, but that would nerf the tank, right? It's kind of like Hercules protecting Ilya, right? It makes Hercules less effective. So in all the games, you could like emergency, you could fuse two units together to like protect somebody, but it was risky and it was a cost, and like you didn't want to do it, but it was like an emergency thing. And then Awakening is like, yeah, you can do that, but now you get super buffed. And it was just the dumbest game ever. You could just like fuse units that have insane stats, put them in a choke point, and watch the entire enemy team just run into that one unit and die. Okay, great. Not a fan. So I remember, I just would not use that mechanic. That was like the key mechanic of Awakening. I beat that game, not using it. And I was just like, fuck this shit, and it made it at least somewhat interesting. But yeah, I stopped playing Fire Emblem after Awakening because I just did not like the direction they were going with it, and they went even more in that direction. And the thing is, Awakening sold well because it was the first Fire Emblem game on a console that was popular, and I think they miscredited the success to like the art style and shit, because they had like that really weird art style, and like all the Fire Emblem games after that for a long time had a very Awakening-esque art style, and I hated it. And they never had an art style like that before, and they only went with that because it was the one that sold the best. But it sold the best because it was the only Fire Emblem game that was on a mainstream console that had any marketing and shit. Like any Fire Emblem game would have sold like hot like what was it, 3DS or whatever, right? That was such a popular console. Three Houses saved the series, but I wish it died instead. Yeah, Three Houses looks horrible to me. It's so fucking like teenage fiction, you know, Slytherin and all that bullshit. Just fuck off, dude. I don't know why, but I've noticed in a lot of young adult fiction, they're really on about like this like group identity label shit, right? Like there was like some series about like a train or some bullshit. I can't remember that. All the like factions have these like dumb names, and you had Harry Potter obviously, and all that. The young adult stuff is just so about that. I don't get it. I fucking hate it. Like I'm a regulator and I'm a blah blah blah. Just fuck off, dude. It's such a thing. I don't get it. Anyway, Three Houses was like fucking super Harry Potter, that kind of young fiction bullshit. And again, if people like it, that's great, but I don't. I hardly played anything on my 3DS. I got it because at the time I was working in that parking garage, and I didn't always want to like take my laptop. And then shortly after that, I got into FGO, unfortunately. So then I did that when I was bored. I actually am from the Awakening onwards era. I mean, most people are. Like, again, that Awakening was the awakening of the series, if you will. I can't even remember the name, the one with the red and the blue hair MC. Yeah, the zoomer-looking ass. But it was too much for me. I actually like Three Houses and the remake of Shadow. First remake, older ones. I think if they remake the older ones, they're just gonna fuck them up, though, honestly. I mean, I've heard Three Houses is good gameplay-wise, and I've seen segments of it, and I'm like, yeah, the gameplay does look pretty decent. But I can't stand, like, format of the game, and all the, like, dude, like, come on, like, come the fuck on. They're trying to act like you're some, like, military, you know, tactics organization, but we're in school, and it's, like, high school like, fuck off, dude. It's like the fucking Gundam. Dude, the Gundam show, The Witch from Mercury. Oh my god, I'm so sick of this shit. Dude, I know I'm sounding an awful lot like a boomer right now, but oh my god, this shit's dumb. Look, you gotta understand, when I was 15, and I learned the main characters of Gundam Wing were 15, I was like, that's fucking stupid. I didn't think, oh, they're like me. No, I'm like, that's dumb as hell. Like, why would you have a teenager piloting a giant fucking advanced robot instead of like a military person? Like, what is wrong with you, right? This is dumb as shit, right? I never have a good tolerance for this kind of thing. And like, here's my thing. If you're gonna do rule of cool, just do rule of cool, don't do both. That's why I hate like Mouluv and shit, because they have like the dumbest like gimmicky world setup of all time. And then they try to like use logic to explain it, and they think it makes sense, but it doesn't. They just make it worse, and it's like that logic doesn't hold at all. Like, please stop. Like, if you want to have fun with something, just have fun with something. I can really appreciate anime or a book or whatever that they're just like, yeah, it's rule of cool, or just that's it. But that's fine, right? I can't stand when they try to have their cake and eat it too. Yeah, child soldiers are not badass. All the school stuff in Three Kingdoms, I was like, oh god. Oh no, that's stupid, I still like it, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I get the compliments though to Three Houses gameplay wise. It looks a lot better than Awakening. Like Awakening was not good gameplay wise. It was really dumbed down, and the objectives and maps were so simplistic. The Ike games had pretty interesting map objectives. Although I'm really in the camp that Path of Radiance has much better levels than Radiant Dawn. Radiant Dawn had some just grindy, boring fucking levels. You just fought 100 enemies you don't give a fuck about. It was lame as shit. Like, Path of Radiance is way better than Radiant Dawn. But the Awakening had terrible. It was always just kill all enemies or kill the boss. That was it. Super boring. So fucking boring. And Three Houses looks like they did a much better job with, like, systems and side modes, and I think you can have your units, like, 1v1 each other and for fun and shit like that, right? They did way cooler stuff. But yeah, I can't with the school setting and all that shit. I just cannot get into that. Can someone explain why child soldiers are so often portrayed as cool? I'm not mad. I'm just confused by people not minding it. I guess because a lot of fans of anime are young and they're trying to appeal to that. Because most people aren't like me. If they're 15, they want to see a 15-year-old showing the adults what's up, right? And stupid shit like that. And if you're 9, you want to see a 9-year-old, right? It's just I don't know. And then there's also like the people like the contrarian stuff and the like not cliche or whatever, even though it's like more cliche at this point to do the not cliche thing. But you know, the lolly with the giant axe, you know, people are just so on about that kind of stuff because they're like, oh, it's so boring if you have an in-shape adult man with an axe, right? But like, it's actually pretty rare that you see that now, right? It normally is a fucking, you know, lolly with an axe or whatever. It's like hiring the protagonist of Three Houses for a teaching position, the mute character, terrible at communication, and with no prior experience is hired immediately. But not only that, they are also the most special people in the world because they wear a goddess on their chest. Yeah, I know, that's not just Fire Emblem though. That's a lot of storytelling. Look, I'll die on this hill. I think most books are bad. I think most video games are bad. I think most movies are bad. I think good quality, good writing, wisdom, and all that stuff, it's rare, right? You're supposed to value the people that have wisdom because they are rare, right? Most people are dumb. Most people have really stupid ideas. Most people are hacks. Most people, you know, are gonna write in a very fan-fiction-y way, right? That's how people are. People are biased. People don't have wisdom. People can't look at someone else's perspective fairly. You know, a classic thing you're supposed to do to like train your mind is argue the other person's perspective and well enough that the other person says, yes, you got it right. Most people are completely incapable of doing that because they're so biased they can't do it. They cannot do it. They cannot in earnest understand the other point of view. They have to bastardize the other side. They have to parody them. They have to make them look bad, right? They can't earnestly understand the other perspective. And I'm a big believer in you can't write a good story if you can't understand other perspectives well. If you can't, like, you have to have humility, right? You have to be able to say, here's my perspective on an issue, but I might be wrong. So I'm going to put this issue in the story and in a way that, you know, you don't have to agree with me. You know, you can look at X happened and you can feel about X how you want, right? That's not, most people can't do that. They're just too, like, caught up on their own emotions and they're so sure they're right. They're so sure they are justice that they've got to teach the world what's right? That's most writing, and it's garbage. Absolute garbage. And yeah, it makes the characters feel inhuman, right? When you write these, like, parodies and these, like, straw men to be defeated and all that, they don't feel like real people. And when your heroes are flawless and all that kind of stuff, same thing. Writing is a dying art. Good writing was always rare. Always rare. But it's definitely a dying art now. I think everything's just becoming a parody of itself. It's actually really bizarre, like, watching it. Like, people, the twisted, like, hack version of storytelling is becoming what people are used to. right? It's like, you know, the faker shit with Gilgamesh and all that. It's like the fake is becoming more popular than the original, right? And sometimes that's fine. You know, just because something's old doesn't mean it's good. But a lot of the writing now really is just a parody of itself. But Green, old men with axes and old Merlin-like mages are overused. Please ignore that no one actually makes characters like that anymore. Yeah, I know, that's the thing. Like, when the fuck was the last Merlin? Like, really? And you know what's sad? And Arthurian legends have so many different writers over the different eras that some are good, some are bad. But like, you don't. Let's use Gandalf instead. That's more set in stone, right? You don't have to like everything Tolkien stood for. You don't have to like Lord of the Rings, right? But like, Gandalf has some really, you know, good words of wisdom throughout the series, right? And it's just sad that like how unpopular that kind of character has become, right? Like the older wise guy you can learn from. Yeah, no. We gotta have young teenage boy that's the master of magic. And I can't, dude, I can't stand like the fucking like seasonal anime where someone that's like fucking, you know, 17 somehow has the secrets of the universe and knows more than everybody and blah 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 blah. Look how cool I am. It's so narcissistic, dude. It's like you got nothing to learn at 17. What a joke. And like, you know, I had a messed up childhood, but I did have one good thing in my life, and that is I did have some, you know, older wise people in my life that passed on wisdom, and I was able to easily see the value in that, and you know, see my own shortcomings as a youngin', and that was one of the best things that ever happened to me. Hey God, I hate all this like isekai crap where they're just some OP piece of shit, and the whole story is just everyone being so shocked at how awesome they are, right? It's just fuck off. That's so lame. And it's just the same thing over and over and over. I don't get it, man. We almost got that thing. Gandalf? You mean Grand Elf? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, the thing now is to have like a young character, you know, tell off the old characters. Like the old characters are so cocky and they think they know everything, but no, I'm actually better than they are, and oh, look how shocked they are. That's the thing now. It's so narcissistic. Oh, Armored Core 6 though. None of that nonsense there. That was a story I can get behind, man. I loved every second of Armored Core 6, man. And Armored Core 6 is exactly what I'm talking about. They don't tell you which ending you should like. They don't tell you if ending 1 is good or bad. The things are just there, and you can feel about them however you want, right? Because a lot of people hate ending 1, and they think it's super immoral, right? And some people are like, no, this is clearly the best thing to do, right? And the FromSoft doesn't interject at all. They don't like beat you over the head like, oh, this is the good ending, this one. They don't do that. All the endings are just there, and it's like, yeah, figure it out. I can't believe they kept making Naruto. I don't even know what's going on with like Boruto or whatever the fuck. AC6 I think is in good hands. FromSoft knows mecha. If there's one thing that they can actually do, it's that. And AC6 was so good, and everything they've said in interviews and stuff, they definitely they know what they're doing. And the expansions to Armored Core are always way better than the base game, and the base game of Armored Core 6 was fucking amazing. So I think we're set. I am I'm more confident in Armored Core's future than anything else FromSoft is doing. I think that shit's gonna be gold. And like, I was super nervous because they hadn't done Armored Core in so long, but then Armored Core 6, it was the best fucking game, dude. They might make a Gundam game, like, because they're so close with Bamco. And they've done one before. That'd be awesome. I'd love that. That'd be a great way to turn the series around. Like fucking fix Gundam's dumb shit. I mean this so much. I think this would be an amazing business move. And as a fan, I would love it. They need to let FromSoft make a Gundam. Right? And I don't mean a singular Gundam. I mean, let them make a video game that's a Gundam game. And it's a new Gundam. It's a standalone Gundam. Like, they make plenty of those, right? Let them cook. Like, and, you know, don't make it an anime first. Make it a game. Let them make a unique new Gundam universe. And it's just a video game. And if you want to make an anime out of it later, that's fine. But, like, I think that would be incredible. I think they got exactly what it takes. You know, just let them do what they want. But I don't think Sunrise will go for it. I think Bamco would go for it, but I don't think Sunrise would go for it. But, I don't know. We'll see. FromSoft definitely has more credibility than most. Actually, they probably have the most credibility of any dev in the industry right now. Naruto ended, a new author started writing a sequel, and it was such a clusterfuck. The OG author took over again. Wow, he must be pissed. Dude, because there's no, if he retired like that and like wanted to move on, there's no way he wanted to make more of it. But like, he must like his own, you know, creation, so he doesn't want to see it vandalized like that. That's fucked up. At least we got Mecha Break soon. God damn it, that should be a Gundam game. It's so good. And it's just like, what, fuck. Why can't Gundam get their shit together? I don't recommend the new Gundam show. Watch episode 2 and then nothing else. It's, you know, fuck the rest of it. And by the way, spoilers for Iron-Blooded Orphans. But that what we were just talking about, that's why I like Iron-Blooded Orphans Season 2. It's because it's like the anti-that. It starts off as a show. It's like, oh yeah, these adults don't understand and blah, 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 blah. And it's a Greek tragedy. These kids are fucking idiots and they all die. And all the villains are like foils to them, right? Like, McGillis is that, you know, I can save the whole world myself. I know better than all the adults with all the experience. I'm gonna save the day. And he can't. Of course he can't. And the guy that does save the day is a morally gray, you know, much older guy that, you know, actually knows what it takes to enact change, right? And he's not, you know, he's not a main character. And that's like, Iron-Blooded Orphans was setting that up the entire time. It's just like a classic Greek tragedy for the main characters. And God, the fans did not understand that. Yeah, like, Julieta is famous for being one of the most hated anime characters ever. You'll see so, like, if you look her up, you'll just see so many videos about how horrible she is, and she's, like, the most hated anime character. Especially if you look her up in the Gundam community, she's so fucking hated. And she's, like, such a good character, because she's such a good foil, because she's, like, very similar to the main character, who's some idiot, you know, child soldier, who's, like, super loyal and blind, and doesn't understand what he's killing for, and all this nonsense. And it's not even that believable that he's as skilled as he is and all that. Where Julieta is a pretty young soldier as well, but has been in the military the entire time, has been training the entire time. Makes way more sense that she's skilled. And then, you know, she throughout the series realizes, oh yeah, I shouldn't be so blindly loyal, and I should try to pay attention to what's actually happening. You know, and she lives and he dies, and people hate that. Like, she's such a hated character, even though she's like a super logical, consistent, good character. I love Galio, I would say his name. Yeah, he's awesome. Again, starts off as an absolute jackass and just has this awesome, believable character arc. He's probably my favorite character too. Like, holy fuck. I didn't see that shit coming. Dude, when you're watching that show and like the kind of archetype he is and like the role he plays, you don't think he's gonna have that big dramatic fight at the end, right? And then win, right? It doesn't like seem like that's gonna happen, and it's so great. But yeah, boy, there were a lot of people that did not like the antagonists of Iron-Blooded Orphans, because they liked the protagonists so much in the first season and everything. They got so attached to them that You know, the bad guys kind of winning in the second season. They just hated it. Actually, I would say the reason she didn't die is pretty logical for the most part. If anything, I'd say it's the other way around, where the success of the main cast is what doesn't make any sense. Like, you're street punks in a fucking space mafia, and you're going up against people that have been in the military their entire lives and training the entire time. Like, it's just stupid. Like, it's absolutely stupid, not even slightly believable. Man, I just never, ever get pinned Buster cards on the turn she gets her MP. I don't even understand. Like, just 3 Buster cards. It should not be this hard. Honestly, I did not find it hard to watch. The only character I found it hard to watch die and fail was, what was his name? He was a pretty heavy side character. He has like blonde hair. He joins in the second season. Fuck, what is his name? I think it has an R in it. But he looks up to the main character and all that. I don't know why I don't remember his name. But that character is really hard to watch die because he's not as stupid as the rest of them. He's just young and, you know, trying to, you know, he's like a lot of people that join the military. He's just trying to like establish himself and feel like he's worth a shit. And, you know, he doesn't really know what's going on yet. He hasn't had all these opportunities to see his own mistakes. Where the rest of the cast, I mean, they literally just say it to the camera. It's like, they could get out of this world of crime. They could fix all their problems. They could stop doing all this shit. And they just won't because they're greedy, right? And they're like, they want more and more and more. Where he's not like that. He's just like this young guy that joins and wants to, you know, prove himself. And he gets caught up in their mess and then, you know, gets killed brutally. You know, it's pretty fucked up. That shit's just sad because I've seen a lot of young men in that kind of situation where, you know, they're young and dumb and they're just looking for some kind of role model. You know, they get in a gang or some stupid shit and they ruin their life. You know, it sucks. He was definitely that kind of character. But he's such a side character that most people don't even pay attention to him. It sucks because he was definitely the only character really on the protagonist side or whatever that I liked, really. And I can't remember his fucking name, but I haven't watched it in a long time. I swear it has an R in it. I'm gonna look, see if I can find this character because I don't remember his name. I don't know how to look him up though. Let's see. What? Oh my god, there was a character named Biscuit. Yeah, I remember that now. That is such a stupid name. Fucking Gundam, dude. Hush. That was his name. That's a weird name too. Hush Midi. Where did he come up with these fucking names? But yeah, Hush. That's the one. Yeah, he just, you know, troubled young guy in a bad situation and trying to prove himself and gets caught up in really shitty gang and, yeah, that's that. Dies horribly. But I don't know, I found it weird how many people rooted for them because they were very early on, they had enough freedom that they didn't have to go along with like all this like murder and illegal stuff. And they did a lot of bad stuff, man. I mean, they were murderers and, you know, smugglers, and they were just bad. They were bad people pretty quickly, even when they had the opportunity, when they weren't forced to do it anymore, right? And so I never rooted for them. I was like, man, these people suck. It's like they're making terrible decisions and they're playing Obuhu, our lives are so hard, when they're not, and they had every opportunity to get out. And they even say that, and some of them realize it, and they just get their comeuppance. And I love the fans. The fans get angry that the antagonists use those rail guns that are against the law when the protagonists have been doing things against the law the entire time and also using those railguns. And you'll see people talk about that all the time. Oh, the bad guys are so lame. They only won because they used the railguns. And never mind that the, good guys were breaking the law the entire time. And the good guys are constantly, dude, throughout that show, the good guys will like kill a bad guy and be like, you lost because you weren't being pragmatic and you cared about honor and I'm so cool and edgy, I don't care about that. And then the good guys lose at the end, and a big part of why they lose is because the bad guys use railguns that are against the law. And then everyone's like being a crybaby about it. Like, oh, how dare they play dirty? It's the stupidest shit I've ever seen, dude. Like the way the fan base acted. Yeah, the good guys, air quotes, the protagonists are, stealing, murdering, and everything else, and just being, all around evil, law-breaking people, and then people are crying. And yeah, the Flower Rose used it too. It's just so ridiculous, people acting like that means anything. Yeah, I could not have gone against the grain more in Iron-Blooded Orphans. Most people were like kind of iffy on the second season, and they didn't like the antagonist. They super love the protagonists, and I'm like, I hate the protagonists. They're horrible people, and the antagonists are awesome and have great character development and are just the best. And the fact that they won was just so rare and amazing. I love this. I was like shocked that like the bad guy or the antagonists win. Because I'm so used to watching something and be like, wow, these protagonists suck and are lame and are morons, and they never get their comeuppance. So then Iron Blood's like, oh yeah, they're gonna get their comeuppance. It's hard for me to understand why people rooted for them, like, in the first place. Very strange. What's sad about like Medea and Kozuki is that Medea was misunderstanding the situation pretty heavily. She doesn't really want to do bad things, and Kozuki doesn't like care. Kozuki is just going to do what he thinks is going to help her no matter what. If she wanted to go off and live the lovey-dovey wife and husband life, he would have gone along with that too. She thinks she needs to like partake in the war. And because of that, she needs to be able to beat Hercules and stuff, so she has to do, nasty stuff. The thing is, Medea's really not that evil, actually, though, because she doesn't kill anybody. She acts tough, and she tries to act like she's the evil, manipulating witch that's gonna do everything pragmatic to win, but she doesn't. She doesn't kill any of the random humans. She takes mana, but then she doesn't take so much that they die. Like, she acts the part, but she's not really doing anything actually that evil. She only like fucks over people that are also partaking in the war, which, a fair game at that point. It's like if you both agree to get into a boxing match, you're gonna get punched in the face. I can't really think of anything Medea really does that's that bad. But anyway, Medea just fucks up because she thinks Kozuki will only stick around if she's like partaking in the Grail War and all that, which she doesn't actually want to do. But Kozuki would have done anything anyway, so yeah, she just kind of fucked up. And yeah, she killed her OG master, but that guy's a piece of shit, so I mean, that was a pretty understandable thing to do. Yeah, I can't think of a lot that Medea does that's actually bad. Again, I think people just like Shiro and all of them, and so when she screws them over, they see it as bad, but I mean, they're all partaking in a pretty immoral thing, so. Her treatment of Kojiro is pretty bad. Okay, that's true. And that whole plot point is kind of to illustrate how much those two don't understand each other. Like, they could not be any more different, right? Like, they are just so fundamentally incapable of understanding each other. Although Kojiro, I think, is a lot more capable of understanding Medea than Medea is understanding Kojiro. Yeah, I wouldn't say Medea is a role model by any means, but compared to, like, I mean, Sakura's way worse. Holy fuck. I mean, Sakura kills loads of innocent people for absolutely, no reason. And she does not feel remorse for that shit either. It's all, just, like, she is such a shit person. Yeah, holy fuck, Sakura is so much worse than Medea, and you got people defending her to the death, so very silly. But yeah, Kozuki and Medea need to work on their communication skills, because yeah, they didn't need to do any of that shit. Yeah, Sakura's probably the most immoral person in the whole thing, actually, I would say. Or Angra. Yeah, if you want, maybe Angra. Like, he has a good side in Fate Hollow, but still has a bad side, and he didn't have that good side in Fate Stay Night, so Angra's pretty bad. I would not say she understandably lost it. There are plenty of people that have gone through worse than that, and they did not lose it. And she is not the only person that goes through strife. That's what's so pathetic about her, in my opinion. You see people do this a lot in real life. They'll go through suffering, and they think they're unique in that. And what they don't realize is everyone has gone through suffering, and many more than you have. So get some goddamn humility. And that's why I do, like, my chat brought this up last time, I do like how at least Nasu has Kodamine call her out on this bullshit, because it's an excuse. This is a really important part in Fate that a lot of people overlook when defending her. It's not because she went through bad stuff. It's not because of the influence of Angra. Right, now Angra obviously powered her up and gave her the means to do a lot of shitty stuff. She wouldn't have been able to do that stuff without him, obviously. But it's an excuse. She's using Angra as a scapegoat, which, you know, that's his character, by the way. So, you know, that I don't know if that was on purpose by them, but, yeah, that's the thing. But, yeah, Kodamine rightly calls her out that she was sadistic and fucked up, and she's just using all this other stuff as an excuse to lash out, because she doesn't, you know, she couldn't, like, face herself otherwise. Like, I'm not saying, you know, Sakura didn't have a bad time, but holy fuck, there's a lot of characters that have a bad time. And I always admire people in real life that go through hell and use that to not give other people hell. They know how bad hell is, so they try to prevent other people from going through that, right? That's the right way to approach this shit. I just find Sakura so goddamn pathetic, and it's also just annoying how she acts all over the top, waifu-y and all that, like as a cover. It's so annoying. I mean, Emiya does plenty of bad stuff, especially in Heaven's Feel. That's kind of the point. And, like, the thing is, Shiro is unironically idealistic and stupid, right? The world does not allow you to be morally white or black. It just doesn't work that way, right? You can't fix things in a nice, neat, pretty way. Never have, never will, right? It just doesn't work that way. Yeah, you have to accept trade-offs. You have to pick your poison. You know, you got to do what you can and decide what's important to you and not important to you, and you have to take. It gets trade-offs. You don't get to fix things. You get to pick trade-offs. And Shiro's blind ignorance, right? That doesn't help anybody. Like, you don't get to go charging into you know, Holy Grail War and act like you're a superhero. This does not end in saving the day. I mean, some people like the fucked up characters. That's a people like Mev, for God's sakes. So, you know, that's the thing. I don't really get the Mev one though. That's probably the one character I just truly don't understand why people like that character. Especially when the male equivalent is so hated universally, right? I just don't get it. That really is the one character I don't. And it's one thing if you like a stuck-up bitch to an extent, but she's so much worse than that, right? Like, holy fuck. I don't know who that is, Ace. Yeah, I do love Kodamine in Heaven's Feel. He's like the one thing about it that I like. He's from Grand Blue Fantasy. Is he the Mev equivalent? And like, how much of an equivalent? Because it's hard to be the level of shit that she is. Mass murdering, essaying psychopath, and petty and you know, selfish and everything else. I like the big thing that gets her is she's shown mercy by someone that doesn't want to bang her, right? And she just can't stand that, right? That's what gets her, right? Like, that's so fucking dumb. Like, wow, he didn't murder me. How dare he? Right? Like, that's, what kind of fucking thought process is that? Like, she's like the worst kind of like female character. Like, she's like the worst kind of like jealous and shitty and just, that's kind of the point. And when you look at the actual stories with her, right, she's not meant to be likable. But I mean, some people like the bad ones, I guess, but Nev is always one that just confused me because people don't just like, hey, I like the character in like a fantasy way. They're like I gotta defend my queen. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, holy fuck, what is wrong with you? Yeah, she took that shit personally, dude. Someone doesn't want to bang her and then shows her mercy, like, oh man. At least she got what's coming to her. What I really like about her death is, I mean, she's killed by someone that she killed the dude's mom, right? Like, for like a total piece of shit reason. So he gets her ass. Piece of cheese to the face. Incredible. They need to add that guy, by the way. And like, Mev at no point ever understands the consequences to her actions, right? Like she doesn't ever get that shit. There are definitely some Roman takes on Greek stories where they kind of warped it as almost propaganda. But there's plenty of stuff in Greek mythology that's really fucked, absolutely. And then there's like new stuff in Roman mythology that's just, you know, its own thing. And honestly, I generally, depends on what it is, but a lot of the Roman takes I actually like better than the Greek ones. A lot of the Greek ones are more naive in my opinion. Like, I think Mars overall is just a much better war god than Ares. Like, it's just a lot more grounded take on war. So, Celtic stuff, Irish stuff in particular, is very warped because, just like with Arthurian legend and Greek myths and all that, there's no copyright. So people just, you know, they went ham with it, and also a lot of it wasn't written down, so it feels bad. There are versions of Ku where he's not bad, and there's versions of Ku where he's pretty bad. Normally, though, when he kills his son, he doesn't know it's his son, right? Generally speaking. But yeah, there's a few different versions of that story. But what I find with like Achilles and Ku and a lot of these characters people will take the most unflattering version of it because it's the shock value, and that's the version they take as canon, but there is no canon. I mean, unquestionably, there are versions of Ku that are pretty nasty, and there are other versions that are pretty just generic. I don't know of any versions of Mev, though, where she's not a piece of shit, because that's kind of just the point of the character. Although what's sad with Irish mythology, it's actually totally possible that there were versions of Mev that weren't like that. It's actually totally possible because so much of it was lost to time and wasn't written down. So we could truly be speaking Mev slander right now. Funny enough, Nasser's version isn't that whack. I mean, it's anime, but it's pretty based on what we have, right? It's certainly more anime, but it is pretty much the same thing. If I remember correctly, Ku's son, I mean, it depends on the version, like, God, especially with Ku, there's a lot of different stuff with Ku. A lot of the main, like, heroes and stuff, you'll have 10 versions of the same story. There's just, and then what catches on is the one you can find, but I mean, there really is a lot of stuff with, like, Hercules and Ku and all that. But if I remember correctly, Ku's son challenges him to a duel, and I don't think either of them at the time know. I don't know if the son might know, I don't actually remember, but I'm pretty sure they don't know they're related at the time. And a lot of the bad stuff Ku does, though, it's kind of a cautionary tale, right? You know, Ku always ends up killing the people he loves on accident, right? Like, you're not supposed to look at a lot of Ku's actions and be like, yeah, that's a good idea, I should do that. Yeah, that's not really, I mean, it depends on the story. Some of it is just kind of battlefield heroics and stuff. Again, no copyright, so different people approach these stories, you know, for different reasons, and same for Greek mythology, right? That's why Zeus is portrayed so differently in different stories. Yeah, there might be a version of Mev, though, that's more reasonable. I don't know of it, though, but it's certainly possible. The son knew, Ku didn't. Yeah, that might be right. Chat, can we have 9-ball in Night Rain? Secret boss? Yeah, what Lost said? That'd be so sick, dude. If you're ever gonna do it, that's the game you can get away with it in. You can't really do it in like an Elden Ring 2 or anything like that. Damn, I was hoping those would kill. Well, I wouldn't say discovered yet. Unfortunately, with Irish stuff, it's not going to be discovered because it wasn't written down. So, if that shit is lost to time, I don't think there's anything that's ever going to be discovered, unfortunately. And what sucks is, like, what we have is a pretty narrow view of it. It's what other people wrote down about it. Because, yeah, they didn't write it down. But like Achilles, I would say, has a much cleaner track record in the real stories than Ku does. Most of the stuff that makes Achilles look bad really is easy to track as Roman propaganda. You know, not that he's perfect by any fucking means, but you know, a lot of the corpse stuff, yeah, definitely not in the most of the stories. All right, we actually finished the thing. All right, now I'm gonna have to figure out a way to do this with Mori, which I don't think is gonna go very well. Let's look at what he does real quick, though. I'm not gonna. I need to save it for a video and not do. Wait, I don't think there's an intro you can only watch once. I'm pretty sure you can. All right, you have to summon something though. I always forget that. God, I gotta get him ready. I'll just summon whatever. We just look at it if he's got 12 guts or not. Yeah, we got the skill tree done anyway. Glad to have that done. Oh boy. Is that kind of some kind of anti-star gen? Well, no guts yet, but he probably won't get it until the last health bar. Wow, we're fucked. Man, I don't know if Mori's gonna work here, man, because there's just no way to protect him. There's no way to make stars more than once. Oh boy. Why is Green using Morgan in the big fight? I'm not actually doing the fight. Or do people not pay attention to anything? Right? Like, what did I just say? I swear to God, I hate when this happens where I literally explain something and then someone is just like, what are you, like, I'll explain like why I like the color green and then someone's like, well, why do you like the color green? Like, what the fuck? Alright. Man, this sucks. I hate when, like, you know, I obviously want to make a Mori video, but I don't know if it's gonna work out. Especially, I could use some of my, like, other stronger Berserkers and have them get a lot done, but that kind of defeats the purpose. There are a lot of people with blue names in chat right now. I can't help but notice. Happy to have another Grail. I'm going to need a lot of these. Let's see. The hell is that? Chat, I've been keeping a stockpile of faux pas in case they add something like a gunslinger I really like, or the Green Knight, or some nonsense like that. I've been waiting for a while, so... God. I was waiting for Vortigern for so long, and I loved his voice actor and everything in Garden of Avalon. That was the worst, dude. I'm glad a lot of my regulars, like, remember, and I would talk about Vortigern long before Lost Belt 6, dude. Oh, that shit was fucked. You have the QP to use them? Probably not. I always forget how expensive they are. That's a good point. How much do I got? I mean, we just got a bunch of QP, but... Yeah, holy fuck, they're expensive. Let's, like, fake use one and we can kind of see. You have to do 5. No, it's command code. Man, they make this so hard. Okay. Why isn't it giving me the slide? I don't want to click and then have it, like, actually use it. Am I missing something here? I don't want to use one and then use 500k. It's 500k for one. I thought didn't you get a slider before? You know what's funny though, chat? I do feel kind of bad about this sometimes because I don't know if it's like lying, but like when I'm streaming, I'm kind of like, you know, I play up the theatrics a bit, right? It's not I'm not like lying though, because anything I say I believe, and like, you know, I don't like the Vortigern thing, but obviously you kind of, you know, you exaggerate aspects of your personality for the stream, right? I think that's what a lot of streamers do. And it's kind of like in my own life, I'm actually pretty I can be pretty just nonchalant, and like I'll see something I don't like Vortigern, and I'll just be in my head like, yep, that's lame, and there'll be really no reaction. But on stream, I get to be like, this stupid piece of shit, right? But yeah, that's kind of just how streaming is, though. It is somewhat performative. Okay, you can click and it doesn't use them. All right, I should just click somebody that I wouldn't mind getting a card if I accidentally did it. I didn't remember it being like that. And I think to be a good streamer, though, when you are playing up an aspect of your personality, it has to be an aspect of your personality. You can't fake something, right? You can't act frustrated if you're not frustrated. You can't act happy if you're not happy, right? You need to focus on things that are actually, part of your personality. Like I wouldn't act like I wouldn't act like I was upset about the decision with Vortigern. I was actually happy about it, right? Like that would ring so false, I think. All right, you get the class-specific ones. There we go. So to use a full card, it's 52 million QP for one card. You have to do that 5 times. That's fucked. That is really fucked. And then you also have to level the character, right? And you have all that shit. You have to level their skills, and that's a lot of QP as well. Uh-oh. What a deal. Yeah. Holy shit. Are these cheaper? No, these are not cheaper. Look at it ramp up, chat. Look at that. Holy hell. Okay, we're gonna need more QP. So, I need to get regular ass XP though. Did I just level up? Fuck. But I need Mori to be 120. If I can make a video with him, I want him to be a 120. I don't know if I can though. It's gonna be rough. I mean, I can if I get carried by a friend support, but that's no fun. Bran Mordred. Barely get to use her because I don't really play the game outside of the stuff right now, and now we're using Berserker, so almost Bond 15 though. Wait, this isn't XP. This is, oh my god, this is QP. Fuck. But yeah, I was waiting, Arios. That's why I knew this, because they did it for Saber. So I've been waiting until this time. 40 AP down the drain. Not quite, because it is okay to... Why is Mash in the front row? There's no way that's right. But she's bond 10. She doesn't need that fucking bond. Get that shit out of here. But, we at least are getting, QP, right? Wait, no, you're right. Because right now, the Berserker stage is available, which is a better way to get QP right now. And you get other stuff that's useful. Chat, I like how they added this Mash and we haven't gotten to use her at all, because all of the content since she's been added is like Sabers only, Berserkers only, shit like that. What is that Woody emote? Do you guys remember when people were talking about how lame it was that we didn't have story replay and the challenge tower and all that? And that guy was like unironically defending it by saying you can just go do free quests and fight doors and stuff. Like you can use the units there. Like what's the big deal? And like that's what I'm talking about like not trying to understand the viewpoint of other people. Like it's just so stupid. I have a 120 mash and absolutely nothing to use her on right now. I don't know why I'm clicking these buttons. Fuck it, let's see how much damage Mordred can do here. Pretty good. If I had like a Mysticode buff for her there, probably would have killed it. Yeah, I don't even have a strong opinion about how good Mash is going to be for free-to-play yet, because you can't use her for fucking anything. Like, I need practical testing. Oh yes, and then there was that stream where My chat, those two people from Discord were trying to say that practical testing is not important in science. Oh boy. Good times. Okay, is there no Berserker one? Those are the green ones. Alright, here we go. Every class but Berserker? Maybe the question mark one could have Berserker. And this is something, and this was like the point I was making, and I think Lost will know what I mean by this, because Lost is an engineer. A lot of times when you're doing paper testing, you're missing something and you don't know it, or there's a flaw and you don't know it. There's no way to verify without reality, right? You can't make sure your model is correct unless it's verified with reality, right? It could be you literally don't know something, so it's not there, or something was just typed wrong, or something like, right? There must be a practical application of something to be able to confirm that it fucking works, right? You can't make all the spreadsheets and crap. None of them work without practical testing. None of them, right? Like the reality aspect of it informs everything. And a lot of people just have their heads so far in the fucking clouds they forget that part. So like if you have your own model you want to test, you can't make sure you got it right unless you use it in reality, right? If you want to make sure someone else's model is right, you won't know unless you used it in reality. And like when you know, tests can be flawed, right? And that's what a lot of people will bring up. But like tests can be flawed, but that's why you do them again, and then someone else does the same test, right? Like that's the reality part is just such a fundamental and important part about understanding anything, literally anything. And anytime you don't do testing or you don't look at other tests and things like that, you're taking something on trust, which you know, might be good enough for you sometimes, but the more important it is, I think the less you should do that. Yeah, I know better than the scientific method. That's how some people are, though. Some people really do think that way. It's very silly. I haven't done an Edmund team in so long. The thing is, I want Mordred Bond. Let's see. I need someone, though, that can repeat at least once. Kind of tough when you don't know the enemies. And like when you do a practical test, right? You know, you can put your findings out, and if you made a mistake, right, it's easier for people to like say, oh, hey, you messed this up. You did this thing wrong, right? It's so fucking useful. Also, you can catch things like in Night Rain. There's been some like mistakes that have been caught, and like relics that don't really work the way they're supposed to because of that, right? Because people go and test them and like, okay, wait, this isn't actually working correctly and things like that. Like that's how you root things out. I mean, Tesla's good. I just am such an, I kind of hate this because like from a practicality standpoint, it's a real issue. I have like no art units at all. All of my units are Quicker Buster. All of them. It's Super Romulus, nice. Another Leonidas. A lot of Kus, a lot of Vertras, a lot of Leos. A couple of Gareths in there. Taiga, oh man. Hopefully the Lancer one will give us a little bit more freedom to fuck around. This Berserker one did not let us fuck around at all. Also, I don't think there was not a lot of variety. I don't think Berserker is the most popular class for people. Yeah, I don't think people were as hyped for this one. I think people were more hype about Hercules being the enemy than their own. I definitely feel that way, to be honest. Even though I love Mori, I think the Herc enemy was cooler. Yeah, Cap'n hypes Berserker. But in A life, unfortunately. Yeah, Saber was nice. Saber, we got a lot of variety, and it was a lot of fun messing around with all the characters and seeing how they did. I had a great time with that one. This one, not so much, but hopefully the challenge quest will be good. But yeah, showing Herc's labors was really cool. And Herc's NP is chef's kiss, man. Love it. What's the next grand? Lancer. Lancer's next. Then Rider. Guys, you know. I think we know what I'm picking. No problem here. Look at these stats, man. And they're going to be higher. You get an extra 1,000, dude. And Mordred's got that free 1,000 right there. Fuck, I guess my Mori's got higher stats than Ku right now. Just because, even though he's not 120 yet. Well, he's about to be. But, because, yeah, Ku doesn't have the 1,000 yet. That looks nice, though. 2 grands there. And then we got another one right there. Another one right there. Is it Panda Lancer? She is cool. I have no issue with her. And she has green animations. She honestly, she needs to get grailed to like 92. Just because she's got some green hype going on. So that needs to happen. Her attack animations are really cool, I think. Dude, I love when Ku fights a Berserker because his passive is more damage to Berserkers, right? So he gets, you know, he's got rather high stats for a 3-star. Lancers have that extra damage mod. And then he gets an extra bonus because of Berserkers. And then you get like your skill tree and all that bullshit. And I've got the cards all leveled up. So when he Buster crits a Berserker, it's huge, dude. Like massive numbers. And it's about to get bigger, so... Yeah, Anti-Zerker is the jackpot, absolutely. It's wonderful, dude. It's so nice. Because so many people get a passive that they don't really, like, need at all. I will say, there's, like, Mordred being Anti-Saber has actually worked out pretty well. Because, one, a lot of Artorias are Sabers, so you get to blow those up. And then the ones that aren't Sabers, you kind of blow up anyway because of the passive on her NP. So she counters... Berserkers, she counters Lancers, and then she pretty well counters Sabers, and then she counters Father, right? So her farming potential is pretty damn high. Like, she gets big numbers on a lot of things. It's pretty nice. Fujino has Assassin, so she's my DPS caster. That's not even a joke. I'm sure that actually works very well. Yeah, Anti-Ruler sucks. I hate Anti-Ruler. It's no good. Like, Canis has it. You just... can't get anything out of it. Oh yeah, when you have anti your own class, it actually is very nice for the Grand. That's part of why Mordred was so good. Just get anti-saber, and she had these huge crits and stuff. Like, dude, Max's Mordred really performed, man. It kept, she was AoE, but kept up with the single targets just fine. I would say Max's Mordred was like top 3 of all the sabers I used, and I used a lot. And yeah, I'd say she was top 3, like so good. And then mine was still really good, not as good as Max's, but mine still performed really well too. So very happy with that. I can't wait to see Ku though, man. Doesn't have Anti-Lancer, but I still think he'll do well. I'm excited. See how it goes. I bet you Scath is going to do really well. Especially, I think there's a good shot the enemy will have Divinity. So if someone picks Grand Scath, they're going to slap. Alright, boys. I need to go eat. That was a long as hell stream. I'll make a Mori video at some point. I don't know if I'm gonna rush it though, and I gotta help out at the store tomorrow, and then I want to do stuff with some real life friends after that. So it might be a little bit before I stream again. That'll be a day or two. And I gotta work on the video at some point. All right, boys, I'm out of here. I'm gonna get some grub. Take a care. Lost or Beastly always messing me up with that BUY.